All right, guys, we're just going to get right into this. It's absolutely insane what is happening right now. I'm not entirely sure what I like, how this is going to go. Right now, this is happening. This is Geeks and Nerds for Harris. So, this is Gail Simone. Do you remember Don't Like My Politics, Don't Buy My Book? So I'm not sharing the audio because I'm trying not to get stream sniped, but I'll put subtitles on if I can. This is clearly scripted. Clearly scripted. This is Linda Carta. She was Wonder Woman back in the day, if you remember. So she's saying Gail Simone has the spirit of Wonder Woman right here. That's what she's saying. It's real. So just a little bit ago, we had this atrocity going on where they're pushing for dollars. They're desperate. And they're like, oh, can we please, can we please get your your dollars or whatever, and can we the Trump machine is going to spend billions of dollars, and poor little us is going to get crushed. So real quick, I will replay this section so that you guys can hear it. This wasn't supposed to, they started early. This isn't supposed to start for another like 12 minutes. So I'm sorry that I'm a little bit behind, guys. But here we go. Listen to this insanity, guys.
Superhero to assemble. So thank you, Linda, Sabrina, Jess, and the team for making this happen. And to our audience, thank you all tonight for showing up. This does not work without all of us here. Tonight is a night to show off the power of geeks and nerds and how loud our voice can be when we
This is insane.
Rally around something.
Isn't that what they were just saying was super toxic? Like, I thought that we weren't allowed to share our opinion. I thought we weren't allowed to, speak out because that's toxic. It's toxic if you, speak out. It's toxic if you have something to say. It's toxic if you disagree. What? Oh, it's okay when you do it.
We all know how critical this election is. There are lots of ways to get involved, and we're going to be reviewing a bunch of those tonight.
This makes me so sick.
But one very effective way is to contribute with your dollars. And as Linda said, we're going to do something a little bit different tonight. Rather than just trying to make...
So now he's going to be like, oh, we're going to pit fandom against fandom. And, so which fandom is going to donate the most? And then Linda Carter is like, I'm going to try and stay neutral. She's talking about fandom. She's obviously not talking about politics because she's here for the Democrats. They have everything at their disposal, and still it's not enough. They're still here on their hands and knees, begging the same people that they said, this isn't made for you, this isn't yours, this isn't your space, get out. I'm going to show you in just a little bit. They were like, it always confuses me when conservatives say that they're fans of like Star Trek or they don't understand comic books, and then they bring on Gail freaking Simone. This is wild, guys.
Make the number go up. We're lovingly pitting some of our favorite fandoms against one another to see who can raise the most money. Or top again. And
it's such an honor to be with you. And Linda Carter, you are my childhood hero. This is a dream come true.
You are my childhood hero. This is a dream come true. I bet not. I'm willing to bet she didn't know who Linda Carter was until 5 minutes before this started.
A month ago, if you had told me that I would be here tonight, I would be stunned and I would not believe you.
A month ago, she didn't know Linda Carter's name. Bet.
Wasim, my co-captain here, it's really been such a pleasure getting to know you throughout all this. And as he mentioned, I am the captain for Earth Heroes. And what does that mean? If you are a
it means that you're a fake fan and a fake geek. And this is literally, here, let's read this, guys. I don't know what all this. Okay, sorry. No idea what happened. They want me out. But okay, so Geeks and Nerds for Harris Wallets is a group of Americans dedicated to elect Kamala Harris and Democrats down the ballot in November 2024. This movement uses the tactics of fan activism to welcome America's geeks, nerds, and Comic-Con crowd into the Harris Wallets campaign. They do not care. They have not cared. This is the same thing. They've been calling us hateful, toxic, bigots, that we don't belong here. Like, it's wild to me that they think that this is going to work now. Fandom has never just been about media consumption. Yes, it has. Consume product, prepare for next product. Fans are artists, creators, and digital ambassadors. But see, they only think that one side is. They only think one side is. But what they're leaving out is they refuse to hire, amplify, or allow anyone with a diversity of thought into their group. When we share what we love, it radiates around the world. And to paraphrase the vice president, it's how we show them who we are. You're a bunch of hypocritical, lying, evil individuals who hate the people that you are now begging you came crawling back to fandoms that you absolutely insulted, obliterated, and destroyed. Gail Simone, I'm going to show you in just a second exactly what she says, okay? By connecting battle-tested campaign canvassing strategies to the heritage and practices of fan communities, we can encourage fans to get out the vote in key battleground states. A celebration of stories and the people who love them most. No, they don't care about the people who love them most. They care about who they can pander to. And the people they're pandering to don't care about this or them, and they're not actually going to do anything. Likes on Twitter do not equate to campaign dollars or actual campaign support or votes, for that matter. We're leaning into the final words of Kamala Harris's historic speech at the DNC. Together, let's write the next great chapter of the most extraordinary story ever told. That doesn't make any freaking sense whatsoever, because she's literally writing this chapter. She's in office right now. Creators and artists from some of the world's most popular fandoms will join forces with notable fans, politicians, and activists. So they're politicians and activists, but they're notable fans, to raise money for Kamala Harris campaign. Special guests include George Takei, Mark Hamill, LeVar Burton, Jerry Ryan, Felicia Day, Patty Jenkins, Yvette Nicole Brown, Stacey Abrams, and more. This is insane. They're so desperate. They're showing their hand. We're going to listen to this lady some more. It's wild, guys.
Fan of Supernatural, and I know you all, I know a lot of you are. I see you guys in the comments. Supernatural, The Boys, Lord of the Rings, or our very own Wonder Woman, or other stories.
She's reading and she jacked it up. These people do not care. These people do not care. Oh, well, everybody would have a script in front of them because, they get nervous. No, listen, if you're not if this is something you truly care about, if these are fandoms you genuinely believe in and you actually thought that there was something going on and that needed corrective action, you wouldn't need to be speaking from a script. You would be authentic. These people are fake, phony, liars. These are fake fans, and they are exploiting fandom so that they can feel better about themselves. It's wild what's happening. Oh, Father, just wait till we get to Gail freaking Simone.
Sat on Earth, make sure that you hit the Earth Heroes button. I'm the person for you. We are going to crush this.
Earth Heroes for Biden. What? I thought it was Kamala. Oh my gosh, I don't remember who this is for.
And do everything we can to save democracy. You'll find
we don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic. These people... oh my gosh. They're liars, thieves, and liars.
And the links that you need at geeks.forharris.com. We'll also
geeks.forharris.com. Wild.
Also put it in the live stream chat and give you everything that you need. And I also just want to emphasize, yes, we've had an avalanche of money coming in, but you know what?
Just admitted they've had okay, so tons of support, but guess what, guys? It's not enough. It isn't enough.
But Trump and his cronies are going to spend billions of dollars through their dark money and super PACs trying to bury.
Oh my gosh. We're the ones with dark money and super PACs. Meanwhile, the IRS, who just endorsed Harris, they can't account for something between the IRS and the Pentagon, who is currently under Biden, so the Biden Pentagon, they've lost something. They've misplaced somewhere upwards of $300 billion on just one audit.
Harris in our republic. We're not going to let that happen,
Oh,
right?
you do know it's a republic. Okay. We're not going to let Trump and his cronies outspend us,
All right.
right?
Well, thank you
Let's
so
spend
much,
more
Linda.
money. You guys can't afford milk, bread, and eggs, but give us money so that you can continue to not afford milk, bread, and eggs, so that we, champagne socialists, can continue to look down our noses at you peons. But we don't want to pay with our own money because rich stay rich by not spending their own money. So come on, guys, cough it up, cough it out. We want more of your money, your hard-earned money, while we sit on our cushy little tushy and not do anything. I hate this so much.
Megan, back to you.
Thank you both so much. I'm going to try and stay neutral, but oh my gosh, where's that dog? Oh, he's cute. This is going to be a Zoom fundraiser.
This is Linda Carta. This is the queen geek that they have trotted out to support them and push for this, because they couldn't even say that Geeks and Nerds for Harris live organizing call. They actually say at one point with the previous one, him right there, Wasam Darer or whatever his name is, he's like, oh, like, I know this takes a lot to assemble, like we needed a real hero. This is so cringe and so pathetic that they are desperate. They are desperate, and there's nothing that they can do. There's absolutely nothing that they can do to alter this. That, like, the people that are tuning into this call are already the ones suffering from TDS, or the ones who are looking to absolutely rip the living piss out of them. Can someone please cover the bird?
Me when we rally.
Our money, each of us are going to be giving our own money to
No, she's not.
equal teams. How's that?
When
now,
she says equal teams, she's talking about the fandoms that they're pitting against each other.
Who is a self-professed comic book nerd.
Self-professed comic book nerd. Guess who's coming down the pipe, guys? Guess who's coming down the pipe? The same woman that destroyed the comic book industry.
This member of Congress took the oath of office.
Oh, wait. Not yet.
Oh, my
I lied.
goodness. He was sworn
This is
in
the guy.
on 2 documents that
is helping guide this campaign, and we cannot thank you all enough for being of the popular arts. Is this idea of social justice, and we believe that uplifting others, helping people, loving each other, believing in science is at the center of what we do.
And social justice has always been at the center of comics and pop culture and fandom and geekdom. It's always been there. You just didn't know it. And so this is the guy who was like, I just don't understand. Like, I'm always confused when I hear someone say they're conservative and they like Star Trek.
A founder because I love comics and I'm a nerd, but also to be
I'm a nerd. I love comics. Yeah.
Introduced by my Wonder Woman. I'm just so honored to be with all of you. Really important about tonight. First of all, we're all geeks. We're all nerds.
No, you're not. You're absolutely not. You are a liar. You shouldn't have to say you are a geek or a nerd. It should be apparent. Like, okay, I get that you're a congressman, but if this was, I don't understand. Why isn't Linda Carter wearing something that is at least an homage to Wonder Woman? If you really are a geek and a nerd, like, where's your homage to your fandom, your geekdom, your nerd? What is it that you are? Like, that is insane to me that they're going to sit here and spew this absolute BS and think that people are going to eat it hand over fist. Sadly, there are plenty of people in the live chat who are just deep throating the ever-loving bejesus out of what he's saying.
I'm a proud nerd in Congress. I just got elected. I'm a freshman Democrat. I'm president of the freshman class of 37 Democrats in Congress.
I'm president of my class, guys. President of my class. Yay, good for you.
Congress. And I'm also a proud co-chair of the Harris-Walz campaign for president and vice president.
I have heard nothing about what he said. He's a proud geek or proud nerd in Congress. I haven't heard what it is that he actually loves.
So I serve in the leadership team that is helping guide this campaign, and we cannot thank you all enough, President of the United States, for donating and supporting the next president of the United States.
Next president of the United States is going to be Donald Trump, not Kamala Harris.
But let's be also crystal clear as to why we're here.
It's because you're desperate.
We know that as geeks and nerds, we naturally are progressive people.
Lies! Some of the best best writing has the father of modern fantasy, the foundation upon which all the rest of this was able to be built, was a conservative Catholic, devout Catholic. They are lying through their teeth. They can't build anything, but what they can do is hijack it, kick everybody out, and then burn it to the ground, but slowly, so that they can say, this is our space. We did all of this. And then when it's lying in ashes, they want to blame everybody except themselves.
We're humanists.
We're humanists.
We like people.
No, you don't. Most of you believe in depopulating the earth. You think it's too crowded. You think it's overpopulated. You think that a dog has more sentient right than a child in the womb. You're so full of crap.
We believe in science.
No, you don't. What's a woman? What is a woman? Just answer the quote. What is a woman? Answer that question for me.
Love each other.
You do not love each other. You all hate each other, and it's a well-known fact.
And that's something that geeks and nerds have in common. And it's always funny to me when I meet someone that says they're.
This is this right here. This is where it goes. He is. Prepare yourselves, guys. Prepare yourselves. He is literally about to say, only people who think, look, and act like him are actual fans. And he's confused by someone who says otherwise, even though right down here it says diverse group. Yeah, diverse group of everything that is superficial and unimportant, but God forbid you have diversity of thought. Here we go. Him, not me, his words. Here we go.
Into Star Trek and a conservative. And I'm like,
really? He's confused why conservatives would be into Star Trek, why they are a fan of it. This is proof that they are not empathetic. They cannot actually see past themselves. They have no idea how to function as a human being with any kind of empathy or perspective. This is wild to me. I can't believe this is real.
Okay. Or I think it's interesting when all of us naturally gravitate, or we meet someone that likes the Rebel Alliance, but they're voting for Trump.
He said Rebel. He said Rebel Alliance, not even Rebel Alliance. And now he's like someone who likes the Rebel Alliance, but they're voting for Trump. Yes, that's because the Democrats are the freaking empire. You twat. Oh my gosh. These people are morons. Either they don't see it or they see it and they don't care and are going to continue to lie until they can drop the facade entirely and move on with their way. Good Lord.
Interesting. Or maybe they don't understand comics. And
this whole thing is so scripted. Like, look at him. He's trying to read. He's trying to, like, do hand gestures. He's trying to be, like, emotive. It's wild what is happening right now.
Social justice and social justice movements have always been a part of our community. At the heart.
Our community. I hate that commie word. Our community. At the heart, we're all social justice warriors, and you can't be a fan if you're not.
Of comics, of the popular arts, is this idea of social.
He just said popular arts, comics, like, oh my God, these people. I'm just gonna let him talk.
Justice, that we believe that uplifting others, helping people, loving each other, believing in science is at the center of what we do. And guess who is the opposite of all those things? It's Donald Trump.
No, it's not. It actually isn't. You want to control I can't wait till we get to Gail Simone. And the chick already said it. It's not just through it's not just through the story, but the message. That's all these people care about is the message.
It's Donald Trump and his Legion of Doom that consistently are attacking our.
What? Legion of Doom. That's what he's going to go with. They're going to use, oh my God. So many things that they could have used. So many different, and they're going to go with Legion of Doom. Legion of Doom, guys, because it sounds super scary, even though there are way bigger bads out there that are pop culture relevant, that belong in geek and nerd circles, but we're going to go with Legion of Doom. Because even normies, who are probably the majority watching this, are absolutely going to take those words and be like, I don't know who the Legion of Doom is, but that sounds right because it's Trump, TDS.
Rights as gay people, as women, as our community. So we have a lot to do.
You see that? Oh my gosh. All of the things that don't, all the superficial things that do not matter.
And I'm really excited to be able to introduce somebody right now who I am also a fan of. You're going to hear a lot tonight from some really big stars.
I hate this. Prepare.
Some amazing creators, but we're going to start it off, but you're going to hear from someone that is a true creator and a leader and a pioneer in the comics industry. She is someone that I have many of her books from at home. I loved her.
I bet he does not.
Work, especially in Batgirl, but so many other, whether it's Secret Six or now doing the X-Men for Marvel or all her independent work. Gail Simone is a treasure. I'm one of your biggest fans.
Basically single-handedly destroyed the comic book industry.
It's an honor to introduce you, and let's pass it off. Let's go Geeks and Nerds, and let's go Kamala Harris.
Wow. Thank you so much, Representative Garcia. That was amazing. I am here.
That's who they brought. That's their big hitter, guys. That's one of their heavy hitters. That's who they're opening with. The woman who single-handedly destroyed comics. Man, I didn't think it was possible for her to let herself go any further. But apparently she did. Apparently she did. Remember her? If you don't like my comics, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Do we remember that? Here, that's her. That's Gail Simone. If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. That is the kind of people that we're dealing with. That is the kind of people that we are dealing with. Here's the clip. I have no idea. DB Rao. Okay, I don't know whose channel this is, but here we go.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book.
That's her. That's her. That's her. I didn't think I would ever believe that someone could let themselves go even more. But Lord, she sure did. She went from like Skeletor to Jabba the Hutt. Insane. She doesn't care about herself. What makes me think she's going to care about anything else, especially what people hold, like people's passions? Like, really?
Just to talk a little bit about why I have come to this event, which is to talk about how...
Because they paid you a crap ton of money that you couldn't turn down. Look, do you notice how staged this whole thing is? Wonder Woman, the bunny with Wonder Woman. I am telling you, like, and then you have, like, but then you've got a plant, you've got a little guitars up here and stuff like this. I'm telling you right now, there is no room on my bookshelves for stuff like this. There isn't any. Zero. Why? Because it's full of stuff that I actually care about. And I do not care if people think that it is immature or childish or, doesn't reflect being very much of an adult. Because it's for me, it's for my family, it's the books that we enjoy, it's the comics we enjoy, it's the manga we enjoy, it's the video games, we have big box computer games. It is the things that we enjoy. Okay? I have a whole slew of history books, of American history, of World War II, of the Crusades. I have rosaries from all over the world. I have sand from the Holy Land. I've got crucifixes that have been blessed by popes because I care about that stuff. That's what I have on display. I don't have a plant that you buy at Target for $9.99 or $19.99 because it's Target and it's overpriced and fake and cheap and everybody has the same crap. Why? What is this up here? Like, what does that have to do with any of this? Look, she's got her little Deadpool down here. She's trying I think this says Rebel Squad, which is hilarious because she's definitely Empire. This is wild to me. This woman has attacked fans, has hated on comic book readers, on comic shop owners, has loathed cons, has loathed them, has spoken down and about so many individuals, and now she's going to come on here and be like, oh, I'm just a nerd and a geek like you, and here's why I think that you should vote for Kamala Harris because I'm just like you. No, she isn't. She genuinely believes that she is better than you in every sense of the word, and that this is a favor to you that she is even here gracing you with her presence.
In 1941, psychologist and inventor of the light.
She can't even pretend to not be reading. She's not looking at the camera. She's got her little ring light. You can see it in the reflection of her glasses. Like, this woman doesn't give two Fs. This is the same woman who basically single-handedly tore down the comic book industry. And now she's going to talk about the lie detector.
Detecting polygraph machine. William Moulton Marston was inspired by the two most important women in his life to create a superhero for the new medium of comics against the backdrop of World War II.
And now she's getting into, like, how Wonder Woman came to be. That's what she's claiming. That, like, it's... Oh.
These two women, Elizabeth Marston and Olive Byrne,
FYI, during World War II, basically everybody was conservative.
Suggested he make a new hero a woman. Unlike many men at the time.
Gasp! A woman! Oh!
Marston believed in the power, intelligence, and empathy of women. And he created a hero to celebrate and inspire young readers. A hero with great...
She doesn't actually care about this. You can tell because she's having to read it. She's not even trying to hide the fact that she knows absolutely jack crap about the comic that she was the first woman to write for. I was the first woman to write for Wonder Woman and drove it into the ground. Like, this is wild to me that they're going to sit up here and attempt to have all of these false accolades and frame this in such a way, and that people are going to buy it.
Great strength and speed, but above all, compassion. He gave her...
Gross. Like, this is... You know what this is? It's like she got coached, and this is not a knock on middle school English teachers, but it's like she is a middle school English student who has been coached for maybe 3 hours by her middle school English teacher, and is absolutely freaking just lost her ever-loving bejesus. Oops, wrong button. Sorry. More to come. Fear not. There we go. Sorry, didn't mean to push that. Here we go.
Something no other hero had. Golden lasso that contained the power of truth.
It's like she's talking to she's a middle school student reading to second graders. That's what this is.
And he named this hero Wonder Woman. My name is Gail Simone, and a few years ago, I became one of the first women writers to write Wonder Woman's comic book.
I became one of the first women writers. She used to say I was the first women writer, but you can't get away with that. She was one of the first women writers.
For that reason, I
also single-handedly destroyed the comic book industry.
An honor to travel to 40 countries and meet Wonder Woman fans all over the world, from Singapore to Spain to Brazil. And people of every gender, ethnicity, age, and sexuality.
Look at what she is hitting. Look at what is important to her. This is the trash that she cares about.
Cross-section of the human race, all over the planet.
No, every true cross-section of the human race involves the people that you are refusing to talk about. It refers to the people that you have, at the very beginning of this stream, excluded from participating. This is wild to me.
There are people who look at Wonder Woman and become inspired, not just to follow her adventures, but to follow her message.
See, there it is. Again with the message. It can't just be that we love the story. It can't just be that we love Wonder Woman as Wonder Woman in the context of the story. No. Has to be the message. Which has changed, and only recently has it changed, because these activists, fan activists, they're not even fans, they're corporate activist plants in the fandoms, are pushing their message. It's disgusting.
I have
Byprodder.
met endless
It keeps
fans of
coming.
Princess Diana who used her stories as inspiration to battle cancer, to leave an abusive relationship, to dare to speak up with more courage and more conviction. To millions of people over the decades, Wonder Woman.
This angers me beyond comprehension. The fact that she's going to sit there and use cancer survivors. Those of you that don't know, did a live stream about it. You can go check that out later. She's going to use abusive relationships. She's attempting to find actual victims and exploit them so that she can push the propaganda. This is disgusting.
Has been not just a hero, but a guiding voice in our darkest moments.
No, that's when people who wrote her story actually cared about humans and humanity and not pushing a message, but telling a story.
Voice with the power of truth.
That's true, Heather Andrew.
The truth that we can be better, be strong.
Be better, build back better. Do better, guys. Do better.
Be kinder. For all these reasons, it's so perfectly fitting that this event was brought to us by Linda Carter, who is the first person most of us think of.
She can't not look at her. She's not even trying. She didn't put any effort into this. This was a last-minute addition. I'm willing to bet they called her yesterday or this morning and were like, hey, we're going to dump a bunch of, a 1 with a bunch of zeros into your account if you show up to this, and here's what you got to say. All right, bet. Andrew Matthews for £5. Thank you so much. I thought that it was I thought I was at the apathy stage of ROP. I was wrong. ROP is making me mad. Yes, it does. Southeastern Kaiju for $5. Thank you. On par with the actors, writers at Amazon flexing on how much better ROP and Tolkien ever imagined. Yeah. Not even close. I hate this. This is so vile.
When we say her name, when we say the name Wonder Woman, and who has lived her life with the same ideals as Princess Diana. Linda has been there for women who needed her. She's been a gay icon for decades. She inspired me to quit my day job to follow my dream of becoming a writer.
Linda Carter is the reason she quit her day job.
And I've met thousands of people with similar stories.
Thousands? Really? Thousands?
Linda, it's an honor to be here with you today. Thank you for doing this for Kamala Harris and our country, and for all of us everywhere who could use a little bit of the power of truth right now.
Yeah, this is somebody who didn't study for the exam. She's failing the oral portion of the exam right now. Gail Simone is absolutely crumbling.
Amazon, salute.
What this is so cringe. Oh my God, it's cringe. It's so cringe.
Let's go.
Hey, thank you, Gail. Gail. The spirit of Wonder Woman is right here.
I'm willing to bet these two women have never met in their entire lives. They don't know anything actually about each other. And this is so staged. This is so staged. And she literally oh God. Oh my God. Deliver us. All right, here we go. We all know. Hold on to your butts.
Models for Harris Zoom. So
I thought this was the hair club for men Zoom.
Aren't they funny? They're going bald and they're joking about it. Isn't hilarious.
Okay, so here we go. We're going to ask a couple quick questions, and these are important because we're going to tell you a lot about why we're here tonight. So first, for our panel here, I got Wonder Woman. I have the Joker.
He pointed over here. He's pointing in the wrong direction and he's not even trying to fix it.
Got Lex Luthor. Do you prefer playing the hero or the villain?
who wants to go first?
Me or them?
Let's go. I'm going to go with you first. Go ahead. You lead us.
Me?
You, Linda, go ahead.
This is awful.
Well, I'm typecast as a heroine, but I did get an opportunity to.
Oh no, not typecast as a heroine. Oh, it's so. Oh no, what are we gonna do?
Play a villain in Law and Order, And I guess I did a really good job because it gave me another episode to play. And I played a really nasty lady, and I had so much fun. Oh my gosh, my daughter came home and she said, "Mom, what did you do? All my friends are saying she really liked that at home."
My respect for Linda Carter is at an all-time low. This isn't even. Here's the horrific thing. There is millions of dollars behind this organizing call, this Geeks and Nerds for Harris or live organizing call, millions of dollars behind it. And even their screw-ups aren't funny. Like on FNT, at least when we jack stuff up, one, it's genuine. Two, it's pretty much expected. And three, there's no funding behind it until, Gary reads his little sponsor list. So I'm sorry, there's $5 behind it, okay? This is wild to me. Millions of dollars went into this, and this is what you're getting, guys. Boomers go boom on Zoom. That's what this is.
Watch Law and Order.
Yeah, well, it was really fun. But you guys go ahead, Mark, John.
Villains get the best monologues. So, because we've got to explain it to the hero as they're tied up, or, we've got to explain. We've got the exposition. And that is something I wear with pride. Happy to be.
I get to talk down to people who are attempting to do what good, to serve justice, and I get to speak down to them and call them moronic through my exposition.
How about you, Mark?
And I get to talk down to the audience.
Villain gets
too.
to come in and just create complete chaos, which is always fun. And your goal is to make the audience loathe you, and I enjoy that as much.
Oh well, there you go. Don't worry. We absolutely loathe you 100,000 million billion %. Note that all three of them picked villain. All three of them picked villain. And they're trying to get you to vote for Kamala Harris. What does that tell you where their mentality is and the fact that they're trying to get you to vote for Kamala Harris?
Much if it's done effectively as being championed by the audience. So I don't know. I know when I auditioned for Joker, it was right after the fan world reacted negatively to the idea of Michael Keaton playing Batman. Oh, he can't be Batman. He's Mr. Mom. He's a comedy actor. Before they've even seen him. But this was...
That's what fans do. I don't understand.
He's a comedy actor. Before they've even seen him.
I don't know why you're getting upset about... I don't know why you're getting upset at fans for doing what fans do. They theorize, they question, they're like, oh man, I don't know. Do you remember how much hate Ben Affleck got? Do you remember how much hate Heath Ledger got? Don't sit here and tell me that it's unnatural or unfair or, it only happened back in the day. This has always been fandom. This has always been fandom. It's I don't even know what to do or say. As it's like all three of these people chose villains as the better roles, as the better characters, as more fun to play. That they're more intriguing, they have more exposition, they get to explain everything to the hero, they get to talk down to the hero while they explain to the audience just how stupid the hero is and how stupid the audience is for believing in the hero. And they want you to vote for Kamala Harris. That's where we're at, guys. That's where we're at.
In the wake of that, when I went in to audition for the Joker, I said, if they freak out because Mr. Mom is Batman, how are they going to feel about Luke Skywalker being the Joker?
Right.
There's no way to get.
Everybody loved it. You were better as a Joker. This is what you call exceeding expectations, not subverting expectations. When you seek to perform at an excellent level, you will always exceed expectations. When you choose to subvert expectations, you are going to put in the lowest level of effort and churn out the most pathetic, cringe-inducing, fan-hating, lore-breaking crap, as we've seen over the past decade.
Get this. And
Right.
because of that, I didn't have any performance anxiety. Normally, if you want something, your timing can be off. There's a
Okay,
meeting
I thought it was me, but it's clearly him glitching because she's fine.
that
And so
comes
are
through.
they.
Here, I knew I couldn't get it, so I went in thinking, I'm going to make them regret they can't hire me. And I had no performance anxiety. I only got performance anxiety when I got the part. I went, oh, how can I do this?
Now I have to do it. Yeah.
Especially with that actor thing. But that's pretty brave. In what way? Following Jack Nicholson. I went, oh no, I didn't think of that.
Isn't that just hilarious? Oh no, I had to follow Jack Nicholson. Oh no. This is wild. This is so disgustingly cringe. I can't even just wow.
Oh my
so
God.
here's it. I love that. Here's the, forgot you have to follow Jack Nicholson. You were screwed in that moment. That's great.
Dude, their audio is so jacked. Who is Quarter Black Garrett? Don't go save them. But I know even my audio isn't this bad. Just wow.
So here's a very important question for this. How can we be heroes during this campaign, John?
Oh, well, you can talk to your friends. I don't know if people have a lot of undecided voters in their lives. I have family members who are on the other side.
We know she didn't. She knows we can see and hear her, right?
I have people who haven't yet made their decisions, and I love talking about it. I love engaging people. I try to engage people with real positivity, and hear them out. And even though I have very strong feelings about the Republican nominee, I try to just take people.
Okay, lots of people have lots of strong feelings. It doesn't mean that it's accurate or true. You can feel whatever kind of way you want. It doesn't mean that the characters that you've portrayed reflect those same opinions, or that everybody that ever made anything successful thought and acted exactly like you. I'm not crazy, right? Like, I can't, for the life of me, I cannot fathom this actually being a thing. Like, that this is where we have gotten. That this is where we are at. It's insane to me that we have arrived at this place where fandom, the same fandom that they have called toxic and that they have hated on, they are crawling on their hands and knees begging for money for Harris, and they're going to try and exploit every facet of pop culture to get this woman into office.
On their own terms and what's important to them.
Okay.
Well,
Go ahead, Linda.
I think it's more about finding our humanity. It's not about being a hero in our lives. It's more about finding our humanity.
What did she just say? That doesn't make any sense. That's what heroes do. Heroes are literally, they sacrifice everything for humanity. That's what they do. Are you hearing this, guys? Like, I'm not crazy, right? This is insane.
I think it is touching
we have not
the
talked about
humanity
policy
of
at
another
all.
person.
We've talked about humanity. We've talked about diversity. We've talked about lie detectors. We've talked about World War II, where a majority of the nation and the world were conservative afterwards because of what progressive policies brought us to our knees in the Great Depression. And then in World War II, what was done there. Oh my gosh. It was called the Roaring 20s for a reason. Everybody was progressive and pushing forward and going. And then we hit the Great Depression and the Dirty 30s. And the only thing that yanked us out of it was World War II. And we were super conservative for a while. We built things back up. And then we decided, cool. Now we're going to tear it all down again. and then ask what happened.
And not so much, it certainly is not about policy, it is about honor.
She just said if it's not about policy, it's about honor and duty. It's about feelings over facts. It's about social justice and lies over what actually matters, about what's actually going to be done to and for the country, the nation, and her people as a whole.
And duty and our personal freedoms and really touching a different part of.
Remember that these are the same people who wanted you thrown into re-education camps so you could concentrate really hard about why you didn't get vaxxed. That's these same people.
The humanity and getting to honor and getting to something that is real for our children. Like,
think about the children. What about the children? What about the children? Think of the children, guys. Think of the children. That's where we're at. That's what they're going with.
Education.
You mean indoctrination? You guys, the left controls 98% of all education from elementary, secondary, postgraduate, graduate, all of it. The left controls 98% of it. And they want to bitch about how it's broken. That they've turned it into message over merit. They've turned it into pushing all of this disgusting fetish crap and claiming that it's for inclusivity and acceptance, and it's bullshit. This is wild that this is happening.
And why we need
How many viewers are this? Way more than I've got. 23,000 people.
Standard, because that is what equality is about. It isn't how much you can pay into a charter school. It's about
charter school is free. Charter school is free. Charter school is free. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. A charter school is free.
Something that we can all identify with. That's what I think.
And I don't think the choice has never been clearer. On one side, you have Kamala and Tim that they epitomize optimism and hope.
There it is. Joy. There it is. Optimism, hope, and joy. This is the campaign of joy. We're pushing the buzzwords.
Right.
Nothing about policy. Nothing about how they can help Americans. Nothing about why they are actually good for the country, because they're crap for the country. Kamala is in office right now, and she's doing nothing.
The other side, you have someone who says we're a third world nation, we're a failing country.
I know. Make America great again.
Okay, yeah, so they're going to laugh and mock when you have families that can't pay for groceries. A gallon of milk, a loaf of bread, and a dozen eggs is now like over $15. For those 3 items, it's over $15. People cannot afford gas. They cannot afford food. They can't afford anything. And these people are going to sit here, these millionaires who are sitting on their cushy little tushies, who don't have to worry about anything, who are getting paid God knows how much money to be here. Mark Hamill charges like $1,000 for an autograph. Not quite that much, but it's somewhere in that range. So how much is he getting paid for this cringe Zoom call? This is wild. Wild. They want to we're a third world country. People are getting stabbed. Pets are getting missing and eaten. And then they claim there's no evidence of that. So you can't go ahead and say that, even though there's tons of evidence. Homelessness is out of control. The opioid pandemic is out of control. Burglary is out of control. What in the actual hell is wrong with these people? These guys aren't living in a third world country because they're in their little gated communities, nice and safe and tucked away with their private security, while the rest of us are literally just trying to survive from paycheck to 4 days before our next paycheck. This is wild. I guarantee you none of these people have ever had to play utility roulette. Not a one of them. Not a one of them. Commissar General Ma, thank you. Autographs are $400 for an 8x10, $700 for bulky items. Yeah, this man is charging thousands of dollars to be here tonight. Absolutely no doubt in my mind. They have never had to, I guarantee you, many of you know what utility roulette is. None of them have had the fear of, are you going to be able, none of them have had to decide, all right, so are we paying, for those of you who don't know what utility roulette is, it's, all right, are we paying the electric bill this month, or are we going to pay the gas bill this month? Or are we going to pay the water bill this month? Well, we need food, so we're going to have to pay the gas bill this month because it's winter and we don't want to freeze to death. And then we're going to have to go ahead and go buy food, so the electric bill and the water bill are going to have to wait until next paycheck. Because we simply can't afford to live, because we still need gas to get to our job that doesn't keep up with the inflation that the spending of the exact administration that they are pushing for is crushing the American people. These elitists have never there is a difference between working hard and struggling while you work hard. These people may have worked hard. They may have put effort in on the set. They may have learned their parts. They may have done the research, whatever you want to call it. None of them have struggled. None of them have wondered, how am I going to feed, how am I going to feed my kids? How am I going to be able, how am I getting to work the next 3 days until I get paid because I've only got a quarter tank of gas and $7 in my account? None of these people have ever wondered, how am I going to go see a dying relative before they pass? Am I even going to be able to make it to their funeral? Or do I go see them now before they pass, or do I come to their funeral? Which one do I do? None of these people have ever been in a situation like that. Everything has been handed to them. They have never struggled, ever. Not once. Not once did they have to sit there and be like, man, I actually don't know what we're going to do. I guess I'm going to have to auction off some of my stuff, or I'm going to have to, go pawn some of my stuff. Or I guess I'm going to have to go and, figure out I already maxed out the amount of visits I can go to the food pantry this week. So I'm going to have to figure out how to make, 2 pinches of flour last for 6 people or 4 people or 2 people, for 5 days. Or I guarantee you, they've never had to put water into their milk container, into their milk gallon. They've never had to water down their milk. I absolutely guarantee they have never had to do that. This makes me so sick, because the administration that these people are pushing are the same people whose spending are crushing, absolutely crushing Americans. And these people want to sit here and laugh. They want to sit here and laugh. Mac P, all right, you go enjoy time with your daughter. That is absolutely important. Go enjoy your sushi.
Shut up.
So they're going to wrap up. I'm going to ask one. This is it. They're going to make us wrap up. But here's the one thing. The other answer is you got to go to geeks4harris.org/take-action.
They keep this is just a huge. Do you guys remember those PBS telethon? What were they called? Was it telethon or the where you would you'd watch a show or whatever, and then it would break over and you'd see everybody on the phones, and they'd be like, call in now with your donation and your name might get read on air. That's where we're at. This is what's happening. They literally went to the PBS model and put it on Zoom. That's what it's called. That's what it is. It's the PBS telethons from way back in the day. But when what they were actually providing was educational and way less bias and had some merit to it. Actual talented people were behind it and people actually cared. Now it's just a bunch of elites who live in their gated communities and laugh at the peons. Us, the same geeks and nerds that they wanted to call toxic and hateful and bigoted. Now they're asking for money. Unfreaking real.
Donate money tonight. You're watching
Donate.
Yes.
You can't afford gas or food or utilities. Nobody can afford a house anymore. Rent is through the roof. Everything is being crushed by government spending. But go donate your money to the same people who are steamrolling you so that they can at least have a cushier life. Unreal.
And let me tell you, The reason I follow all three of these people, who I long before this event is not because, you know, Superman and Batman and the Joker and Luke Skywalker and Lex Luthor are fun to watch. That Wonder Woman is someone I grew up with. But it's because as people, they bring out the best of us, not the worst of us.
Ah! Oh my gosh, he did not just say that.
And when you look at the candidates today, especially, I know the Republican people watching tonight because they're fans.
You just spent all that time insulting us and telling us you didn't want, like, that we couldn't possibly be fans or that it was confusing that we were fans. Now he's going to try and, let's see what he says.
Ask yourself, who brings out the best of us, not the worst of us? And
Okay, who brings out the best of us? This man literally tried to force a woman to get an abortion of his own granddaughter. He tried to get his own granddaughter aborted. This man abandoned his co-host when he was going through an incredibly difficult time. And when his co-host became a pariah because he was, he's just out of control on set. You know, it's unacceptable. Like, we're not going to work with him anymore. We're going to fire Charlie Sheen. He abandoned him. This woman hasn't been relevant in decades, but they're going to trot her out because it's all they have. It's the old 60s hippie boomers, and it's all they have left. It's their only thing that they have. Thank you so much, Blitzen, for the 20 gifted memberships. That is incredible. I don't even know what to say outside of just, like, that's unbelievable. I am blown away by that. Thank you so very much. That is incredibly humbling and appreciated. And I really do truly 100,000% appreciate it. And I hope you know that. So for all of that, thank you so much. That's thank you. Wow. Thank you. Carrying on with this Pukaka.
people right here, we done. Last question. You say one thing, it's going to yell at me. Who would win in a fight? Linda, you're going to go last. John, you go first.
I'm going to go last. Good.
John, who would win in a fight?
There was a comic run where Joker and Lex actually like came to just like physical blows, and I recall Joker won. So it's canon.
It's canon. These people don't actually care about canon, or they alter it so that they can push the message. But yeah, he's going to lean on canon.
Mark, who wins?
Between who?
You three, the three here.
Oh, between the
Wonder Woman, Joker, and Lex.
three here, Wonder Woman's going to kick both of our butts.
Because of course we're going to pander. We're going to pander to the woman.
How can you go wrong with Wonder Woman?
Okay, we know. Linda, we know what you're going to say. We love you all.
So I'm guessing then he took on the Joker persona. So make this make sense. So he went with Lex Luthor, he went with Joker and not Luke Skywalker, and she went with Wonder Woman, but not the villain that she played in, what'd she say, Law and Order. So what if it was the person she played as the villain in Law and Order? What if that was what it was? That she would definitely lose to Joker and Lex. And why would you not assume that you were fighting as Luke Skywalker? Luke Skywalker would kick Wonder Woman 10 ways to Sunday.
Keep watching.
I know. I'm going to say I got the lasso of truth, and that just trumps everything.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Oh my God. This is real, guys. This is real. This is that, like, they are saying these things. It's so forced. Look at her body language. She is so uncomfortable. She is crossing her legs. She is like, she's attempting to, look at her hair is down. She's closed herself off. This is insane to me. It's so forced. It's so fake. It's so desperate.
Use it on Trump.
Thank you all.
Bye.
She's
Thanks,
like,
Brad. Thanks, Mark.
Basic body language. She's locking her thumb. And people are like, oh my gosh, she's just trying to get comfortable. This is not a comfort. Anybody who has ever been in a conversation, this is not, you do not look like this when you're comfortable. Oh God, there's more to come. Ooh, prepare. Deep breaths, guys. Oh, not these guys again. We're gonna skip. Oh, look, it's normal people. It's normal fans. I really hope that they actually get to like ask a question, kind of like that Kamala town hall that absolutely blew up in her face. Look, it's Baby Yoda. They're real fans. Look, it's Labyrinth. Remember Labyrinth? And oh, we have a little Mario crochet picture. We're such fans, bruh. Oh, this actually really irritates me. His hat bothers me. Oh my gosh.
Man, that's
Couldn't have a real Star Wars piece of memorabilia or art or anything. No, we went with baby freaking Yoda.
too.
And we are huge geeks and nerds. We claim many fandoms: Doctor Who, Star Trek, Star Wars.
She had to look at him for confirmation. We claim many fandoms. We claim them. Doctor Who, Star Trek, Star Wars, video games. She's gonna say Labyrinth.
Video games, Labyrinth. I have Fraggles.
Really? So she's a Jim Henson fan. She's a Muppet fan. Okay, great. I'm gonna pull a Gary. Show me your collection, because if this is it, if it's just these little if it's just these little 3 things right here, if this is the best you've got, that's a lunchbox. So you have a lunchbox from Hot Topic, because that is not an OG Labyrinth lunchbox. You have Baby Yoda, and you have a crochet of Mario. And you've got your hat and your shirts. Yeah, exactly. Fans of STD. All the Star Wars. All the Star Wars.
I have Fraggles. So we love that, all of these fandoms teach us.
Look at his face. He hasn't he looks he looks like he has been kidnapped.
To take care of each other and that everybody should be included, and we know that's what Kamala believes in as well.
Absolutely.
You're about to go up.
I don't even. Oh.
Hi, thank you so much. We are thrilled to be here today to share with you a bit about fan activism and our book, Fandom Acts of Kindness, a guide to
Bruh.
activism, advocacy, and doing chaotic good. I'm Tanya Cook, and
Chaotic good, guys. We are chaotic, but we're good. We do chaotic good. Look, we made a D&D reference. We're such geeks.
non-binary, queer, sociologist, professor, and fandom researcher.
Note how fandom researcher was at the end. Everything else came beforehand. All the pronouns, all of the labels, even though they claim to hate labels.
And I'm Kayla Joseph, a queer and non-binary licensed clinical psychologist.
She had to look down for that, and she couldn't even get through it without stumbling. These people are liars and fakes and phonies. Holy crap. They want to sit here and call us grifters. They can't even describe themselves without reading off a cue card. Look at, she's reading her own bio. She is reading her own biography. And this one had to look down because she's got a little card that she had to read off of, and she couldn't even do that. What in the actual frick?
With non-apparent or invisible disabilities, and also a fandom researcher.
If you didn't already know it, just by being here today, you're a fan activist at its core.
No, I'm not. This is, if you didn't know, you're a fan. I hate this. These people claim that, what happened to you? You don't know me. You don't know who I am. But you're going to go ahead and put that label on me. You're a fan activist. Trust me, you don't want to see my kind of activism. I would scorch your activism to the ground.
Or fan activism is exactly what it sounds like. Activism that uses the superpowers of fandom and fan communities to make the world a better place.
Bruh. She's reading. None of these people studied for the exam. They're all failing the oral portion of the exam. These are, at best, middle school B debate team students who didn't study for the final oral exam and are bombing hard. And they have it right in front of them. You can see her reading off of her computer in the reflection of her glasses, and this bint keeps looking down.
In practice, fan activism can look like a lot of different things. You can protest and cosplay, engage in fan...
Protest in cosplay? What? Is this whole cosplay is not consent trash?
Related charity work, join fan-based organizations, promote inclusivity in fan spaces, and so much more.
Promote inclusivity unless you were the one who built the fandom and you are a male and you're straight, then you need to go, because now that it's worth billions of dollars, we're going to come in after all of your hard work and we are going to absolutely take over this space because women and, trans women and non-binary and all of the others, but, woo, representation. This is insane. Who is this? Like, they said who they were. Are these the rewriting Ripley people? Hold on. Who is... You guys are about to hear clickety-clackities. Tanya Cook. That's not her. I gotta put off. What did she call herself? Fandom researcher. Here we go. Tanya Cook, a PhD in sociology, a professor, academic researcher and writer, nonfiction author, occasional stand-up comedian. Oh God. Science fiction and fantasy fan. Patriarchal approaches to fandom and I am not even kidding. This is her page. This is books. Fandom Acts of Kindness, a heroic guide to activism, advocacy, and doing chaotic good. Ugh. Joseph Cook. Are you watching The Godfather? Patriarchal approaches to fandom in Barbie. Stormfront Thunder's warning. Soups ain't always heroes. Inside the complex characters and twisted psychology in The Boys. What? The actual. Changing the World, how comics and graphic novels can shift teaching. Oh my gosh. Solo work. It's a gift and a curse. How COVID reframed our understanding of disability as an intersectional identity. What? Polite No Chill for the win. How Emily Andress engaged fans and overcame problematic tropes in Winona Earp. Oh my God. All Dwarfs Are Bastards. Game of Thrones as disability studies pedagogy. I can't believe this is real. I can't believe this is real. This is real. This is who this individual is. Look. Oh, look. She's got 3 action figures that is a brand new box. She just got that. She has a Deadpool plushie. She's got Supernatural bobbleheads. What are those? I don't even remember what they're called, but I know I hate those things. Look, she's got Arrow. She's got her little stuffy dragon. And she has a picture with someone I can't quite make out. She's a geek, guys. Oh, but then we critical race theory right there. Front and center, critical race theory, and a pride of Captain America shield, because of course it is. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is real, guys. It's real. Funko Pops. That's right. Pops. Who is this other individual? Look, I'm separating them. Kayla Joseph. PhD. Doctors. They have PhDs, both of them. Both of them. Oh, she has a LinkedIn. She does care for the VA. Comprehensive Gender-Affirming Care Center, VA San Francisco Health. What? I wouldn't trust this woman with my health at all. I barely trust the VA as it is. I would not trust her with anything. Gender-affirming care, gender-affirming hormone therapy with the option of egg or sperm preservation before starting hormones, because they know that it sterilizes you. What in the actual heck? And then here's her LinkedIn. Training director, advanced fellowship. Oh my God, this is a word soup. Word soup sandwich. Here we go. We know what matters to her. She's got the pedo flight colors in there. Licensed clinical psychologist living in San Francisco Bay, because of course she is. Dude, this is a soup sandwich. This is like, that's exactly how much sense this makes. This is a soup sandwich. Unbelievable. Kayla attributes much of her own identity development as activists, as well as coming out queer and non-binary, to participation in fandoms, including many years of taking part in Greatest International Scavenger Hunt, GISH, which benefits the nonprofit Random Acts and other causes. Bruh, this is real. This is actually real. It's so disgusting. This is the people that they're bringing on.
Fan activism can happen anywhere, even online. In fact, that's how Tanya and I met.
Really? Because that doesn't sound genuine at all. She's reading that off of a card.
Back in 2016, when I was first starting to look at fandoms as social movements,
2016. So she knows better than someone like Gary or Az or Mahler or Drinker, who have been in the fandoms for decades. Listen, I am not trying to like rub in age or anything like that. I am much younger than them, so they have decades on me. She has been looking at fandom for 8 years. 8 years, guys, and she's an expert. She trusts the experts.
Somehow, Misha Collins, maybe you've heard of him, got a hold of my.
Yeah, we've heard of him. He is off his rocker. He has spewed some very hateful stuff. Castiel has been forever ruined.
My conference abstract and posted about it on social media. And let me tell you, for a nascent researcher like me, that was like having that reoccurring dream or that nightmare, maybe, where you're suddenly doing public speaking and you look down and you're not wearing any pants.
Bruh, that is a middle school. I told you, these are middle school students who are on the B debate team, on the B team for debate, and they are currently failing their oral, even though they absolutely 100%. She's reading, you can see she's reading off the script, and she keeps looking down. They're both reading from scripts. Everybody failed the oral portion of their exams. This is horrific.
Speaking of nightmares while public speaking, for the person who is running the slides, we are on slide 3. So I saw that post by Misha Collins and immediately reached out to Tanya about partnering. I didn't think that this was where it was going.
Dear Jared Padalecki, I have a quick question for you, but in order to ask it, I need to give you a little background on an event that is unfolding at the moment. Here's the background. Right now, this morning at the American Cultural Association Academic Conference in Seattle, there is a panel being conducted called Fandom is Protest Space, where Tanya Cook has presented her paper titled Always Keep Nerd Fighting, Durkheim's Collective Effervescence and Fandoms as Reformative Social Movements. And this is the abstract of the paper. In his pioneering sociological work on how religion is fundamentally a social experience, Emil Durkheim theorized that the individuals experience collective emotional highs when worshiping together. This collective effervescence creates a heightened shared experience that helps to differentiate between the sacred religious rituals and profane, mundane, everyday reality. Thus, Durkheim argued when individuals...
I don't think that either of us did, but that's the power of fandom.
I'm not going to show you the rest of it.
So next slide, please. Being huge fans, we are both huge.
The fact they have to say next slide... Gary, don't ever get mad at any of us again when you're like, scroll down, scroll up. They're literally saying next slide. Neither of these women, what is this what the, oh look, there's Gish, what we just read about. Neither of these women have any kind of control over anything.
Fans of Supernatural, obviously, and social movements. Kayla and I bonded over a shared love of Gish, Greatest International Scavenger Hunt, started by Misha as a way to harness the power of fandom and other acts.
This is so scripted and fake. It's unreal that these people are being taken seriously and that there are, gosh, how many people are watching right now? I don't even know. Hold on. I gotta know how many people. Oh, it ended. Did it end? No, they're still going. Okay, so how many people are watching? Go away, live chat. There we go. Oh, so they've lost 10,000 people since this thing started. Okay, we're going back. Surviving the wasteland. Your activism is a precious resource. It is very important to take care of yourself too. So what we are witnessing right now is the inability of women to separate fiction from reality, and they are using fandom and the people in it to they're exploiting them to push their own personal agenda and message.
So we don't have time to go through a full activity that we have in our book. We're going to do a super brief activity before we introduce our next folks.
This is like sitting through a freaking training seminar. That's what they're treating this like a training seminar. They are talking down to us like we are children. We don't have time to do a full activity in our book.
You can do this at home. You can do this anywhere. It is a 5 senses activity. I'm going to ask you to think of your favorite scene though, because sometimes it's a little bit easier to do this.
Her voice really pisses me off.
When we aren't thinking about our own internal experiences. So we're going to think about your favorite character in your favorite scene. I want you to name 5 things that you see in the scene. Name 4 things that you can hear or that the characters would hear. Name 3 things the characters could feel or touch around them. Name 2 things the characters can smell. And name 1 thing the characters can.
Why do I feel like this is going to come out to, if you said any of this, you're a bigot.
Taste. Like I said, you can try this either with your own senses or you can try the activity with shows or movies. It's a really great way to just kind of tune out if you need to.
But we hope you aren't ready to zone out just yet because there's a whole bunch of amazing people left to speak on
They didn't even tell you the purpose of the exercise. These women suck as any. They both have doctorates. They have advanced. This is who, when they say trust the experts, this is who they're talking about. These are the experts, guys.
Agenda. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time. We hope you check out the.
She can't even say thank you without looking down. She's reading it off of a screen. And she's reading it off of her cue card.
Book, but right now it is our absolute pleasure to turn it over to the cast of The Boys, followed by Supernatural.
I'm actually disgusted.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I am Eric Kripke,
He has fallen so far.
producer of The Boys. we're off to an amazing start. Everyone introduce themselves.
I am Karen Fukuhara. I play Kimiko on The Boys. I'm Erin Moriarty, and I play Starlight / Annie January. On The Boys.
I'm Jack Quaid, and I play Huey on The Boys.
Judson Ackles, Soldier Boy.
Yeah.
Literally mocked Jensen for just getting to the point. Mocked him, dropped his voice and demeanor. Like all the girls went, and he like was hippie and like Gippy and Giddy and whatever. And then Jensen went last, and then he dropped to like meet it. And some like this is pathetic. My opinion of several of these people has plummeted.
I'm Valerie Curry, and I play Firecracker on The Boys.
I'm Laz Alonso, and I play MM.
So we have a really special guest who we want to join us for a couple questions for the most amazing, epic crossover ever. We want to bring Wonder Woman into our filthy boys world.
These people really can't separate reality from escapism, from like the fantasy. Like they actually are exploiting fictional characters and the actors and actresses who play them, and just gutting them of any and all individuality and creativity, and using their husks to push their message.
So please, can we please welcome Linda Carter, Wonder Woman herself.
Yay, I am so happy to be with the boys. I just can't even stand it. I love the boys so much. I can't stand it. I love the boys so much. I can't stand it. I love all the Star Wars. There is only all of Star Wars. I love all the boys. I love it so much. I can't stand it. Thrilled to be with you. I just have one question.
I'm going to speed this up.
Okay?
Yes.
I just want to know, did any of you have to wear pantyhose under your suits?
Underneath our, oh yeah, oh my God. Yeah, why do you ask? Why the pantyhose question?
You know, like compression things that women wear?
Oh my God, like impacted by the suit. My organs felt like they were being misshapen by it.
You have to shave every part of your body so when you took them off.
No, you just eventually I got a little bit apathetic about it because I was tired, but
This is
you
what
can see it through the screener if you could.
No, I'm not talking about
this
you.
is what they're talking.
I'm talking about
This is what they're talking about. They're talking about the fact that in order to play a fictional character to fit the role, they had to put on pantyhose.
guys. I mean, I'm talking about the guys, not the women. I would never ask you. I never ask the girl. It's the guys. You know.
Right now.
Yeah, he's wearing pantyhose right now, Jensen. That's just a normal Tuesday.
Went to comedy as a defense mechanism. Super ridiculous, this entire thing.
The secret.
Yeah.
Is it? No, I know. I worked with someone that had to wear moccasin things, and we were in a two-banger, and it was shaking like this, and it was shaking, and I thought, what's going on over there? And it wasn't that. He thought he could put hose on like trousers.
Oh my God! Oh, no. No, it is. It's really hard to not estimate that. I ripped them all.
I don't even know what to say. This is a catastrophe.
All of the time.
Oh my gosh, it was really funny. I had to teach him how to put, so he could get the leather over his hairy legs, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait, so Linda,
These people actually do not care. You can tell how checked out most of them are. They don't care what Linda has to say. They got paid to be here. They were told to, I'm sure some of them probably got, their roles were threatened, or it was highly suggested. This is obviously conjecture, or like this is extrapolation. I obviously have no firm evidence of this, so take this with a giant grain of salt, but I am willing to bet that it was very heavily suggested that certain things would be cut or certain people could be written off permanently. And I'm sure they are getting paid very well to be here.
because we know how they make. How did they make your super suit? Like, how is the famous Wonder Woman super suit made?
It's made by very excellent Warner Brothers women in that top room. And everything was really couture because they used actual whale bones back in the day. It's so long ago. Yeah, well, they don't do it anymore. But that's what they did. They used to use these, I'm sorry to say, but and it was just made exactly to you.
I'm sorry that the highest quality of the time was put into my costume. But now, because we have to vilify everything from the past, because we have to, separate ourselves and do better. All those costume workers, yeah, they were great, but also they did this thing. It's just wild. She is like 2 seconds from a stroke. That's what it sounds like.
I gained an inch. But yeah, it was easy to put on, and I'll tell you the truth, I did not squeeze my waist in. It was just a size nothing back then.
It was just size nothing back then. That's so toxic. Oh my gosh. What about her organs?
Not anymore. Not anymore. But
all right, so Val, that's a super suit from Wonder Woman. Tell us about what it's like to put on your suit.
My suit, it requires a lot of assistance, and there are a lot of layers underneath to make me that small in some places and big in others.
Nobody cares.
The original, the little knobs on there are called squibs. And this is before anything. These things exploded. Those little things, and inside are wires. Can you see them? But more importantly, is this little thing.
Boomers on Zoom.
You see that?
What is it?
Oh, it's a little small in our Zoom window. Yeah, what is that?
Okay, I'm trying to get it up close to you. All right, this went into the palm of my hand, like that. See? And so the bracelet went on, little diamond bracelet there. All right, and this went around.
Diamond bracelet. Laughing at people who are starving, who can't pay their bills, whose homes are being overrun or being foreclosed on, and she's got a diamond bracelet on and she wants to laugh about, why would anybody think that you need to make America better? Why would America need to be great again? So disconnected.
Like that.
Whoa.
You see?
Yeah.
Okay, you see this?
Nothing.
So that's why when I went like this.
Nothing on Livia. They don't care. No policy has been brought up. What are they blathering? They are blathering about women fitting into their costumes. They're talking about costumes. Nothing to do with the Harris campaign. They're talking about their different costumes. They're talking about how Linda was talking about how she used to be really skinny and now she's not. And then they talked about having to wear pantyhose and Spanx and all of the, it's so hard to be an actress.
I had to keep my arm like this, go pow, 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 pow.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I had to go like this and like this, and I had to keep my arm that way.
Oh my God, guys, it's a practical effect. It's amazing because everything, but it's true though, these guys don't have to do any of that because everything is CGI. Everything's fake. So I'm sure maybe they are actually impressed, but these people do not actually care about any of this. They're pretending because that's what they get paid to do. And they're here because it's probably in their contract.
And this way, so you couldn't see that.
Wow. Cool. That is cool.
So, and they fired like matchsticks. They fired out.
That's scary.
Pew, pew, pew.
Right. You had to move her arms and everything.
We're running out, and there's only one firing bracelet left. And I did the take, and I went pew, pew, pew with my mouth. Pew, pew, and then went.
Oh my gosh, she had to make sound effects, guys.
Linda, you can't say pew, pew.
Nobody cares.
Skateboarding, one for swimming and diving, one for
Right on point. The tax credits for children, investing.
Okay, here we go.
My family immigrated here from Cuba to this country, and the American dream survives on coming to this country and being able to accomplish something that you would not have been able to do.
That's not what the American dream is. And that's not at all what the American dream is.
Back at home, and that's why my family came here to give me the opportunities that they didn't have.
You mean the opportunities that you're pissing down the toilet? Okay, cool.
Our homeland, and I feel like her message is right on point. The tax credits for children,
which she stole from Trump.
Investing in small businesses,
which she stole from Trump.
Tax breaks for the middle class.
Which she stole from Trump. None of those policies are actually hers at all. And he just listed off more policy than Kamala ever has. So we just said how they haven't talked about policy. They've been on for, at least. So they've been on for approximately -103. They've been on for 11 minutes. They're finally getting to policy after they get done talking about skinny waists and costumes and pantyhose and practical effects because, oh my gosh, Linda Carter had to move her arm and make sound effects with her mouth. What in the actual heck? And now he's coming out and listing stuff that she stole from Trump. She stole from Trump and is now trying to pass off as her own, and he didn't even go into detail because Kamala hasn't gone into detail. She doesn't care about the middle class. She's not going to do tax cuts for the middle class. She hates tax cuts. She has been firmly against tax cuts. She has said they only help the wealthy. She has no policies. She has parroted stuff that Trump has said, and these people are eating it up because they've been told to.
Country is built on the middle class. So for me, it just really, when we really think about what we need for the next 4 years, it's invigorating economically and financially the middle class, small businesses, and focusing on mom and pop businesses. Because we have seen greedflation, especially in supermarkets and food stores and at the gas stations, really take advantage of everyday people. We all pretty much.
Shit! What? She's the one who. Oh my God. Oh my God. He knows that she's the one in office, right? Inflation, it's literally called Biden economics. It's literally called the Biden-Harris administration. They're responsible for this crap. And you want to bring up, you were just laughing that Linda Carter was just laughing at people 35, 40 minutes ago with Mark Hamill about how, oh my gosh, what do you mean make America great again? Shut up. People can't afford to live. And now this guy is actually talking about it, but doesn't seem to realize that everything he's discussing is because of Biden and Harris. These people are so brainwashed. It's insane.
Pretty much have the same needs and the same wants. We just want to do better than we did yesterday. And we want tomorrow to be better than it was yesterday. And I think that they.
But so you want to do better today than you did yesterday, and you want tomorrow to be better than it is today, and you want people to stop struggling, and people can't afford, he literally just said inflation is through the roof, people can't afford groceries. And so to fix it, you're going to elect the person who's in office right now and responsible for the current policies that are crushing the middle class. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
They have the best plan.
That's great.
They do not have a plan. They don't have a plan.
Great. That's really nice.
Jack Wade.
Oh, hello.
How can people help?
Well, you can, how can we help? You can go to vote.gov to check if you are registered to vote. You can vote in general, please.
Yeah, go check if you're registered to vote and make sure that the Democrats haven't, like stolen your vote or your dead grandparents' vote.
Vote. You can talk to your undecided friends and family, and you can go.
I'm talking to my undecided friends and family right now. Anybody that is currently watching this, all 14 of you against the 14 and a half that, God, they lost 2,000 more people. Against that's an FNT night. FNT competes with these people. That's insane. This is millions of dollars behind this, and they have an audience that's smaller than the biggest FNT shows. That's where they're at. Wild.
Go to kamalaharris.org.com. Thank you for that correction.
Didn't even know where to go. Didn't even know where to go for this individual that they claim to support and believe in, and think that, that she is going to be the best leader for the country. Listen, I don't know what Jensen's politics are. I don't care. Like, I don't know how much of this is contract or whatever, but the look on his face, oh my God. That is how all of us are feeling, Jensen. That's how all of us are feeling.
To learn more about her. And you can also go to geeksforharris.com/
geeksforharris.org.
That's okay. We'll get it.
To donate.
Well, this isn't live, right? We can fix this later in post, right?
We can fix it just fix it in post. Just fix it in post. We're so funny.
I was going to say, so on geeksforharris.org, please donate generously. There's two different groups. There's Earth Heroes and Space Heroes. We're the Earth Heroes. Earth rules, space sucks. We're those guys. And anyone who donates to Earth Heroes between this panel, which I should have announced up top, and the Supernatural panel, we are going to match. So jump in.
I'm actually disgusted.
In and donate. And also, there's actionable things that you can do right now.
Yes, like go register as a conservative Republican.
To help the campaign and be actual heroes. So that's all at...
She said earlier that this isn't about... Dude, look at her face. She is so... What drugs is she on? She's clearly high. She is clearly high.
Geeksforharris.org.
I'm putting in $10,000 right now to each of you.
Right.
So match.
Wonder Woman.
I just put 10,000 each for both of you. She's talking about Earth and space, the two. So she just put $20,000 into the Harris campaign. Isn't there a limit? I guess since it's too. Oh, this is one of those. They were just bitching about super PACs earlier, but they're gonna donate to this PAC so that the PAC can donate to Harris. And she just donated 20 grand. 20 grand. That is life-changing money. $10,000 is life-changing money. That pays for a tech certificate if you want to do welding, if you want to do so there's welding, there's plumbing, there's electrician, there's if you want to get your cooking license, if you want to get your hair, like go to trade school for hairdressing, that's $20,000 is because a lot of salons rent chairs, right, in the salon. That is like 6 months in a salon for a hairstylist. That's 6 months of work for a hairstylist. That's that's 2 CDL schools. $20,000. Dropped it like it doesn't mean anything. You can be actual heroes by going and donating to the people who are crushing the U.S. economy, dividing the nation, and lying to your face, and have no plan.
10,000 to each of you, so we got to match it.
Okay,
Done deal.
great.
Okay, my financial guy's here. You have to do it right this second. It has to go in between the two.
Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so right before we segue over to Supernatural, I just wanted to say, speaking for everyone here, look, the message of the show that we are making, the boys, is don't trust anyone who stands in front of you and says they can solve all your problems with easy.
That's literally Kamala Harris. I'm convinced these guys are trolling now. They've got to be trolling.
Easy answers to complicated problems. That's not how the world works. No one is coming to save us. We all have to roll up our sleeves, work together, and save ourselves.
That's literally, that's the conservative talking point. These people are ripping off of insulting, mocking, belittling, and degrading the conservative party, the conservative movement, half of this country, and then they're going to literally say the entire point of the boys is everything that those people believe in. We don't think that Trump is coming to save us. We don't think that Trump has simple solutions. He said it's not going to be easy. We know it's not going to be easy. Kamala is the one out here selling snake oil and promising rainbows and unicorns. This is wild.
So let's please do that on Election Day. And
vote
thank
Trump.
you very much from the team of the boys.
Yeah, vote Trump. Definitely vote Trump. That's what he was just saying without so many words. Vote Trump.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you guys.
And thank you, Linda, for showing us what an OG superhero.
You're wonderful.
Really like.
Do it. Love you, today.
Okay, so now I get to introduce a very special message from a Supernatural cast member, but also cast member of a million things, including Buffy and a million other things, Felicia Day. And then after that, we will be.
Oh, Felicia Day.
Supernatural will be sitting on this very couch. So please take it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Felicia Day, and I am so sad not to be able to be there live for this incredible event supporting Kamala Harris for president.
He's also reading off of something. I know, right? He's hiding in the back, and he didn't say anything. That's what I say. I don't know what his politics are, but he is definitely here on contract. At least that's what it appears. Maybe when he's with the Supernatural crew, it's going to be a little bit different. I guarantee Misha Collins is definitely going to be here for sure. Like, the fact that they are all raging liberal lunatics blows my mind, because the people that actually watched and supported them are nothing. Like, they were either shippers or they were actual fans of the show. The shippers could care less about the show. They didn't care at all about the lore or anything else in it, but the actual fans really did. It blows my mind that they're going to be so insulting to their entire fan base.
I'm in New York doing a play, and I'm actually going to be on stage the whole time during this live event, so I'm going to have to send my regrets, but I will also send my encouragement for all of you to get out and vote. Vote, vote, vote. It is so important to make a statement in this country that the division.
You almost said "Make America Great Again."
The hostility. Important to make a statement in this country that the division, the hostility.
I'm sorry. Who is it that has been the target of not one, but 2 assassination attempts? Yeah, that's what I thought. When do businesses board themselves up and have to order in way more police presence? Is that for the Republican rally? Oh, no, that's the Democrat rally. That's right.
The demonization of citizens against citizens.
Bruh, you are the ones. Oh my God. These people are actually going to sit there, accuse your enemy of that which you are doing.
This country is not okay.
You're absolutely right. It is not okay. You should really stop calling us toxic, mouth-breathing basement dwellers who live with their mother, don't have any responsibility, and are just the slugs of the universe who you are supposed to step on or step over because you're too good for us. I cannot believe this is real.
A very vocal minority of people, in my opinion, who are trying to take rights away from their fellow citizens just because of
a vocal minority. No, as proven by your propaganda BS on Disney Plus, be it Star Wars, be it Lord, like, oh my gosh, whether it's in the Star Wars fandom, whether it's in the Marvel fandom, whether it's they pulled it out of Pixar films because it was sinking the ship. You guys are the vocal minority. You guys are the ones usurping this nation and crushing it under your message because you want to feel better. You are the ones radicalizing people, making them miserable and making them hate themselves. And you continue to push these messages, these propaganda slogans so that you can keep them addicted to the attention, addicted to the idea that if they're always the victim, they can't actually be the bad guy. I will repeat my grandfather again. Just because you're the underdog does not mean you're the good guy. Stash Man from Germany back in the 20s and 30s and 40s, he was an underdog. He was an underdog, and look what happened there. Just because you are an underdog, or just because you are not the party or group or individual in charge, does not mean you are the good guy. Get that through your heads.
Their own opinions, and that's not how government works. And
their own opinions. No, it's your opinions, and you all don't care about the other part of the nation because that's not what you're getting paid to care about.
the wonderful thing is we can use democracy to change that tone, change the kind of policy we have to take care of people who need help, to take care of children, the environment.
Did it again, children. The environment. Have you seen what Democrats do? What Democrat voters do to a space that they have been in for a rally or for anything? It's absolutely trashed. That music festival that you claim where the only people that come here are leftists and liberals and progressives, and we want to care for the environment, and then you leave it for conservatives to come clean up. We are always cleaning up your messes. You have never had to deal with your own mess, ever.
And protect women and their reproductive rights, all right?
Reproductive rights, all right? All right? All right? Abortion is not reproduction, and it's not healthcare.
So I think at the end of the day, we all just want the freedom to be who we are in this country.
We want the freedom. That's literally in The Acolyte and in freaking, is it Agatha, or what was the one right before that? Wanda? Whoever the hell, I can't even remember. These are all blending together. They're all blending together. I just want to be able to live my life and oppress people, and what was in The Acolyte, it was, I just want to be free to use my power that enslaves, slaughters, manipulates, and controls other people. And I want to bring in an acolyte of my own so that my legacy of death, torment, and torture can live on. Disgusting.
Country and in this world, and we can't let other people legislate to take our rights away. So
nobody's taking your rights away. They are trying to protect innocent people, innocent children, the ones you claim to care about 30 seconds before you said I'm all for murdering babies.
Again, I'm so sorry not to be able to be there for this discussion, but Eric Kripke and many other wonderful members of the cast of Supernatural will be there right after this. So happy to introduce them, and please get out and vote and tell your friends to vote. Peace out, bitches.
Bruh. Really?
Get out and vote, bitches.
Oh, look, now they have him front and center. Oh, audio issues.
Hi.
There you are.
There we are.
The pros here. Hi. Senator Cory Booker.
I'm confusing everybody. I am not Metatron. I'm not Crowley. I'm definitely not Rowena. Everybody's wondering who's the bald dude? Is that guy? Wasn't he on Deep Space Nine? That guy?
Oh my God.
What's up, Cory?
I hate that he sorry.
What is up?
I hate that he has this shirt on and we have a politician in the middle. This tells you exactly what their part, this is disgusting.
Well, thank you everybody for joining this Zoom, and thank you everybody who's watching right now. Thank you for the folks that are coming on later. I see Rachel Miner was on Supernatural. She's doing another panel later. Thank you, Felicia, for the introduction here. We're all here because we care.
We are paid to be here, and it's in our contract.
About the country, we care about the world, and we were all a part of a show that kind of inspired people with characters that did the heroic thing time and time again.
Name one liberal who has done something heroic. I'll wait. Name me go ahead. Name me a hero who identified as a liberal. They are intrinsically selfish. They do not identify with heroic morality. They are incapable of it.
And so it feels quite fitting that we're here representing for Heroes for Harris and Geeks.
None of them can get this correct. None of them. I liked Misha Collins as Castiel, but they can't even do the propaganda bit. Oh no. They can't even do the propaganda bits when it's right in front of them. Look, he's got a screen, they've got a screen. He looks, oh man, he's looking rough. He doesn't have a screen, but he's clearly reading something, maybe his phone, and they're obviously going off a script.
Geeks for Harris. And I wanted to maybe ask everybody, and maybe Senator Booker, you could start us off.
Why? He isn't a geek, a fan, a nerd, nothing. Grifter, professional liar, all professional liars, and grifter.
Just to say one thing about why it is that we're each supporting Harris Wall's ticket. I know we could all.
Where's Jared Padalecki? Where's Jared at? Why is he not here? And why does Jensen look like he is in pain? He is like squeezing this man is in pain. Why?
List a million things, but just one thing.
Well, first of all, I'm blown away. This show sustained me through some really tough times when I was coming up as Newark's mayor, and I rewatched this
No, it didn't. And no, he hasn't.
series multiple times. And you all on this Zoom are following in this.
I've watched it multiple times. Can't tell you one thing about it, but I've watched it multiple times. I can tell you exactly when it dropped. When we went from season 5, after we wrapped with the Sword of Michael ending up being, actually Dean, and then they actually, prevented. So it was supposed to end with season 5, and they prevented Revelation from happening. They prevented the apocalypse, the end of the world, and it was supposed to end there. And so, but that people demanded more, and then they got it, but we got the Leviathan Purgatory run, and it was terrible. And the one thing that kept that show going was the chemistry between Jensen and Jared Padalecki is nowhere to be found. That makes me sick. Not only was his show the most successful show on CW, had the most viewers, brought in the most money, they canceled it. Walker, okay, his show Walker, Texas Ranger, they canceled it. He is now nowhere to be found. It's like they are attempting to cut him out. That tells me a lot, honest to God. Either he isn't going to play the game, or these people stabbed him in the back after he trusted him. Yeah, he is a fan of Spartacus. Yeah, he tried to be so badass about that, and it just backfired. That was hilarious.
This extraordinary tradition in America, from the suffrage movement to the civil rights movement, where artists understood that they were patriots and they helped to inspire the moral imagination.
You all hate America. The moral imagination, you have no moral compass. You want to murder babies and steal people's hard-earned property and livelihood. And you're going to sit here and talk about how patriotic you are, just like the civil rights movement and the suffrages. Are you kidding me right now? These people have nothing. The Democrats are a bunch of grifting, phony liars who exploit vulnerable people, and they don't care.
Call to the conscience of a country. And I'm just so grateful to be on with fictional heroes of mine who, in their real life daily commitment to this country, are actual heroes of mine. And it means
he has no idea. He has no idea. He's reading a script. His little ring light is right here. He is reading a script. He doesn't know who these people are. He doesn't know what they do in their day-to-day lives. He has no clue about any of them, but he is going to pander and lie.
So much. And so I'm here really because of what shows like this has done for me, to have a boldly hopeful view of what's possible in this world. That
boldly hopeful view. You definitely never watched Supernatural, ever. It was not hope that kept Sam and Dean going. It wasn't hope that kept Castiel from suffering in hell for eternity. That wasn't what it was. They literally, their love for each other and their faith in each other. They've said it how many times in the show? When the whole world is going to crap, I know I got you. It has nothing to do with hope. Absolutely nothing to do with hope. They have no idea what they are talking about. It's just unreal.
Kindness can triumph over meanness.
He really just said kindness can triumph over meanness.
That light workers can triumph over the dark.
Bro. Light workers can triumph over the dark. Kindness over meanness, guys. Light workers over the dark. Well, the electricians who are the light workers are the people that you are insulting and claiming have no vision, no hopes, no dreams, no imagination, and, are disposable and toxic.
We can actually create community.
Actually, you would call them a threat to the country.
Across racial and religious and spiritual lines. And I have that kind of hope for tomorrow. And it's one of the reasons why a person who's a dear friend of mine, who I served with for many years in the Senate, Kamala Harris, has my dedication to seeing her elected. I think it's really a cause of our country.
Yeah, he sounds really enthusiastic and genuine about that. Oh my God, these people are insane.
Curtis, you want to jump in?
Well, I mean, I just have been, when it comes to Donald Trump right now, he's talking more and more, and the more he talks, the harder it gets to nail down what the biggest problem we're fighting is. And
what? The biggest problem that we're fighting is inflation from the Biden-Harris administration. The second biggest problem is the immigration issue. The third biggest problem is knocking on the door of World War III. The fourth biggest problem is that nobody knows who's actually running the country right now. The fifth biggest problem is that nobody takes Kamala seriously. The sixth biggest problem is that Kamala can't hold any type of gravitas, seriousness, or actual human conversation, so nobody takes her seriously. And as a world leader, that is a giant problem. That's just off the top of my head. But go ahead. What's the biggest problem with Trump?
For me, if I have to pick one thing, it's reproductive rights.
Oh my God. Wow. Bruh, you're a dude. You are a dude. What happened to no uterus, no opinion, unless, you are gonna help us have, let us go be sluts and whores and then not have to actually deal with the consequences of our actions because we can just, yeet and delete because it's just a clump of cells. You people are disgusting. Really? Murdering babies is your biggest concern. You are filthy and disgusting. And the fact that you played a mockery of God is actually quite fitting. You are a mockery of everything that it means to be a man and a human being.
Which was an issue that I became involved in the 1980s.
The 1980s. When you mean it was sex, drugs, and rock and roll? Makes sense why you'd be a big fan of abortion. How many kids you got running around that you don't even know about?
I was in Los Angeles working with the Feminist Majority Foundation.
Oh, he's been lost for decades, guys. The 80s. Guys, you realize the 80s, the 1984 was 40 years ago. You guys realize that, right? It's been 40 years. This man is lost.
The Clinic Defense Alliance specifically. And it's an issue that I'm still deeply concerned about.
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Those are that soulless. You can always tell by the eyes.
And involved in, and is probably my number one concern right now, among many.
So not inflation, not the fact that people can't afford anything, not the fact that there's a housing crisis, not the fact that there's an immigration crisis, not the fact that we are on the brink of World War III, not even, he didn't even bring up the Ukraine-Russia war or what's going on over in the Middle East or what's happening in the Gaza Strip in Israel. None of that. No. The ability for women to murder their babies. That's his biggest concern.
Shepard?
Hey there. First of all, Senator Booker, I'm a huge fan of yours. I
Oh, that's really disappointing.
truly appreciate your work. Look, I'm an immigrant. I came here.
You are a legal immigrant. This is where these people split hairs and they lie. This is what the devil is in the details. This is one of the devil's oldest tricks, and he is not creative. They are purposefully dropping legal immigrant. He did what he was supposed to do. It's the people who are breaking the law coming here. The people who are making others who are trying to legally immigrate to this country wait that much longer. These people are so disingenuous and so evil, it is actually pathetic and disgusting.
I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of this country in
I swore the same oath, and I promise it means more to me than it does to you.
front of Barack Obama, who informed me something that was rather
I wasn't in front of Barack Obama, thank God.
wonderful. He said, "We've given you all these rights. What about your responsibilities?"
We've given you all these rights. No, these are God-given rights enshrined in our Constitution that the government is supposed to not infringe upon and do everything to protect and respect. And these people don't care. What about your responsibilities? Yes, because you are supposed to be an adult. You are supposed to understand that freedom has responsibilities. That you cannot simply do whatever you want, whenever you want, simply because you want to. That there are consequences to actions. And yet, what this man is pushing for, and what all of these people on here are pushing for, is that they do not have to pay for the consequences of their own actions, but that everybody else does. Someone always has to foot the bill, and it will never be them. It will never be them, as if they have anything to say about it. That's why they're on here on this dog and pony show, because they absolutely refuse to take responsibility for their own actions.
And that's what struck me. The greatest country in the world, led by two of the greatest documents ever written in history.
He is right on all these counts. And so the fact that he thinks that liberals and leftists and progressives, he said it, he didn't even realize what he said. We've given you all these rights. No, bitch, those are from God, endowed by our Creator, enshrined in our Constitution. This is wild.
An absolutely fascinating country, a country of such diverse and such different peoples, and yet
everything that matters, or everything that diverse in everything except what matters.
tell them what's going on, and Americans will take care of it. We're an incredible country. We're an incredible group of people. And I've traveled this world.
You know, the people who are taking care of it are the people that you're claiming hate this country, that are stupid and idiotic and uninformed. You've mocked conservatives. You've mocked actual Republicans, not rhinos, but actual Republicans. You've mocked even libertarians. You've mocked people on the right. And yet we're the ones who are always cleaning up your messes. I said it when Felicia Day was on. I'm saying it again. These people do not clean up their own messes. It's always people who don't have to talk about it, who don't have to boast. It is the people who are quietly working to hold the fabric that is shredding at the seams together. And yet these people want to mock them and then re-elect the administration that is devastating this country. The greatest nation in the world. I thought that America was evil to its core. So that's really confusing. He is a legal immigrant, and this is how disingenuous they are. This is how disingenuous they are.
All over the states, and I've sat and I've talked to Republican pastors and people who are staunch conservatives, and we have conversations and we talk for hours, and we'd get through these conversations, and it was like, wow, I didn't realize we agreed on 98% of everything.
Yeah, it's because you're actually a conservative, dude. See, he's trying to phrase it like the conservatives came to an epiphany, but he knows better. That's how he's framing this. And I promise you, this next bit out of his mouth is about to be a lie.
We just argue about the implementation. Not this time. Not now.
Told you.
This has changed. This game has changed. So those of you, I'm an American. I'm a proud American. I will fight for your right to vote differently than I will.
That's brave of him to say.
That's just the way it is. That's the rules, and those are the rules I believe in. But informed opinion. Look.
If you have an informed opinion, you wouldn't be voting liberal, bruh. You wouldn't be voting liberal.
Find out why. What makes sense to you? We don't vote anymore at grassroots level. We don't take care of each other because we've been polarized into this idea that there's two people and that's all that matters. One person on the left and one person on the right. And I'm either a fan of this and I'm a fan of that, whatever. The truth of the matter is, when we come together, we fix things. We make things great. We make things incredible. This country is the greatest country in the world, whether I like it or not, whether I want to admit it or not. And together we can do anything.
He's a conservative. He's framing this that he's a liberal because he has to be here, I think, where they paid him a lot of money and he really needed it. But he is a conservative. He just doesn't know it. He either knows it and he's trying to frame it differently, or he doesn't realize he is a conservative.
See a way forward with the current Republican Party. That's just my opinion.
I can't see a way forward with the current Republican Party. You mean the party that isn't currently sitting in the White House and whose administration is not responsible for anything that you just listed off? The party who isn't responsible for any of that, but the party that you are currently pushing for is responsible for? You guys they're so detached from reality. It's fucking insane.
If you differ in that opinion from me, I look forward to your informed opinion. But in the meantime, it is vital that we vote. One of the biggest lies we've ever been told is that our vote doesn't count.
The dude's a conservative. The liberals are the ones who say your vote doesn't count. They're the ones pushing against the Electoral College. The liberals are the ones saying that your vote doesn't count. This is insane.
To have kids that I know and people that I know believing that the vote is unimportant, the trickery, the cheating, the lying that goes on to dispossess and disenfranchise us from our say in our.
This part is not organic. He's reading. He studied. He gets a B-. He did not fail the oral portion, but he's still having to look at this part because this isn't something he genuinely believes in. Did you notice before he hasn't had to look down and now he's suddenly looking down?
Government is appalling. It's undemocratic and it's un-American.
What did he say?
To dispossess and disenfranchise us from our say in our government is appalling.
I agree. You are a conservative because the individuals pushing that lie are leftist and liberal lunatics.
Undemocratic and it's un-American.
We don't live in a democracy. We don't have democratic elections. We live in a republic. And we have a representative election.
And lastly, because I do talk a lot, I'll try not to continue too long. The word freedom means something to me. It's not the meaning that it's suddenly become, which is the freedom to say, get the F off my lawn. Freedom means something.
That's actually a constitutional right to say, get off my lawn. It's the right, your property. Your property. That is literally what it protects.
Freedom is a way.
I am gonna interrupt you because we have to share with folks some things that they can do to actually.
He They cut him off because he sounds like a conservative. He's pushing conservative talking points. He just doesn't realize it. They do not want informed voters. They want emotional voters. No, Unlivian, don't leave. Don't leave. I need you here. But I understand. Take it easy. Oh, D-Day, what's going on? So this is where this was so insightful and thoughtful. He's a conservative and either doesn't know it or he is, and he's trying to reframe it because he's here. And now Misha, who is a raging liberal, is going to cut him off because, well, we need to talk about what people can actually do, guys. They need to know what they can actually do.
Maintain this freedom and get activated here.
Register to vote. Register to vote. Get involved in everything that's local. Look and see and find the best person for the job.
Look. There. Oh.
For me, it's Harrison Waltz.
Yes, absolutely. I want to tell you guys, everybody who's watching right now, that this is part telethon fundraiser, and
they literally just said telethon. Didn't I say that at the beginning? They took the PBS telethon model and they put it on Zoom. Oh my God.
We have to knock it out of the park. We have to collectively show that geeks and nerds really do put their fingers on the scale.
They're going to put their fingers on the scale because remember, so Linda Carter already said she donated. She's donated 20,000 of her own money, and that these guys had to match. They're going to match every single donation. So it's going to literally, they're putting their thumb on the scale to make it seem like fans and geeks and nerds are actually liberals, left-leaning, when actually a majority of us are conservative, and it was meant for escapism because we work so freaking hard because life is tough. Like I said earlier, these people may have worked hard in their lives, but they have never struggled and worked hard. They have never had to play utility roulette. They have never had to I guarantee you they've never had to put water into their half gallon of milk. They've never had to water down their milk. I guarantee you that they have never eaten they've never eaten buttered bread without the bread for 2 days while you're waiting for your paycheck to hit. Because you literally can't afford to live. I guarantee you none of them have ever been in that position. And yet they want you to vote for the same administration that is crushing Americans. Crushing working Americans. Insane.
So collectively, as a tribe here, the boys/supernatural casts and producers have put up a match of $35,000 that we are challenging you.
$35,000. $35,000. Oh, bruh, that's Mark. That's Shepard. That's Mark. He's in a ton of stuff. He played Crowley and the King of Hell in Supernatural, but he has been in a ton of stuff.
Who are watching right now at home, presumably you're all geeks and nerds too. So
Yeah, but you've already told me that because I don't believe exactly like you and don't think exactly like you, I'm not worth anything. That I am toxic, that I'm hateful, that I am divisive, and that I'm the problem. I'm the issue.
we're in this together. We're asking you to go right now to.
The only people that are actually donating are a bunch of shippers who wanted to see. The reason these two are sitting next to each other is because there's a huge shipping subculture for Castiel and Dean. It's massive and it's disgusting. That's why they have them next to each other.
To Geeks for Harris, and it's the number 4, right? Harris. What is the link that we're going to?
They don't even know where to send you. Millions of dollars is going into this, into producing this stream. Millions and millions of dollars went into organizing this. And they have no idea. They have no idea where to even send you to donate money.
Geeksforharris.org and click
That's what I
on
said at the
the
beginning,
Take Action tab and then navigate to donate. And if you've already made a donation, because this has been running for a little while, go do it again. Make another donation.
Make another donation. Once wasn't enough. We need you to do it again. Do it again. Give us all your money. And then you can feel virtuous as we attempt to help get the person who's currently in office reelected so that you can continue to eat air and dreams. But at least you'll, be able to virtue signal that you feel good about yourself. Disgusting.
You can make as many donations as you want. We're the Earth heroes, so donate on that side so that we come out ahead.
Misha, I'm in both. I hate to tell you, I'm on both bets.
They hate Mark Shepard. That's so sad.
Space can suck it.
Hey, hold on. I was in Battlestar. Give me a break.
No, we're gonna crush space. Earth is so much.
That's half my work gone.
Did you talk about pledging to vote?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's there's a checklist of to-dos that to get you involved. Things that you.
There's a checklist, guys. There's a honey-do list.
That you are is to make sure that you're registered to vote.
Stop.
Even if you think
Move
that
it.
you
Oh my God, this is that was the most genuine thing, and it was atrocious.
you may not be. If you moved, there's a lot of things that happen that we're not entirely sure of. Just go one more time. Make sure you're registered to vote wherever it is that you are. There's another.
Make sure you're registered to vote as a Republican.
Thing on that list. Anybody want to?
Kim, you were.
Kim, do you want to talk about this?
Oh, Kim is the kind of person that needs a plan. I have lots of really fun ideas, and then when it comes time to do them,
Yeah, can't actually execute anything. Needs someone who is more controlled, capable, and has some level of situational awareness and intelligence so that she can do her fluty flu ideas and fluty flu dreams. Hasn't actually had to build anything or work for anything, just waits for everybody else to do the hard work and then come in.
I panic and startle easily. And so I suggest that you know where your polling place is if you want to vote in person, that you know when your ballot is due if you want to vote by mail, that you know where, how, and look at the entire ballot. Look at all of this because it all matters. Every single bit of this matters. So make a plan.
A lot of times people will ask us like, what?
Guys, I'm going to be the cameraman. Hold on for just one second.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, look, they let the producer actually do some work.
Okay, there we go.
What is it that we can do? And one thing that you can do is make sure that you donate, make sure that you check your registration status. Actually, I put together a little whiteboard here. If you text
They have a ring light
me
too.
at that number, can you see it?
What? Oh my gosh.
People, can you see it? If you text me at that number, just the word vote, you'll automatically be taken to a page.
So this is going to be one of those like third party texting not companies or whatever, where you're not actually talking to Misha, but there are there's like operators that have he'll send out certain messages that are pre-prompted, and the third party will send them out to you, so you're not going to actually be talking to him. Another grift, another scam. At least when Eric is like, hey, DM me, like, you know where I'm at, here I am, DM me, or, at me on whatever, or like when you, when you're like, when Gary is like, hey, here's where I'll be, he's there. It's not a representative of Gary or for Gary. Like, he's actually there and you actually talk to Gary. It's wild.
That will check your voter registration
Or
status.
grifting.
And that
Jensen hasn't said a word. He introduced himself in the previous panel and he has not spoken since.
a very important step. So please do that.
I will also say on top of what Kim was saying, come up with a plan. What Alon was saying,
Eric
check your voter
Christie
registration.
cut
But then,
he cut her out because he wanted more of him to be in the camera.
Share this information with your family and friends. Check in with other people. Make sure that other people know this information. Tell your friends. Make it a point to tell 3 other people, family and/or friends.
Do not vote for Kamala Harris. How many people are here right now? 12 of you. Hello, my 12 beautiful people who are still watching. Thank you for bearing through this with me this long. Don't vote for Kamala. Please go register to vote if you're an American. And please vote for Donald Trump, not Kamala Harris. How many people do they have watching now? 11,694. Yeah.
Neighbors,
They have lost like 13,000 people.
Tell them to check their registration. Tell them to come up with a voting plan, because what helps.
What do you mean a voting plan? Like, this is what, like, these people actually think that, like, married people, have you guys seen that stuff? Escape your MAGA husband. Your MAGA husband doesn't need to know how you vote. It's okay if you vote for Kamala. He's never gonna know. Have you seen that? It's wild. These people actually think we're living in Handmaid's Tale. It's insane.
Is the energy of organizing. The knocking on doors counts tremendously. The picking up a phone call to a family.
If they knock on my door, they will regret it.
Your friend helps tremendously. Keep the energy, keep the information, share it, keep it going, and let's move as a.
The fact that they are bastardizing Doctor Who, Star Trek, they are literally taking all of these fandoms, Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who, Supernatural, The Boys, all of these fandoms, all of these IPs, they are gutting them and using them to push propaganda. That's where we're at. They don't care about fans. They don't care about this country. They don't care about these IPs. They care about lining their own pockets and living comfortably.
Movement.
And with that, I'd like to sing a song.
Jensen, you should have just stayed quiet. I think he's feeling bitter because he hasn't gotten to talk. And now we're about to get a super cringe rendition.
Sorry.
All together
Oh, thank God.
now.
That's actually not a microphone. Jensen.
See, he's making jokes. That's right. The only other thing he said this whole time, he made a joke when something got directed at him. So he's just been joking. He has not actually spoken. They have not actually spoken.
Jensen, why is it that you're here?
Oh, there we go.
Eric said there would be free tequila, so I should. No, I'm here. Listen, there's a variety of reasons. There's a long list of reasons. I think Mark went through all of them.
I think Mark went through all of them. I think they're both secretly conservative.
But for me, I have 2 young daughters and I have a young son. And
I swear on all that's holy, if he is about to say that we need to protect women's rights, that, oh my God.
And it's the message to them that is the most important to me right now. And when you look at the 2 candidates, there really isn't, there's just no question of who I want to be on the right side of history with.
Those who are obsessed with what history will remember them as are seldom on the right side because they want to be able to write their own place in history. We do not get to decide how history will remember us. Oh no.
But for my kids. So.
And Jim?
He didn't actually say anything. He didn't say Kamala's name. I mean, he's here, so one can assume, but I think these 2 are secretly conservative. Take off the Marine Corps shirt. Take it off. Take it off.
Marine veteran.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to.
If he speaks on behalf of or to veterans right now, I might actually lose my freaking mind.
All of you out there who are veterans or families of veterans, my fellow Marines, airmen, sailors, soldiers, Coast Guardies. When I signed up, just as when you signed up, we took an oath.
Yep, we sure did. We sure did. And it was It wasn't pick a political party. It was defend the entire nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and not because of our political bias, which I have a feeling this is where he is going to be going.
To protect, preserve, and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
What did I say? What did I just say? Oh my God. The pandering, the level of pandering.
In this country, we've done a really good job over the last 250 years of protecting the Constitution from foreign enemies, but we have to be just as vigilant about domestic enemies. I am here because I truly believe that the Harris-Walz Democrat.
He got specific and he's going Democrat. This disgusts me. This actually disgusts me.
Platform and position is the only source of protection for this Constitution.
Wow. You mean the people who currently are saying that the Constitution needs to be rewritten and that the First Amendment is out of control and maybe should be, appeal, like they literally want to repeal the First Amendment. That's what that's what they're pushing for. And he's talking about how they're the only ones for protection. And not Bobby. They got Bobby.
People on the other side have made no secret that they plan to alter, to change, to even eliminate the Constitution.
Bitch, that's the Democrats! What are you even talking about? Holy crap! He was just talking about informed voters, and now he is spewing vitriolic trash. It's all lies. What? Turn off CNN, Bobby. Turn it off.
And that's not what I signed up for. So
neither did I. I didn't sign up for the Democrats sending a bunch of my friends overseas to die because we can't handle anything. We can't actually hold our own, and they need to feed the war machine so that they can keep their pockets lined. I didn't sign up to have friends who were so screwed up that some of them don't even consistently have to battle with demons, real demons, not the fake ass ones that you fought in a show, real actual fucking demons because of Democrats, because of the freaking industrial complex, the war machine. This is absolute bullshit.
I call on all veterans.
No, you don't get to invoke vets, you piece of filth.
And all their families to.
And the families, does that include the 13 Gold Star families that Harris and Biden stiffed, who were left to die in Afghanistan because of piss poor leadership, horrible management, and trying to prove a fucking point that they failed at? Those families, those veterans, this is disgusting on so many levels.
To support the Constitution and to do so by voting blue and.
Blech. These people are brainwashed and desperate.
Getting out the blue vote.
Yeah.
Nasty. I dislike.
Ruth and Rob, Jim made a sacrifice by serving his country. You've made a sacrifice by getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning in Scotland right now. Thank you for being with us. What would you like to say?
Well, I grew up in Scotland, but I became an American last year.
So she's also a legal immigrant, but they're not going to put that on there. They're not going to add that little adjective because it undermines their entire lie.
And I can't believe that it's taken America this long to get a woman in charge.
Oh my God. You know what happened the last time Britain had a woman in charge? Queen Elizabeth II served during World War II. And then the British Empire shrunk under her reign but quickly, in large quantities. Queen Elizabeth I genocided a bunch of Catholics. Queen Mary, Bloody Mary, Queen Elizabeth I should be known as Bloody Elizabeth. She killed about 24 or so. I forget how much it was. I think she killed a bunch of Protestants. Cleopatra managed to do what legions of armies, what generations of men were unable to do. She took down the Egyptian, Roman, and Greek empires. She was pivotal in taking down all three of them. It does not matter. Your gender does not matter. But the fact that that is the one thing that these people seem hyper focused on and the only thing that they care about, if you are voting for someone because they are a woman, if you are a sexist. You are as sexist as someone who is not voting for a woman because she's a woman. You are just as sexist, and you're lying to yourself if you think that that is untrue.
I grew up under Maggie Thatcher. We never had a problem with a woman in charge, and I'm all for
Margaret Thatcher is a conservative!
For women in charge, so come on.
Every woman that they are referencing, anything that they have talked about, they're all conservative women.
I just piggyback on what everyone has said. You know, when Biden so unselfishly bowed out of the.
He didn't unselfishly bow out. He was forced out. They probably spent days essentially what is that called? Oh my gosh. Not blackmailing, but coercing and forcing him to resign. He resigned via tweet, and then nobody heard from him for days. Then the man put a Trump hat on. He's pissed. This wasn't willingly, and this wasn't unselfishly. The Democratic machine, they want to talk about undemocratic, unconstitutionally removed who the people voted for. Kamala didn't win she didn't earn a single vote. She didn't earn a single primary. She was the first one to lose in the Democrat primaries. And she is now their handpicked nominee. That's who it is.
Race and Kamala, he said he did so because he put country first above himself. And Kamala follows in those footsteps. I want to be with someone puts our country first, not themselves first.
Are you? Ooh.
So I'm so happy to be here. So please, everybody, get out and vote.
This is actually depressing.
All right, everyone. That's it for The Boys and Supernatural. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Senator
Isn't
Booker.
Jensen going to sing Eye of the Tiger? I thought he was going to sing
Oh, gosh. He knows that because of the meme.
Eye of the Tiger.
Come on. Put up, Senator.
Come on.
Eye of the Tiger is the thrill of the fight. Guess the bottle is a microphone.
Yeah.
I am actually disgusted by this.
So that's what it's like to hang out with Jensen. Anyway, thank you, everyone. Donate. Go to Geeks for Harris.
Please give now. Right now. Donate now.
Give us your money. Give us your money. You can barely afford to live, but give us your money. Give us your money.
Right now. For Earth Heroes.
We just gave $35,000, so you have to match the $35,000. Give us your money, and then you can say, oh yeah, this is because of you guys, and like now it's almost like we're friends, and now I can feel good about myself because I did it, because people that I watch on TV who are characters that I ship in my demented fantasies, they told me to, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, guys, not because of who they are as people and not because of policies that the Democrats are pushing, but it's because, I really, really want to feel good about who I am as a person and say that it's because of them so that they can feel good. It's all about feelings, guys. All about feelings. Hey, John.
And thank you so much.
Yeah,
and let's get to work.
Why is Eric Kripke shouting at everybody?
Let's get Harrison Walz elected.
Toxic masculinity. Stop shouting.
And thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Hey everybody, this is Derek from Torrance. I'm a pinball geek for Harris.
He looks like he is being held hostage. Oh, Wheel of Fortune. Pat Sajak is a huge conservative.
Here we cannot simply stand by.
It's hilarious that this is, I don't even think it was intentional. Pat Sajak is a massive, staunch conservative.
Our democracy goes right down the drain. We got
We don't have a democracy, we have a republic!
to get engaged, stay active, get hands-on, and do a little nut.
Become an activist and make your life miserable because you can't do anything except push the message. Oh. Wow.
To affect the outcome of this election. Together, we can slam.
So is this election interference? Affect the outcome of this election?
Tilt Trump and hand Harris Walz a jackpot victory in November. Thank you.
That was super cringe.
Hey everybody, this is Derek from.
Ha 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 ha! They have.
Well, we heard a lot from our fictional heroes, but your activism, your vote, and your donations can make us all actual heroes in this quest. As Misha said,
it's time for our fans to.
No, George Takei. He looks rough. Holy shnikers.
Up again to vote blue up and down the ballot.
No.
And to volunteer to write letters and postcards to voters.
Write letters and postcards, guys. Write letters and postcards, yo. Wow.
In this next segment, you'll learn how to write effective letters to voters, urging them to vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you so much for joining this important call.
Look at the editing cuts on this. Millions of dollars, guys.
And may we all live long and prosper.
Stop it. Star Trek transcended politics and petty labels. You mock it. It's disgusting.
Votes, thousands of votes, or as we estimated in 2020, over 100,000 votes, we can feel very confident that those numbers are accurate. And in elections that come down to margins, down to a few thousand votes.
She is reading off of scripts. Nobody actually knows what they're talking about or what they're doing. They are just puppets. Okay, we're skipping you. I don't care.
Well, thank you very much. They actually told me.
The balance, the audio on this is so jacked.
You can speak for an hour and a half. So 30 minutes. He didn't like the way I looked, I guess.
No one does.
1.3 million workers have become unemployed in the past 12 months. I don't know if anybody.
This movement is a not.
Who's this?
Huge.
Been endorsed.
I just wanted to.
You sound weird. Look, joy and hope. This is just as cringe. Just as cringe as that change poster. Do you guys remember that? That change poster with Obama, and they did it in the different shades. Like, she's got her Wonder Woman bracelets at the edges. It's not even Geeks and Nerds for Harris. It's stock imaging. There's not actual any care. I can't believe this is real. Oh God, Bill Nye. Hold on, there's one person. Yep, here we go. This is, oh no, not Doctor Who.
As NBC commentator and justice correspondent.
Tell us you have so much experience.
Well, Nancy, I'm honored to be here with you, and thank you. Thank you for giving me.
Most of these people don't even look like they know what's going on or where they are. They got pumped up on caffeine and God knows what else in their little IVs. And now they're being told to read this and to smile and to act like it's absolutely natural. It's insane. Is that a fake window? She has a fake. It's either a sliding door, but like, why would you have that there? Is it to give the aesthetic of a real window? It kind of looks like a Scream, like the Scream mask. That looks like a fake window. Like, who puts a bookcase? Who doesn't have a window sill, and who puts the bookcase up against a real window where it like condensation and stuff can get on the books like that? So she has a fake when all of this is set up. None of this is real.
And versus societies where we deem that some people are unworthy. And I tell you, that's what it feels like when you hit those moments. And you're completely wrapped up with trying to survive.
Who are these people?
Truly a Wonder Woman having us set all of this up.
Oh God.
We need to defeat the crappy old man with the diaper smell.
This is actually on their stream.
So we gotta choose joy and not hate.
Oh my God.
My sister-in-law, and she is one smart cookie. Please welcome Social Security expert Nancy Altman with special guest Senator Tammy Duckworth and activist Rachel Miner. Welcome, welcome.
What the actual frick?
Welcome. What do you have to say about Social Security?
Linda, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. You are truly a Wonder Woman having us set all of this up. We are going to win this. You have so much experience.
Well, Nancy, I'm honored to be here with you, and thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance to speak. I think the most important thing is that
Why does she sound... Does she sound like frantic to anyone else? Like terrified?
I can speak to having my life saved by Social Security and Medicare. And I can tell you, it's very easy to slip in a moment from being active and working to needing this kind of support.
Whoever said that getting support was a bad thing? Democrats are literally the ones who passed a law that allowed them to take from Social Security. And yet you want to vote for Democrats, the party that is literally taking from Social Security. All right. You do you, boo-boo. You sound super informed. These two cringy cringes again. Oh, here we go. Linda.
Whether you are the most powerful wizard in the land or a simple hobbit, these next two guests have an
Dear God.
important message for you. Please welcome MSNBC commentator and justice correspondent Ellie Mistal, right after a brief message from one of America's most wonderful, nerdy American people that is very cool. Right after this message.
What the heck?
Thank you.
She's so lost. She doesn't actually know what's going on.
Hi, I'm Bonnie from Indiana, and Doctor Who and I premiered within days of one another. I just want to say of strong female characters such as Uhuru, Leia Organa, Ellen Ripley, Zoe Washburn,
all established IPs, all written by men, all directed by men, all have conservative, heroic message, all have traditional masculine values.
Galadriel, the women of DC and Marvel, Rowena, Riversong, and others have showed us anything. It's that strong women are able to lead.
I'm actually disgusted. Nobody said, but the only strength they care about is if you're strong like a man. You can't actually be feminine. You can't have feminine strengths. You must have masculine strengths while also hating everything about men.
I'm voting for Kamala because she will protect the rights of all women and lead us successfully into the future.
No, she won't.
Hello, I am Ellie Mistal the Gray. I'm the justice correspondent for The Nation, and I represent here Earth's hero.
God, give me strength. I mean, at least he did this much, but he didn't care enough to, like, why is this a sweatshirt? Like, you're telling me you got the cape and the hat. This looks like he took felt and string and like it's not edged or finished or anything. So if he made this himself, good on him, I guess. But like, why would you be Gandalf the Gray when you have Gandalf the White staff?
Heroes for donations, and I represent all the free peoples of this good earth.
No, you do not.
I speak for those who want their rights and their decisions on what to do with their own bodies to be governed.
Seriously, that is the only thing that they have, and it's a lie, and it's a farce.
By just laws and their own good.
Just laws? And what does that include? When you allow illegal support into the country and overtake different cities and literally cause havoc and chaos? Is that what you call allowing dangerous criminals out on bail because you don't want to appear racist or whatever? This is such a farce.
Conscience. Unfortunately, our lands today are ruled not by the people.
He's not being honest about this either. He's reading off of a script. You can see it in his glasses. Not one of these people are authentic. I am more pissed about that than anything, because these people are claiming that these are geeks and nerds, and that the geek and nerds and fandoms and IPs are all progressive and liberal, and they stand with Kamala, and it's not true.
But by a captured and corrupted, bizarro version of the Council of Elrond that we call the Supreme Court.
Really? You're going to go after Clarence Thomas? That is not a smart move, bruh. Not a smart move.
Like the storybooks, this Supreme Council consists of people chosen by the powerful, not elected by the people. But unlike the story,
Kamala was really not elected. She was literally handpicked by the Democrats. After they forced Biden out and put Harris in his place. Oh my God.
these lords act solely to advance a dread and brutal vision. They include, of course, the mouth of Sauron, Samuel Alito, the white hand.
What? He just said Alito is the mouth of Sauron. Are you serious?
Of extremism, Clarence Thomas.
Are you serious? Oh my God.
And the avatar of stupidity and foolishness, Brett Kavanaugh.
Didn't we just say back here what Felicia Day literally just said that the divisiveness needs to end, the demonization of half the country needs to end, and not even an hour later, or approximately an hour later, he's demonizing half of the country. I mean, so did the cast of Supernatural, but yeah.
The rule of these men and their handmaiden, Amy Coney Barrett,
took the agency from the woman, cast all of the men as evil characters from Tolkien, and then took the agency from the one woman and is literally comparing them to pure evil. Yeah.
covers the land in darkness.
Tolerance and love, guys.
One that would see the burning, biting, and breaking of the environment, the rescission of individual rights for all those who do not conform to the gender and sexual norms imposed upon them.
People are fucking insane. These people are literally insane. There's no way he just said that with a serious face. What is actually happening right now? How is this real? How is this person actually sitting here and genuinely thinks that this is truthful? I'm about like they are bastardizing Tolkien and they do not care. This is so much cringe.
And of course, their bloodthirsty and treacherous defense of their precious, the Second Amendment.
Bloodthirsty, precious. You guys are the ones who want to slaughter babies. We want to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government or an invasion of people who are anti-American and want to see us dead. It's actually disgusting.
The very idea of a pluralistic democracy stands on the edge of a knife. If we stray but a little and give these
We don't live in a democracy, we live in a republic.
people more judges and justices, it will fail to the ruin of all.
No, you just won't be able to bully and you won't be, oh my God, you aren't going to be able to do whatever you want consequence free. You're not going to be able to traffic children and pimp out God knows what for God knows who, do all of this immoral, degrading, horrific stuff, and you're not going to be able to murder babies whenever you feel like it. You're going to have to actually take responsibility for your actions. God forbid you actually be an adult.
Yet, hope remains while our candidates remain
There is hope.
true. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have
None of these, he's still reading off of a script. He doesn't actually believe this crap.
embraced Supreme Court reform, and with it, the hope that we will live to see these days renewed.
Really? You want the last 4 days when Tim Walz was literally just on stage saying we can't afford 4 more years? You're absolutely right. Nobody can afford 4 more years of this. Nobody can afford to feed themselves or to get anywhere or to keep a roof over their head. And yet you are pushing for those very same policies to be continued on people who cannot actually actually afford it, have no money to pay.
I ask you to support their fellowship. Support them with your coin so they can reform the court and, more importantly, be joined by the strength of armies and armies of lawyers, actually, because lawyers are going to be extremely necessary to defend these election results from the enemy worm tongues that have already taken over the towers of democracy.
Bruh, this is insane.
The state boards of election. And with that, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Sean Astin. Sean the Brave has been fighting in the deep red lands of Indiana, and he's been on an epic Astin for Harris quest across these lands. And by the way, he's 5'0" nothing, 100 and nothing, and he's been hanging in there against the best Republican opposition. Sorry, wrong movie, but you take my point.
No, I actually don't. You've literally lost the plot. You've literally lost the plot. Look at his evil smirk. Look at his evil smirk.
Sean returns to us now at the turning of the tide.
There's so much cringe. All he did was exactly what Amazon's Rings of Power has done. They just repurposed a bunch of lines from Jackson's trilogy and from Tolkien himself and corrupted it with their own message.
Woo!
Why is he at a green screen? This looks terrible, guys. Millions of dollars, guys!
Holy cow.
Yeah,
that was incredible. I'm not sure how you follow that. Thank you for that incredible experience, Gandalf. Linda, thank you so much for having me. You are, as always, a vision and such an extraordinary human being. Your beauty, your strength, your intellect, your passion, your drive. You're just, you are Wonder Woman. Except I also know another Wonder Woman from that era, my mother. And I've been married to a Wonder Woman for 32 years. And we have 3 Wonder Girls, our 3 daughters coming up behind us. So it just seems altogether fitting and proper to
Cool. Are you good with grown men going into the bathroom alone with your daughters who have literally said that they would love to actually punch a woman out if they said anything? Are you comfortable with full grown men lying in wait in a bathroom while your daughters go in unknowingly? You're good with that? This is absolutely disgusting.
To be here with you, Linda, to celebrate and fight for the first
Oh my God, they have a Karen donor.
woman president, the soon-to-be first woman president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. So
No, God, please do not let that happen. It didn't happen for Hillary, and I pray it doesn't happen for Kamala, because if she gets in, oh my gosh, guys, it's going to be an absolute disaster.
I'm looking at geeks and nerds for Harris, and you know, my list of bona fides as a nerd and a geek are so long. I don't want to run out my clock listing them all.
You are not Samwise Gamgee. He is not that prideful.
But I will say I've spent the last 2 years getting my master's degree in public administration and public policy. And so you could find me any time of the day and night with papers and books and strewn around and finding nooks and crannies to go to have airports to take tests in. So pretty nerdy, pretty nerdy. I also want to say that, you know, being a geek or a nerd, those words have been such words of affirmation and words of strength and empowerment and kind of
Words of affirmation. These people, oh my gosh, Sean Astin has lost it.
the taking back of
Elijah Wood
something
has
of our
lost
own
it.
of our own power. But they did start as epithets. They did start as real negative bullying words. And in this country for the last 9 years, we've been getting bullied. We've been getting bullied by Donald Trump and the Trump movement and the MAGA movement.
You're shitting me right now. He did not just say that. Are you serious? Are you shitting me? You have cut conservatives out. You fired Gina Carano for something so mild when other people were literally calling half the country Yahtzees. You have pushed out anyone who dares think differently than you. And you want to sit here and say that you've been bullied? Trump isn't even in office. This is wild. These people genuinely are lost. They are lost. Holy shit.
And, you know, Biden Harris stood up to them in 2020 and
No, they didn't.
beat them.
No, they didn't.
Beat the bullies back. Well,
no, they didn't. They are the bullies. Nobody can afford anything. We've been shamed, shunned, pilfered, told that if we didn't do what we were supposed to do, we were going to have to go to re-education camps to concentrate really hard, and that we don't deserve to have our children, and that children don't belong to their parents, and parental rights are not a thing. The disingenuousness, it's not even disingenuous. The straight up lying is actually evil. The amount that is going on right now.
Oh, they're like a fungus. They've come back to us again now.
Oh, okay. So we're the ones who are bullies. We're the ones who are divisive. We're the ones who are causing all the harm. But it's okay for you guys to belittle, shame Yahtzees. We've been called evil. We've been called the mouth of Sauron, and now you're gonna call us now you're gonna call us fungus. This is what these people think of us. This is what they think of us
now. And what they're bullying as much as anything is our system of government, our way of.
You mean the republic that you all hate and want to destroy?
Of being, the nature of order in our society. I will never forget the image of.
If he brings up, okay, what's the bet? Is it going to be January 6th? Is it going to be January 6th? It's got to be January 6th, right? That's what he's going to bring up. He's going to bring up January 6th, but he's not going to bring up the riots in Portland. He's not going to bring up the Chaz or the Chop. He's not going to bring up how Minneapolis was literally burned to the ground. He isn't going to bring any of that up because they're stuck on January 6th when literally nothing happened except for a conservative woman, a Trump supporter, and an Air Force vet was shot and killed. And Trump told everybody to keep it peaceful. Trump told everybody, don't get overworked. Don't be violent. Keep it peaceful. I am willing to bet that he's about to say January 6th. I am willing to bet.
Our sacred capital.
Told ya.
Torn asunder with smoke and banners and anger and screaming and crying and fighting and a dead police officer and a...
There was no dead police officer, you lying piece of shit.
A dead
He stopped saying protester. The only death that day was a protester. But he had to stop himself because that's the truth, and we can't tell that.
Every time I hear somebody from the other side minimize that or disavow it in some way.
What do you mean disavow? Disavow means that they wouldn't agree with it, which is what you all wanted. Nobody is minimizing it. It was literally like the footage shows at what happened. A lectern was taken, some people sat in a chair, people took pictures, and then a woman was shot and killed.
It makes me want to fight harder.
You disgust me. I can't believe you were Samwise Gamgee.
So my superpower, because I heard everybody else's superpower, my superpower is empathy.
No, it's not. You can't empathize with anybody.
I don't know if it's because my parents were divorced or because my mother suffered from a bipolar mood condition.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about our oppression and what gives us our sob story. Let's talk about our sob story so that we can be more relatable.
But I somehow was given the gift of being able to feel my own heart and feel other people's hearts. So let me just speak in my last moments here to this idea of the hero's journey. I didn't want.
He called us fungus. He called us traitors. He's minimizing half of America. He didn't even finish the word protester because that was too close to the truth, and he was probably told not to bring that up because it would humanize the other side. And now he's going to talk about the hero's journey. Dude's a villain.
Want to wait anymore for the campaign to come up with stuff for me to do. I know from having done other presidential campaigns that each one of these campaigns is an opportunity for us to have a story, our story. What is our relationship to this moment in time?
Oh my gosh. He basically just admitted that the Harris campaign doesn't know what to do with him, so he's just going to wing it. Because that's what the Harris campaign is doing too. They are fucking winging it.
This moment in history, in American history, this could not be any more historic. They're all historic, but this is writ large. So I just decided I was going to start campaigning on my own. I asked the campaign, I'm like, listen, can I just go do my own thing? And they're like, yeah, go. So I came up with
Yeah, go, because we don't have a plan and we don't know what to do.
With Aston for Harris, and I traveled around to 6 different states, just driving around, going to campaign offices and offering support, and it fed into going to the convention and just.
He's literally exploiting fandoms for billionaires.
Being kind of like a mascot at the convention, which is really fun. But what I will say is, I want to talk to the thousands of people who are watching live right now or who might watch this later. Your story relative to this campaign. I don't know if you've ever made a campaign phone call.
Oh my gosh, they're trying to push more activism.
If you've ever put your credit card information in and made a donation. If you've ever walked.
Give us money, make calls, do all the footwork, and then we won't do anything for you once it's done. But don't worry, because these Hollywood elites who don't actually care about us and are so detached from reality and don't have to struggle at all said so. So I feel good because a guy I liked who was in the Goonies or was in Lord of the Rings told me to.
Talked with your friends or with your colleagues or your fellow citizens and knocked on doors and canvassing. I don't know if you've ever done those things.
No, because we have jobs. We are just trying to survive. It's really hard when you're not bleeding the system for money and you actually have to work and earn your ability to provide for your family. So when you're putting in a 14-hour day, it makes it really freaking difficult to go canvassing and knocking on doors. Freaking, I forget. Oh gosh, now I can't think. He's part of the Seth Dillon, I'm pretty sure was the account. Literally, he said, because someone was just like, conservatives don't actually care. They can't organize because they don't have, they're not smart enough, or whatever the hell he said. And then so he Seth Dillon quoted him. I think it was Seth Dillon anyway. And he was like, no, we're too busy working and holding the nation together while you're all out throwing tantrums like a toddler. And that is exactly true. It's what I said earlier in this stream. These people have never had to take responsibility for themselves or clean up their own mess. It's always the conservatives who have to do all of the work. We're the ones cleaning up the mess. That's why conservatives don't want war, because we know what it means, and we know we're the ones that are going to have to fight it, and we're the ones that are going to have to piece the country back together once it's finished. It's insane. McApee for 2 Australians says, when did Sean turn into Gollum? Don't know, but he definitely has. Yukio, thank you for the $2. Yukio Sudoku for Sokudo for $10. Thank you so much for your donation. It says, man, sad to see. I had such a crush for Linda Carter in my youth. Tragic that the mind virus infects them. Absolutely. It like to see that they are that what they are putting her through, and like we've witnessed, you guys saw for yourself, none of these people actually care about Linda Carter's bracelets. They don't actually care about the practical effects. They don't care that she had pantyhose on. They don't care about her tiny waist. They're like, oh man, she was a thing in the 70s. That was her day. Like, we're just here because we have to be, and we're here to like entrap the youth. Like, who actually cares about Linda? But we'll do it because it's our contracts and you're paying us a lot of money.
If you've never done those things, try it. It is.
I actually have done some of those things. I have donated, I have canvassed, and I have made phone calls. It was when I was young and had time. And I promise it wasn't for progressives. It wasn't for liberals. But you know, when you're trying to raise a family and when you're trying to hold down a job and when you're living paycheck to 4 days before your next paycheck, it makes it really hard to just go out and canvass. We really are too busy working to do any of this activism BS.
Absolutely empowering. You have the ability in these next 45, 46 days to make your story real. And I see that it's
getting radicalized, guys. I'm getting radicalized.
Wrap up, but I'm just going to do this. I'm like a guy, like a busker on a street corner. I'm going to do this speech. And if the speech moves you, smash the button and donate right now.
Smash the button and donate right now, guys. I have millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we need your money. Even though you're poor and can't afford anything, give us all you got.
It's like in the great stories, Mr. Frodo. The ones that...
No! These people literally cannot do anything except repurpose. Oh my gosh. Evil cannot create. It can only corrupt. Holy bejesus. He's going to quote Samwise Gamgee after he just got done calling people fungus and evil and traitors. Really?
Really matter. Full of darkness and danger they were.
You are the bad guy, Sean. I hope you know that. You're the bad guy.
And sometimes you didn't want to know the end, because how could the end be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was?
He has not truly recovered. Like, he's never reached like Lord of the Rings levels ever since, right? So it makes sense. But the fact that you are going to invoke Samwise Gamgee, your portrayal of Samwise Gamgee from Peter Jackson's trilogy, the greatest trilogy ever made, and you don't understand what is actually being said, and the fact that it was written by a devout Catholic conservative, and you don't realize that he is against everything that you are currently pushing, is proof that you are not worthy. You are not worthy of calling yourself a steward of the professor's works, because you are twisting and manipulating them to frame your own reality so that you can have confirmation bias, because the second that reality slaps you in the face, you can't actually deal with it. This is absolutely disgusting.
When so much bad had happened. But in the end, it's only a passing thing, this shadow. Even darkness must pass.
Yes, and hopefully Harris will get out of the White House and this term will pass and we will have Trump again. And people will be invigorated to actually work and actually uphold the law and have an innate sense of responsibility. And the country can actually function, and people won't be so tired from working 3 jobs just so they can put food in their kids' mouths, or pay their water bill, or pay their electric bill, or put gas in their car.
And a new day will come. And when the sun shines, it'll shine out the clearer. Those are the stories that stayed with you. Those are the stories that mattered. Even if you were too small to understand why. I think, Mr. Frodo, I understand now. Folk in those stories had lots of chances of
This is actually disgusting.
turning back, only they didn't. They kept going because they were holding on to something.
He's getting rushed. They're saying, hey, you got to wrap it up.
What are we holding on to, Sam? That there's some good left in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for.
Yeah, it ain't the Kamala Walsh. It's not Harrison Walsh. That is for dang sure.
Let's elect Kamala Harris.
No, let's not.
For president. Please donate now.
No. Ew, disgusting.
Thank you, Linda.
Hi, my name is Jennifer and I hail from the very red state of Alabama. My art to me represents what Vice President Kamala Harris
I already have an idea where this is going.
means to me. A game changer who is going to turn the key and unleash voices that previously
delusions of grandeur
have not been heard. As a seasoned woman in her 60s, that means for me...
all these people are like the OG bra burners who haven't been able to like let go of their heydays. They can't actually, they got what they wanted and they don't know what to do, so they're just pushing more and more and more.
Continued improvement in our healthcare system and also providing a voice for our middle class. Go Team Harris Walls.
Ew. These guys again. You're on.
We just heard from the heroes of Middle Earth, and Earth heroes were still behind. Now is the time. Let's donate. Step up. We have 43 more days. Let's crank it out. Wasim?
I don't know. The Space Explorers is a strong contingent. I'm curious.
It can tell us that fandom teaches us that each of us matters.
No. Why are they using him from... Oh,
that no voice is too small.
But yes, I'm seeing a lot of Blackpink. I'm seeing a lot of, I see you, Kiss. Thank you so much. Big Bang, Stray Kids Twice, CM Blue, BT.
He's talking about K-pop bands, guys. Korean pop bands. Oh, God. This is so cringe.
You live in abroad, make sure to spread the word to your community and on social media to go out there and vote. And especially if you live abroad, make sure to go get in your absentee ballot.
Your questions are answered no matter where you live and where you vote. Americans abroad are the path to winning the White House, keeping the Senate, and winning back the House.
None of the Marines who are currently deployed will be voting for Harrison Walsh. She literally lied about no active duty service members are serving in a combat zone. I know 3 personally. And then that video, that viral video that's going around. Like, one of my, like, we were corporals together. He's a gunny now. He's a gunny now. Like, it's wild to me that these people don't think that this stuff, like, you can't just spew BS. People can actually confirm it if they try. Wild.
So let's do this. Thank you.
I don't know who this is. Some abroad chick.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jacqueline Emerson, and I am Foxface from the Hunger Games.
Ugh. This fucking dystopian shipper bullshit. Oh, man, I love K-pop, K-drama. Not so much K-pop, but I do love my K-dramas, J-dramas, C-dramas. Loved them for a long time. I love anime and manga. Have for a very long time. So Hunger Games, congratulations. Never seen it, never read it, never will. I went to Snakes, the Songbirds and Snakes with X-Ray and Mrs. Nerdrotic, and I was like, please explain to me what's going on because I have no idea. And I was like, so I guess the snow guy is supposed to be evil now? And they were like, oh, we forgot. You don't actually know what's happening. And I was like, yeah, I have no freaking clue. Hunger Games, congrats. I don't
personally
care.
love canvassing to vote, but I know that Foxface probably wouldn't. She's a little bit of an introvert. So I'm so stoked to be here with Matt Caffrey from Swing Left to chat about the Introvert's Guide to Canvassing.
Swing left, guys. Swing left, because we're swingers. Oh gosh, what is his voice?
So, Matt.
I wonder if his voice is going to be super soy.
Most of us don't usually talk to strangers about politics. That can kind of be a little bit of a scary thing, and it can be outside of our comfort.
No, it's designed that way. It was literally, don't talk about politics or religion because it can be uncomfortable. So rather than learning how to have difficult conversations, it's now become combative. That was by design.
So first off, does it really work?
Yeah, talking to voters is the most effective thing you can do to help win.
It is oozing soy. Yeah, talking to voters is the most effective thing that you can do.
In elections, consistently, door knocking, talking to voters on the phone.
There is something about him. He has dead eyes. I do not trust him, and something is off with her. She looks like she just rolled out of bed and has yesterday's makeup on. And something about him, I don't like him. I haven't really liked anybody on this panel, but something about him is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Is what campaigns tell us they need the most. And the data that we generate when we do that is also really essential.
I don't like him. We're skipping. I can't. Something about him. Oh God, what is this? Is this? Oh my good Lord. Okay, we're switching over right here.
So you don't need anything in advance. You can just show up.
Awesome. Well, I will be there. I hope to see you all too. And thank you so much again for
I don't know where that is, and we will not be going because I do not care.
Chatting with me.
Welcome, everybody. It's I Love the 1870s with Liz Winstead. Am I pointing in the right direction? Liz Winstead, the great Greg Proops, host of the Smartest Man in the World podcast.
Bruh. What's with all their cringe glasses? What the frick? He's got a Zoltan shirt on. Oh my God.
And of course, on tour with Whose Line. On to my left and my right. Wait, hold on. Over here, that's Angela B. Shelton and Francis Collier of Frangela. And to destroy America, not the least of which is reinstating the Comstock Act from 1870. The least of you about one of the many things that Project 2025 will do to destroy.
Yep, knew it. They're pushing the Project 2025 bullshit. This is such a lie.
Destroy America, not the least of which is reinstating the Comstock Act from 1870. Liz, why don't you just tell everybody what the essence of the Comstock is?
What the essence is, not what it actually is. Word it so that it sounds horrific. And also, even though Trump has nothing to do with the Project 2025, we're going to claim that he does, and we're going to use scary words like Comstock Act, and we're going to talk about the 1870s because it was a long time ago when things were really oppressive and women were oppressed, and there was segregation and slavery. Like, it was a bad time.
Act is, and we'll take
books. So basically, it's a law from 1874 that this puritanical busybody who was a liberal, by the way. Basically said, I hate sex. I don't enjoy anybody who likes sex. And so I found out that people are getting nefarious things sent through the mail. So what I'm going to do, things that I
I'm actually disgusted. Look, she's framing this so insanely.
look at what's being sent through the mail. And Congress back then was embroiled in a massive scandal where they were literally taking millions and millions of dollars from the.
Her voice is like a cheese grater on a chalkboard.
Railroad industry. So they were like, wait, this can deter and detract from our railroad scandal. So we're going to pass this.
You know what the railroad scandal was? The liberals were helping the railroad barons murder people for their land or force them off their land by bankrupting them and stealing from them so the railroad barons could put railways where they wanted to save money and be greedy. That's what they're talking about.
This law that says you can't send anything lewd or lascivious through the mail, including abortifacients, including porn, including birth.
Oh no. God forbid that porn not be able to be sent through the mail. This is what these people care about, being able to be lewd and disgusting and depraved.
The lascivious things he identified not being sent through the mail is because he himself was a chronic masturbator. And
I hate this. We're skipping this. It's
From town to town.
fear-mongering bullshit.
Gave Spider-Man what for? But we're all the one
heroes. We've got
these guys again.
Left out so much, Lindy. Listen, you know, we were going to talk about the abortion issue, and for some reason that got kind of left out here. And Comstock.
No, it hasn't. That's all they've been talking about is reproductive rights.
Act, I think, was going to kind of go into that a little bit. But this is so important. I do not want to leave this off because we are being stripped bit by bit. 44% of our nation are under these restrictive laws. And
You're not allowed to kill babies. You're not allowed to kill babies. How restrictive. How rude. How restrictive.
I, for one, who have benefited from having these kinds of freedoms.
She just admitted that she's gotten an abortion.
My daughter doesn't have the same freedoms I do.
Yes, she does.
Your grandchildren. And
I don't have any grandchildren. And my children actually have more freedoms than they ever did, thanks to Donald Trump. But we'll just go ahead and skim over that.
Half the nation is under these restrictive laws, and it affects men too.
Yeah, it affects men because now they have to stand up and actually be responsible for human beings that they help bring into this world by giving 50% of their genetic material to them. God forbid.
It affects your families. It affects. They want to ban contraception.
Oh my God. Nobody wants to ban contraception. She's insane. That is a flat out lie. Holy crap. All conservatives do is preach contraception. Condoms, abstinence, literal, like, I'm going to breathe. What she's talking about is the abortion pill. That's not a contraceptive. A contraceptive prevents, it prevents, like, it creates a barrier so that conception doesn't actually happen at any point, because conservatives believe that life begins at conception. So a contraceptive Now, Catholics don't believe in contraceptives except for abstinence until you're married. And then once you're married, you're not supposed to use contraceptives, obviously, because you're married, and that's the whole point of marriage. That aside, what she's talking about is the abortion pill that just killed a woman, and they're trying to pin it on conservatives. They have blood, hundreds of thousands of babies' blood on their hands, tens of thousands of women's blood on their hands. And they are attempting to push it off on conservatives because if they admitted that it was a murder industry, nobody would do it. This is why the fact that Wonder Woman is sitting here saying abort your youth when the origin of the character that she played was literally that she had to be, well, depending on the origin, but essentially like gods were literally hunting her down to try and kill her because of the threat that she posed. She's a demigoddess, the character that she played, Wonder Woman. And she's literally talking about ending innocent human life. This is wild. This is wild.
Don't forget that includes condoms. So.
No, it doesn't. Where did that BS line come from? No conservative is trying to take away condoms. We just don't want you to be a slut. Or a whore. Take your pick. Whatever. How hard is it to not brag about having a body count of, gosh, what was it? The Disparu showed me one where like some chick was bragging about sleeping. She slept with over 400 guys in a year. That's more than a dude a day. I don't want men to act like that. I don't want women to act like that. No, we're not trying to get rid of condoms. Who is feeding these people these fucking lies?
Now, I'd love to introduce a real fun guy who probably knows a thing or two about fungi or fungi. If you grew up in the 90s, you would recognize him.
Oh, no. It's going to be Bill Nye, the science guy. Yuki of Sakudo, what is 20? Thank you so much for your generosity tonight. I appreciate it. What is sad is that all these people literally spit on their fans just because they vote for Trump. As a nerd, I just wanted to enjoy stories of fantasy. Exactly. What's worse is they have no idea the world or reality we live in. They don't. I said at the beginning of the stream, Yuki, I don't know if you were here. There's a difference between working. I'm not saying that these people have never worked hard. I'm sure they have. But there's a difference between working hard and struggling while working hard. These people have never had to play utility roulette. These people have never had to water down their milk to try and make it last. These people have never had to try and decide between, like, do I eat a little bit tonight and not eat for the next 3 days, or do I just not eat tonight and not eat for 4 days? How am I gonna get to work the next 3 days when I only have a quarter tank of gas and $7 in my account? If you're lucky, you're up $7. It's usually in the negative by then. These people have never lived paycheck to 4 days before next paycheck. And it isn't because you're bad with money. It isn't because you are out here spending lavishly on yourself. It's because you literally cannot make enough money to survive. It's devastating and evil. And the fact that these people are going to sit here and lie to our faces about us and attempt to gaslight us about ourselves is absolutely freaking evil and disgusting.
Him anywhere, and even if you didn't, you can't help but be a fan. Geeks and nerds, please welcome our favorite science.
This is going to be so cringe.
Guy, it's Bill Nye, the science guy. Welcome, Bill Nye. Thank you so much for being here. Please tell them all that we need their vote and we need them to donate. You can do it.
Thank you so very much indeed. Yes, everybody, you have to vote.
I guarantee you he has no idea who Linda Carter is. He has absolutely no idea. None whatsoever. That's why he said thank you and didn't say her name. Oh, McAfee, that's what I was saying. McAfee, that's what I was saying before. You ever had bread and butter for supper? Hold the bread and the butter? You ever been so poor you ate sleep for supper and breakfast? Drank a whole lot of water? Yeah. That is the reality that millions of Americans are facing, and they want to belittle us and gaslight us and tell us that it's not actually happening and that we're actually the problem. Even though it's Kamala who is currently in office, and it's these policies that are putting Americans in these positions. It's at that Oprah town hall when she got asked, how are you going to make cost of living more affordable? And she's like, well, the American dream, we got to balance your right to, have that dream with, what is just. Like, that was her answer. She has no plan. She doesn't care about the American people. She has absolutely no plan, no direction. She just wants to be the first female president, get her little pat on the back, write her name in the history book, and then call it a day.
Quote, I have said for many years that we consider science to be political, but not partisan. However, the other side is causing nothing but trouble. For those of you who aren't
It's always the other guy's fault. Yep.
familiar with this part of
They keep holding up the Constitution like they actually care about it, and like they haven't used it as toilet paper for the last 6 decades.
the Constitution,
Minimum.
which is available in paperback, Article 1, Section 8, the Congress's job is to promote the progress of science and useful arts.
Okay. We're not the ones who made it partisan, and it's supposed to be truthful. It isn't supposed to just be blindly done based off of what experts who are lining their own pockets say. I hate this man.
The science of climate change happening and essentially taking bribes from the oil industry, the fossil fuel industry.
I hope he gets sued.
To keep themselves in business. This is not what anyone in the world really wants.
Nobody wants you, Bill Nye. Oh my gosh, the desperate gasp for relevance.
The United States is the most influential culture. We influence people all over the world. So this is it. The science and technology, see the donate button there? We want you to focus it, change the world. And along with that, now for something really special, I get to introduce a group of folks.
So he talked for 30 seconds and he talked about the lie that is climate change. He knows it's a lie. He knows for a fact that it's a lie. He's the one taking bribes from alternative energy and from Democrats because fossil fuels make people's lives better. Makes it actually sustainable. And that's not what these people want. We are peons. We are plebs. We are to be stepped on. It's disgusting.
Who know what turning science fiction into science fact really means.
That's not how it works.
I'm talking about the science fiction stars, the people we all look up to as fans.
Oh no, I already see where this is going.
Our next panel is led by former Chief Technology Officer of the United States, Megan Smith, who is an engineer, and technologist, was his assistant to President Obama for technology and co-created Women Techmakers.
The women in STEM BS has absolutely destroyed STEM. 100,000%.
She is going to lead our science fiction, science fact conversation, starting with none other than Dr. Mae Jemison. Megan, over to you. Let's change the world.
Hello, my fellow Americans.
You can't change the world by voting for the same thing.
Thank you, Bill. Now, it is my honor to introduce this woman I met, Harold, here with our TechG United States of America.
Oh, hello, fellow Americans. Thank you so much for joining us.
Millions of dollars, and they still can't get it right.
Geeks and nerds, and May, you're just extraordinary. I actually have one of your books in my hand, and
oh look, it's the same one that's on her shelf. It's almost like it was planned.
Where the Wind Goes. So find Where the Wind Goes.
She had to look at the title. She didn't actually know what the name of the book that she had in her hand was.
I just want to welcome you, and I know what we wanted to talk a little bit about is here. You know, science and technology itself is full of wonder. It's about love in our country since the beginning when President...
About feelings. Engineering is about feelings and love. Never mind the math and the strategy and the physics. It's about feelings. It's about love, guys.
Washington founded Corps of Eng, which is the Army Corps of Engineers. And I'm an engineer for the war.
Everybody, you guys are right after me.
And everything that
they keep screwing
we
up.
did, after the war, it becomes National Science Foundation and our whole research base that actually through all of that, the internet comes when that's how we're talking to each other. We're the nation that went to the moon, and you, an astronaut, have been in space. I just want to engage on the science future. This particular group, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, are people who really believe in science, and they have driven.
What's a woman? If they believed in science, why were they so against Space Corps? If they believe in science, why are they so against any type of biological fact? Why are they so against physics? Why are they so against sports science? Why are they so against science of the human body that states that if you are a 5'4" woman, you should not weigh 800 pounds? If you are a 5'11" woman, you should not weigh 800 pounds. What happened to all of those facts? It's not body shaming. It's disgusting that these people are going to continue to push these lies. Oh my gosh. I can't.
Problem. We have an issue.
She kind of looks like Wanda Sykes, doesn't she?
Because we have to have
who is also insane.
Agriculture and understand what's going on. So this policy issue makes a difference. What I'd like to jump into is sometimes when we think about what's going on in the world and really bold moving forward kinds of initiatives, particularly as you find in space exploration, people wonder what difference does it make? And I'm reminded by something Julius Nyerere, who was the first president of Tanzania, said in the 1960s. He said, while they're trying to reach the moon, we're trying to reach the village. But I would say that we can reach the village nowadays because of what we did when we went to the moon.
Oh my gosh. They're trying to be really profound.
Because we're able to use remote sensing, because we're able to use communications. And it's really by pursuing that advanced and evolved tomorrow that we really build that better world today. So
you guys don't want Elon Musk, who's paying for it out of his own pocket, to reach Mars. And now you're going to try and talk about, you're going to attempt to talk about a better future and wanting more. You've lost the freaking plot. All of you, you're just full of crap. Oh God, what is this? Oh, I knew it.
Yeah, Megan, I'm sitting here thinking about your question, and I'm realizing that a lot of my favorite science fiction is full of these egomaniacal tyrants that care only about accumulating power and wealth and don't care at all about the people that they're supposed to be.
Hello, pot. My name is Kettle. These people can't be serious. They're oh my God, it's just so cringe. Oh, is this gonna be more? Yep, more of the same. We've got our little Lego build. We've got our little C-3PO build. Here comes the Star Wars fandom. Oh God.
Fighting for our rights and our freedom.
Go nerds, go geeks.
Ew.
Woo!
Thank you for being here.
Brandon from
Don't associate yourselves with me, you fakes.
Augusta, Georgia. I'm a Star Wars fan, and I think that Kamala and Tim are the right choice because, like the Jedi, Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker, the Rebels, and the Resistance, they're fighting for our rights and our freedoms, both.
Dear God.
To keep them and to extend them to those who may not yet have them. They're fighting to protect the environment. We only get one Mother Earth.
No, they're not.
They're fighting for the rights of our LGBTQIA brothers and sisters and our people of all races, colors, creeds, and beliefs, and for a woman's right to choose.
It always comes back to abortion. They don't actually care. They just want to keep murdering babies.
I truly believe the Force is strong.
Ah, they cut him off.
Hey, welcome to Star Wars and Democracy. I'm here with three dads.
Star Wars and Democracy. Well, I guess technically the Empire was a democracy until it wasn't.
Two from the Congressional Dads Caucus, Representative Andy Kim and Representative Wiley Nickel, and the party.
We found the elusive modern audience. It's that one guy.
Chair of the DNC, Jamie Harrison. I'm Yvette Nicole Brown. Now we're going to chop it up a bit about why we love all things Star Wars and a bit about how it connects with the epic battle we're facing as a Democratic Republic.
Literally, Mr. Dro, That is the exact scene that played in my head. I love democracy. Okay, after I get done with this, I'm gonna have to make a video about this stream. Holy cow.
Against pure evil on November 5th. But first, a little about my Star Wars journey. I saw A New Hope in theaters when I was 6 years old, and I've always been drawn to the Jedi and the idea of people using an unseen force for good, always.
You're always drawn to the Jedi, and yet you're gonna vote for the party who literally is in power right now and crushing the morale and souls of Americans. All right.
For good. I think of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz that way now. Their force is decency and joy, and I believe that it is always unstoppable when wielded properly and among like-minded fellow Jedis. And that's us, everybody. We wield this force by voting.
You got to think like us. Got to think like us.
Now, how about you three? What's your Star Wars journey, your story? I'm going to start with Representative Kim and then go to Representative Nickel and then to Party Chair Harrison. So
yeah, thanks.
Yes.
You know, we're a big Star Wars family, a big Star Wars Lego family, as you can see.
Isn't that Rey? It's Rey, so it's Disney Star Wars. It's not even Lucas Star Wars.
3 things I feel like I learned real quick. One is that, you know, we're part of something bigger than all of us.
Isn't it funny? Like, they have these little things. Like, oh man, if I did a face review, I wouldn't have to set anything up. Like, I said this earlier when we were looking at freaking Gail Simone, excuse me. At Gail Simone, when she had her Wonder Woman stuff propped out or whatever, and she had like her Funko, like, and then she has like a plant, and she's got 2 little ukuleles taking up valuable space that no actual like nerd or geek would do if it doesn't have anything to directly do with the books. It's one thing to put some type of like bookend or statement piece or something like that there, but like, you're taking up valuable real estate. Books take up a lot of space. Why are you wasting it on plants, fake plants, and ukuleles? Little ukuleles that you can't even play. Like, what is actually going on? I am flabbergasted at this, but they've all pulled out like their geek card, their geek pass, their geek card. Like, look, see, I have this. I am geek. Listen to me.
That's something that I think we can all take apart. Also, you can't assume that someone else is going to.
Oh, thank you, Maza. Bruh, you want to jump on? You want to come on for a minute? Because I'm dying right now. Like, literally, my soul can only handle so much cringe. This is more than Willow and Acolyte and Rings of Power and Agatha and She-Hulk and the Marvels and the Eternals and everything else in between, who's I can't even think of anymore because they all just blend into one giant vat of absolute schnikes of doo-doo. This is more than all of that. Unreal.
To fight your fights for you. So if you want to see change, you got to do it yourself. And 3, when it comes to voter,
all of these people are advocating for stuff to change. Like, hey, you got to fight for yourself. Nobody's coming to save you. When Harris is literally the one saying that, like, we're gonna fix it. We're coming for you. Like, I'm gonna do the right thing. Like, we're going to get out of this together. You're literally in the White House right now. Fix it now.
outreach, never give up on anyone. If Darth Vader can change his mind and take matters into his own hand to change the leadership of the Empire, any voter can change their mind, and we got to make sure we're going through this and doing our best to be able to engage people. So
Vader can change his mind. I'm so confused. Like, who's Vader? Is Trump Vader? He's not changing his mind. Kamala hasn't even made up her mind. Okay? If you're watching this, please, for the love of God, don't vote for Kamala. I'm begging you, please. Like, I'll be cringe. I'll beg. I'm not going to ask you for money though. Like, I'm not saying go donate. I'm not saying, like normally I'm just like, hey guys, like you can make decisions on your own. I am telling you right now, this is an act of desperation. And none of these people actually care about you. Harris sure as heck doesn't. They just want to continue living their champagne socialist lives because it's very easy to be a socialist in a capitalist nation. You cannot be a capitalist in a socialist nation. They want to distribute other people's wealth because there is other wealth to distribute. But they're talking about the peons, the plebs, us. They don't want us to keep our own wealth. That's why they want to tax us to death and redistribute our wealth. They're not actually going to get taxed on their own. Trump called this out in 2016 when he was running against Hillary. He's like, he was like, okay, if you don't like the loophole, how come you don't close it? Because your friends, your donors, they all use it. And you aren't going to do that to them because then you'd lose their support. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. And the Democrats live off of billionaire donations. Live off of it. Ugh.
That's something I always try to think about.
I love that. Representative Nickel, it's you.
Well, thank you so much. And
oh my God, his voice. I'm actually, I'm not even a man, but my T levels are, my very already low T levels because I'm a female are dropping. I can't imagine what this is doing to men.
First of all, Yvette, Jamie, you are both invited and welcome to join the Congressional Dads Caucus. We would love to have
this is so fucking cringe.
You as a part of the team. It is inclusive of all. But for me,
inclusivity. We've heard a lot about. So they're saying we're inclusive. We have representation. We want diversity. But then they want to call us fungus and traitors and divisive and evil and that we're the problem. Pick a lane, bruh. Pick a lane. We got to listen to this guy's cringe voice more. Sorry.
I was one of those, geeks and nerds, the first to watch Star Wars in the theaters, the first showing available, waiting, because it's about hope. It's about justice. It's about standing up for doing what's right. That's why
I hate these people. I'll rephrase. I hate what these people are doing.
I'm in Congress. That's why I'm fighting so hard as part of, the Congressional Dads Caucus for my kids, where we are.
Yeah, you care about your kids, but you want the right to murder babies. Pick a lane, bruh. Pick a lane. You can't care about human life if you don't care about where it's supposed to be the most protected, which is inside their mother's womb. This is wild.
Focusing on making sure we have paid family medical leave, investments in child.
We already have paid family medical leave. The insurance companies that Trump tried to take down who were backed by the Democrats. They're the ones who don't want to cover that. Businesses who support Democrat politicians, they were against it.
Childcare, extending the child tax credit. And I know tonight we have had so many folks straining the metaphors for Star Wars and so many other.
Straining the metaphors for Star Wars and so many other. I'm sure he's going to say either IPs or fandoms or something along that. If you were a true fan, you wouldn't have to strain. It wouldn't come off cringy. It might come off, silly or dorky or nerdy. But it wouldn't be strained. None of these people are actually fans. I am not well, Steve. You just getting here? This is not good, bro. This has been an absolute nightmare.
Amazing shows. But I do it all the time when I get a chance. I was on Fox News a few days ago talking about Donald Trump's Project 2025.
It's not his project.
And I made the very important point, where the hosts were saying, oh, no, he says he doesn't know anything about it. I said, his fingerprints are all over it. It is his program. We know this is the plan.
He's literally said it's not his. He's had nothing to do with it. People have come out and they have claimed credit for Project 2025. But this is the only straw man they have left. This is the only thing. Abortion and Project 2025, a bunch of fear-mongering propaganda because they have no policy to run on. It's just other guy bad. That's it. They have nothing to run on because there has been no success for these past 4 years. They have no accolades to tout, and the accolades they do tout are skewed and fake and false. This is unbelievable.
He's going to enact if he's allowed to be our next president, and it's like Emperor Palpatine saying he had no idea about Order 66.
Bruh. This is oh my gosh. These people do not live in reality at all. They cannot separate escapism and fantasy from reality. They have not had any actual life experience. They have never had to struggle. They have never had to do any of this. So they have nothing to draw off of. So the only thing they can do is corrupt and distort IPs and pop culture in an attempt to appear relatable because they have no experiences of their own. This is wild.
So I'm willing to take it to Fox News because we got to get Kamala Harris into the White House.
Absolutely. Chair Harris.
Well, for me, listen, I often say that the Democratic Party is a party built on hope.
There's the hope again. I think that's like the 4th time, guys. Not to mention Miss Linda Carter's picture where next to Tim Walz it says hope. Hope and joy, guys. Hope and joy. Why are we hoping? They're in office right now. Fix it now, Kamala.
That is who we are. That's our superpower.
No, it's not. You are liars and thieves and degenerates.
The other side, their superpower is fear.
Oh my gosh, you're the one pushing fear-mongering, you disingenuous, lying prick.
Fear and division, but we are about hope. It's about joy. It's about
hope and joy, guys. Hope and joy. Hope and joy.
Bringing together diverse folks.
Diverse in everything except what really matters.
For one common mission. And, even in the face of overwhelming odds we saw in Star Wars,
these guys genuinely think that they are the underdog and that they're the good guys. Newsflash! You are the bad guys. You would be the mustache man's people in the 1930s and 40s. Just saying. You'd be the Germans in World War I as well. You are not the good guys.
That you never give up. You always fight. And so we see that they are coming after all of our freedoms. They're coming after all of our rights, and we cannot curl up in a little ball and give up. We got to speak up and speak out about the injustice, the bigotry, the hatred, the division. We see the attacks coming at the Haitian communities right now. And we all, even if you're not Haitian, we're all Haitian today. We have to stand up and say enough.
We're all Haitian today. I am not Haitian. No, I am not. I am actually not. This is fucking wow.
Enough. And that's where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and this entire Democratic Party is all about. It's about standing up, speaking out for the least of these and pushing.
No, it isn't. She doesn't give a crap about these people. Stop lying. She's using them as cannon fodder to push her propaganda. My God, these people.
And fighting back. And when we do that, folks, we always win.
McAfee, sorry, I just saw this. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Me too.
Absolutely. Now, I began my Star Wars journey as a fan, but I'm happy to say that I'm now a small, tiny part of the canon, if only as a Lego, because I voiced Lieutenant Colvette Valeria in the Lego Star Wars universe.
Lego Star Wars. Like, I got a paycheck from Disney, so now I'm out here shilling. That was definitely in
Getting to say, may the force be with you is an honor I can't quantify. So I hope we can all say it together as we leave this segment. You guys ready?
Yeah.
1, 2.
I swear to God, if they say, may the force be with you.
3. May the
force be with you.
This thing is so scripted and so predictable. It is actually disgusting. And they are doing nothing but repurposing and regurgitating more intelligent, more capable, more talented individuals than themselves and distorting it for their own evil purposes. Exactly. Yuki, Hope does not fill my bank account. Hope does not put groceries on my table. Hope does not pay my rent. That's like when people are like, oh, we'll pay you an exposure. And it's like, that doesn't pay my bills. That doesn't pay my rent. That doesn't put food on my table. So no, I will not be paid an exposure. If you want to, you should give me credit for my work, if that's what you're talking about. And you should also pay me for my work. Because I have done the work, I have provided the good or the service, pay me. And if it's, if it is a certain percentage of whatever the profits are, okay. If it is an upfront total sum with maybe a few royalty, like with a small royalty stipend or something, okay. But the crap that they're peddling right now is not reality. It doesn't, Yuki is absolutely right. It doesn't put food on the table. It doesn't keep a roof over your head. It doesn't buy clothes for your kids. It doesn't pay for your doctor bills. It doesn't put gas in your car. It doesn't pay for your oil change. It's not there. It's not there where we no longer have 24-hour pharmacies or Walmarts so that when your 6-year-old wakes up with a 103-degree fever and you have to, you can't run to the store to get Tylenol anymore because you're out of it, or they're sick, you have the money, it's 9 o'clock at night, they're sick, but you don't have the money, even though it's 9 o'clock at night, to run to the store to get them any medicine. So you have to sit in a cold shower or a lukewarm shower to try and bring their temperature down that way and have them wrapped up so that, they don't get pneumonia on top of it. These people have never had to do any of that. And I am genuinely disgusted at all of the BS that they have been pushing this entire stream, because nobody who has been on here has actually had to struggle.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
The force is, may the force be with you. They don't even know what that means. They think that the force is just some entity or some kind of power that's meant to be harnessed and utilized. They don't even know what it means. They don't know what the Jedi stand for. They don't care what the Jedi stand for. They don't care about heroes. These are the people who want villains. They need their bad boys. They need their bad boys. It's disgusting.
Hello, fellow.
No! Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh my god. Let's see, what have you got back here? You have a Wheaties box. You have some weird head statue. You have a Wilson ball. You have another ball. Yeah, you're a total nerd. You're a total geek. Remember, she was president of the world. I gotta take a snapshot of this, a screenshot. This is just too good. Sorry, fam. You get to witness that. Okay, here we go. Let's hear what she has to
Geeks
say.
and nerds. We have a singular mission today to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as our next president and vice president of the United States. As an avowed Trekkie, a Wonder Woman
You're not a Trekkie.
Fan from way back.
A Wonder Woman fan from way back. Note that none of these people actually can say what their favorite part of something is. They'll take the most famous lines out of stuff, or they'll take the most famous scenes that they got so big that that you couldn't ignore them. They were literally in the ether. You just absorbed it through osmosis. But none of them have actually said what it is they love, what their favorite. Mark Shepard came the closest, and they cut his ass off because he's sounding too much like a conservative. And Jensen was incredibly vague. I think those two are closeted conservatives. I really do. I genuinely think they are closeted conservatives, and they were there on contract. And I think that Mark Shepard probably needed the money too, because I know it's been he's even said like work's been kind of rough.
And
note that Jared Padalecki was nowhere to be found.
A supernatural superfan I believe in the power of storytelling and the power of transformation.
She's reading from a script. She is reading from a script. And she doesn't actually believe anything she's saying.
We face real challenges in this moment. And as we continue to move our nation forward, we are trying to figure out who we are as people and where we're headed. For that, we deserve leaders who see us and are not only willing to serve us, they are driven by a commitment to justice, to
More justice talk, but they're talking about social justice, not actual justice. This is
fairness,
disgusting.
to opportunity. We need real life heroes who understand.
They keep trying to like make you, have you noticed? They keep trying to make you feel better about yourself by calling you like, you can be a hero. Here's how you can be a hero. They are gaslighting and distorting the truth, and they're trying to give you a greater sense of self and delusions of grandeur so that they can manipulate you into what they want from you. And the second they get it, they drop you like a sack of potatoes.
The pain our communities feel is real, but so too is the promise. We've all watched as the
What promise? They are currently in the White House.
captain responds to a call to help, as the brothers face demons and his villains hatch even more insidious plots.
She's talking about the other people that were on the panel. She's like trying to tie it all together. This is so fake and forced. It's actually disgusting.
But what never changes is that the promise of triumph doesn't belong to one person, one leader. It's the crew that beams into the unknown, the hunters who gather to protect the innocent, the Justice League who joins the fight.
None of these people, nobody prepared, nobody did the homework, guys. 0 of these people did the homework for sure.
In this election, we can be the ones who elect Harris and Walz to lead a nation that defends a woman's right to choose.
Gosh! Oh my gosh, all they can keep going back to is murdering babies. That's all they got. That's all they have, guys. We got to be able to let women decide to murder their own children. Because without that, we're nothing. These people are demonic.
That respects diversity, equity, and inclusion.
DEI, DIE. Ugh. You play by the die, you die by the die. Diversity, equity, and inclusivity. Note, we still haven't heard anything about policy except from one guy who listed 3 things that she stole. Where is he at? Okay. Listed off 3 things that she stole from the Trump campaign and has no intention of actually doing.
As fundamental values, not epithets or curse words. A president who doesn't hesitate to use her power.
Oh, so we do know how to use proper pronouns.
To end gun violence in our schools.
Look at the rates in California when she was there. You are a lying sack of trash.
And a vice president who has proven his willingness to fight poverty among our children.
He literally prevented people from purchasing seeds so they could grow their own food during the pandemic, the scandemic, and allowed Minneapolis to burn to the ground, along with several mom and pop shops of lower income and low middle class families. You are disgusting.
We can have leaders who will continue to tackle the climate crisis and who will refuse to.
There is no climate crisis. 0. There is no climate crisis. It's called weather. It changes. The climate changes. We've known this for years. But you guys are using it to launder money.
To join the legions who would censor our right to know our history and plot our futures. As Captain Jean-Luc Picard warned us, with the first link, the chain is forged.
Don't you dare bring in Drumhead. First of all, she's reading from a script. I can quote that without looking at anything. It's my favorite. Star Trek Original Series is my favorite series, but my favorite episode is a TNG episode, and it is Drumhead, and that is what she is quoting, but she's not even quoting it from memory. She's looking on a script. This is, oh my God, infuriating.
The first speech censored, the first...
Y'all are the ones censoring. You are the ones that are preventing the truth from being put out there. You guys are the ones who are altering what people can look for. Google, Apple, Edge, all of them. You can't find a single positive thing. If you type in, why should I vote for Donald Trump? It literally tells you that you should vote for Kamala Harris. Oh my gosh.
Thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, changes us all irrevocably.
You disingenuous hack. I think this and Sean Astin are the two most infuriating segments that I have witnessed.
Winning in November is not about magic. It's math. Like Cap.
Oh, now we care about math? Oh, no. I have a feeling she's going to bring up Janeway, isn't she?
Captain Catherine Janeway.
Oh, look at it. Look who called it.
We will venture beyond what we understand, and we won't stop until we reach our destination.
They didn't actually reach their destination. Like, did you actually watch the series, bruh? Oh my God.
We will be willing to invest our time in the communities that are still struggling to recover from the last time the other guy was in office.
It's been 4 years. What's been happening since then? What have they been doing? What has the current administration been doing since then? Why are they going to wait until after November to fix stuff? Oh my God, everybody. Oh, all of them have all night, Momus. They've all been reading off of scripts. It has been everybody all night.
We will be dedicated to giving of our talents, whether it's knocking on doors or beaming into volunteer spaces and doing our part.
You mean rushing in last minute 3 a.m. ballots because you don't have the votes? That kind of beaming in? I'm glad that all of these unemployed people that you are telling you will continue to support on the taxpayers' dime should go ahead and canvass and spend their free time trying to get people to vote, because the rest of us are breaking our back trying to keep the country moving, because there's a senile old man who is not in charge of anything and a cackling hag who doesn't give a crap about anybody else. Oh, Deleted Scenes became a new member. Oh my goodness. Thank you very, very, very much. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you. Really and truly. You joined on the Ocarina level. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Means a lot. Everybody has been very generous this evening. Thank you so much. There's no expectation of that, but it is, of course, absolutely appreciated. This has been hell. So I'm sorry that you're having to suffer through it.
And we will guard the treasure of our democracy.
We don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic. All these people want to hold up the Constitution and talk about how it's so sacred, and they're the ones that are using it as toilet paper. And we don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic. Say it with me. We live in a republic. But words have power. They know that if they say republic, people are going to associate that with Republican. And they're going to be like, oh, if we live in a republic, why aren't we voting for Republicans? That's why they call it a democracy. Democracy, Democrats. It's word association. It is basic propaganda. And it is simple and easy. That's why they say democracy. Because they want you to associate it with Democrat. They do not want you to associate it with Republican. When Mark Shepard was talking about informed voters, that is not what they want. They want emotional, easily controlled, low information voters. Because an informed voter would never vote for Democrats.
by protecting the right to vote and expanding
whose right to vote is in jeopardy. Nobody's right to vote is going anywhere. That's not even a thing. You people have lost the plot.
believes they should be heard. We are geeks and nerds who know that the impossible.
Every time they say this, I'm like expecting them to say geeks and gamers, and I just want to be like, Jeremy, get him! Get him! They said the thing. Get him!
Possible is a state of mind, and we're not going back. We're
not going back to prosperity and peace and exceptionalism. I don't think that's the message you want to send.
Forging ahead, and we are changing
off of a cliff, forging ahead off of a cliff.
The future, one vote at a time, one person at a time, one day at a time. We are going to win this election.
No, you're not.
For Kamala Harris.
No.
And Tim Walz.
No.
We are going to win it for our people.
Whose people?
You're going to win it for the future.
What future? You don't care about all of those babies who were murdered in their mother's wombs' future. So why should I believe that you give one iota about my future when a big chunk of your party believes that I am excess carbon that and literally a Yahtzee?
And now, as Captain Michael Vernon tells us,
STD.
Let's fly.
It's so cringe. It's so cringe. Oh no. I knew it was coming, but like Will Wheaton, LeVar Burton. Oh no. Oh. My childhood is my nostalgia. Like, man, they are really just gutting and they're literally going scorched earth on this. They are desperate.
Well, hello, I'm Bill Prady. I'm the co-creator of The Big Bang Theory, but the
Big Bang Theory had promise, started out strong, and ended up hating and mocking the very people that it was written for and about. Oh my gosh, Yuki of Sokudo became a member. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Joined at the Ocarina level as well. Thank you. I'm genuinely humbled and appreciative that it really does mean a lot. I thank you. I know that's not enough to say, but genuinely thank you. Oh gosh. I don't know how. All right, everybody, brace yourselves.
writing credit I'm most proud of is an episode of Star Trek Voyager because it makes me part of the greatest franchise.
You mean the one that is currently being burned down and that Paramount couldn't unload for free because of the absolute propaganda and messaging that has saturated it? Yeah.
In science fiction history. And I'm here with
Oh, Doctor Who might have something to say about that.
An amazing group. Will Wheaton, LeVar Burton, Jonathan Frakes, my God, Jonathan, I'm so sorry. Anthony Rapp, Jerry Ryan, Tim Russ, and Robert Picardo. And guys, I have a question for you. It's right away. We're getting some anomalous readings from the matter-antimatter intermixed chamber in the starboard warp nacelle. What do I do about that?
You want to emit an inverse neutrino pulse through the starboard nacelle.
Shut up, Wesley.
Make sure that you are putting it directly into the heart of the anomaly. And if you run into any sort of issues, you're going to want to use nanoprobes to repolarize the navigational deflector. It's very simple. This is first day stuff.
You are the king of the nerds. Well,
No, he is not. Do not give that to Will Wheaton. Oh my gosh, shut up.
I have a suggestion. Look, all you have to do is unplug it and plug it back in again.
Smack it off the works.
This hurts so bad.
Hey guys, I've been thinking about this. There are a lot of amazing connections between science fiction franchises, a vision for the future. But I'd argue that from the beginning, from the original series in the 1960s, no television program has worked harder to portray the kind of future that we want to live in. And I'm wondering if anyone wants to jump in and talk.
I don't know. I think there have been a lot of really great ones. Before all of this dystopian nightmare BS, there were actually phenomenal stories about what the future might look like. But sure, we can roll with that. If you're talking about TV series specifically, I might be inclined to give that to you back in the day. Definitely not now.
Talk about how you see Star Trek, the future that Star Trek imagines, connecting with the future that we're trying to build tonight.
Well, I mean, back in the earliest days when you had people of different ethnic backgrounds.
This is going to get so cringe.
On the bridge of a starship at a time when,
They're going to talk. So here's the thing. They're going to talk about the first, they're going to talk about the first on-screen interracial kiss for all the wrong reasons.
Only roles essentially that Black people had were playing maids or servants or slaves.
That was Hollywood's decision, not ours. How dare you try and pin that on the freaking fandom?
That in and of itself was a huge breakthrough for Nichelle Nichols and for television, for the arts to have that representation up through our version of Star Trek Discovery having
Star Trek Discovery is an STD.
A bona fide queer found family.
These people care about all the wrong things, and they didn't even bring up the interracial kiss like they thought they were going to. But it's so funny to me that they're going to talk about what a breakthrough it was, what a breakthrough how profound it was that all of this happened. Meanwhile, Hattie McDaniel won for her role as Mammy. She won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress back in 1940 for Gone with the Wind, and racist Hollywood elites wouldn't even let her into the room to accept the award. That was you guys. That was Hollywood. That wasn't us. How freaking dare you sit there and attempt to put your evils on people who were just there to enjoy good storytelling and be entertained and escape the crushing realities for a little bit. A talented, exceptional woman won an Oscar, the first Black woman, and you all didn't even let her in the door. That was you guys. That had nothing to do with the rest of us, you disgusting pieces of crap. And you want to sit here and tout, because I'm queer, because of where I want to put my pee-pee in a popcorn bucket, so I'm queer, and I don't even know what that's called, but it's where they're like attracted to inanimate objects or whatever the hell it is. I hate this. They're taking everything that they have ever done wrong and attempting to pin it on fans and the fandom. Their legacy is disgusting and evil. They knew how children actors were treated and what was done to them. Look at the stuff that's coming out now. They all knew about Harvey Weinstein. They said and did nothing because they cared about themselves more. These people are morally bankrupt liars. Sure, pansexual D-Day Direwolf. I have no idea what that's called or what it is for sure. But oh my gosh, my queer found family. I love it so much, and I am unique because I don't want to put my pee-pee into a VV. I want to put my pee-pee into a popcorn bucket, so I should be celebrated, not on my merits, not on how hard I've worked to get here, not on not on whether or not I was the best person for the job, but on the most shallow, narcissistic, and easily made up attributes that one can think of. Disgusting.
Two men together helping to be surrogate parents to a non-binary young person.
Star Trek Discovery is a literal STD.
and their
of the brain.
Trans boyfriend. You know, this is the future. None of these things were.
None of that matters.
Also like pointed to or talked about. That was part of it. That
Look at us. We got the exposure. We don't care about your IP. We don't care that we're gutting it. We don't care that it has nothing to do with the story. We don't care that we are being everything we claim to not be in order to push the message because we just want to get our payday.
That everyone was given the fullest value to be themselves, and these.
You are supposed to play a character. You are not supposed to be yourself. You are supposed to play the character who has a role in the story, who serves some type of purpose to the story. It has nothing to do with you being your most authentic self. These people are deranged.
Little boxes that were checked, so to speak, were never an issue for anyone. And that is the future that we are trying to create right now in 2024 and beyond.
You know, people, there's been criticism from the right that Star Trek got political, but it was.
Oh, God. They're doing it. They're going there. They are going there.
Political. It was political in the original series. You know, people look at the episode that featured half black and half white aliens and think, and it's kind of silly now, but when you understand that in the 1960s, you couldn't actually tell a story about racial conflict.
That is not true. A majority of stories told in the 1960s were about racial conflict. These people are liars.
Or the episode of the original series where a war is being conducted by computers and people show up to die. That was Gene Roddenberry's reaction to the Vietnam War and the statistics of the dead. When you...
They are absolutely... See, these men can't speak for them. Gene Roddenberry can't speak for himself anymore. Tolkien can't speak for himself anymore. There are no stewards of their work any longer. These people have bastardized and gutted and hollowed out everything that they stood for. This is insane.
You look at the work that you've done on Star Trek, and you look at the candidacy of Kamala Harris, what connections can you make in the world that you portrayed?
Here we go again. They are trying to connect to a world that they can't relate to. They have no connection to. They're completely cut off from. And now they're going to have to, I mean, they are adult pretenders. Let's see if they can pretend.
And the future.
Look at how smug this fucker is. Look at this. My God.
For the United States that she's trying to build.
Yeah, I think that the future that Kamala Harris is trying to lead us into is very much in alignment with the future that we have all contributed to creating.
So you guys are going to take responsibility for crushing inflation and uncontrolled illegal immigration. The fact that jobs are few and far between, and the fact that the cost of living has skyrocketed while money, the value, like that money tends to devalue, and we're on the brink of World War III. Cool beans. Good story, bro. Good to know. I will make sure that the 8 of you are held personally responsible.
Which is to say that aspect of who we are that is hopeful. And
there's hope again. My God, thank goodness we didn't turn this into a drinking game. I would be dead. My liver would be shot.
And open-hearted and wants has been able to.
I thought we were never great. I thought we were evil. Make up your mind, bruh.
Produce. The other side is not offering a vision for our future so much as they're really engaging in rhetoric that is all about grievance and wants to root us in the past. And
you are absolutely full of crap. Kamala has no vision for the future. She has hijacked talking points and policy from Trump because she has no plan. She's a disaster. She does not care about this country or the people in it. And she's literally unable to take responsibility, to sit there and say that she has been in office for 4 years and the state of the country is on her and the administration that is currently in office, which she is. She has no way forward because she doesn't want to go forward. She wants to crush everyone under her boot that she finds to be useless or a waste of space, and then rule over the ashes of this country. These people are so deranged, and I can't believe that there are actually people who listen to celebrities when it comes to their vote. This is wild.
You know, the campaign keeps saying we are not going back.
We're not going back to prosperity. We are not going to go back to respect. We're not going to go back to the strongest military. We're not going to go back to upholding law and order. We're not going to go back to space exploration, which these people should be all about. All about. That's what we're not going to go back to. Instead, we're going to go forward off of a cliff into basically the Great Depression times 1,000. You people are... Ugh.
Kamala Harris also represents a grace, a sense of humor.
Not right. Oh my gosh, this is killing me. Grace and a sense of humor. You mean the cackling?
That we hopefully have in our show, and it is, I think, as important as anything. And she has owned it, and she is it.
She hasn't owned anything. She cackles a lot. You're absolutely right, but she doesn't have a sense of humor. And they keep saying hope. I'm telling you right now, I'm so glad that we did not make that a drinking game, because this is insane. Bruh, how much more of this have I got? Oh my God, this was a 4-hour stream, and I've got 37 minutes left.
And she is articulate.
Hang in
she,
there.
She makes us proud in a way that few have before her. So
They say words that they are paid to say, but I don't think they actually believe it, because they're all reading off a script. You can also see it in his eyes. He is looking at a screen. Will is looking at a screen. She is looking down at a screen. He's squinting and looking at a screen. Like, they are all reading their lines, because that's what they are. They are paid adult pretenders.
And joyful. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Joyful. There it is. Oh my God. My liver would be shot. Absolutely shot. How long is their segment? Oh my God, it's so long. Oh, we get to go back to this cringer. Okay.
There was the original episode as well, where if you haven't noticed over the past year or two, ourselves included, there's a lot of strikes going on worldwide and also in our country, all over the
Nope, I gotta slow down because I need to actually hear what he says.
place. All of a sudden, there's this rash of striking between labor and management, between the workers and the owners of
We're going communist.
of the companies, etc. And they have
The owners of the companies are Democrats and liberals. The workers are Republicans.
put in the original series, which dealt with the labor force that was working in the caves, in the mines, and they were being poisoned and couldn't have any of the benefits that the people in the Cloud City had. And we have, this is right now more striking than
Literally the elites and the working class. The elites are the Democrats. They're you are the Cloud City. These people do not realize they are the bad guys. You are the villains.
it has been the income inequality that exists in the country, in which I think Kamala and Tim Walsh has an economic plan that's going to try to help the people who do the work for this country.
No, it's not. She doesn't care about the people who do the work of this country. She only cares about the millionaires and billionaires who will continue to line her pockets and let her live her cushy little lifestyle in the White House. She does not care.
You know, again, if you took all the billionaires out of the loop for, a year, you wouldn't even notice the economy changing. But if you took
Oh my, he did not just say that. Oh my God.
the worker bees out of the loop for 3 days, the entire economy would crash.
Those worker bees that you're mocking or that you're siding with or that you're trying to side with, those are conservatives for the most part. We're the ones who are doing the backbreaking labor. We're the ones who are keeping the country running. Those billionaires that you're talking about as the bad guys, so many of them lean left. It's not even funny. And if billionaires vanished for a year, the country would be in ashes. These people have no idea how economics works. They have no idea how our country functions. They don't actually know what a exchange of labor for monetary value is or looks like. How can he be this stupid and uninformed?
So who has more value and more worth in this country? The workers.
He is a fucking communist. He's a communist. Who has more value and worth? No, the billionaire who built the company, you piece of shit. So this is like the when I was in my business class, I somehow managed to get a conservative professor. Shocking, I know. But it was essentially, he told a story about how this guy walks up to a rich man who is putting a expensive handmade saddle into his vehicle which is a Corvette, for his daughter's birthday. And the man, looks at the rich man's car and the saddle, and he's like, "Huh, well, how much that saddle there cost you?" And the rich man says, "About $10,000. And the man is like, "Oh." He goes, "Well, how much was that vehicle?" And he says, "Oh, it's about $80,000. And the other man says, "Man, think about what you could have done with that. You could have done anything else, but you decided that you were going to spend it on this. Like, don't you ever think about, the people that you could help?" And the rich man looks and he's like, "I do think about that. I think about how the artisan craftsman that made this saddle is now going to be able to pay his bills for the month, because saddlery and leatherworking is a rare talent that not many people are willing to pay for. And now he has, through his talent and efforts and hard work, he has earned that money, and he is now going to be able to pay some of it. If he's got employees, he's going to be able to pay them, and he's going to be able to be with his family and, provide for them, and he's going to be able to keep his business going longer." And the other man goes, "Huh, well, what about that there car?" And he goes, "I think about this car. When I look at this car, I see the hundreds of people that it employs who are able to feed their families because I'm able to purchase it. I think about the man who built the company from the ground up and who is getting close to retirement, and that he has earned it, and is going to be able, after decades of hard work, he's going to be able to retire and enjoy his golden years and not worry that he's not going to be able to provide for his family simply because he's retired." And the poor man's like, "Huh, never thought about it that way." And, the rich man says, "That's because you don't actually believe in helping the poor. You're simply jealous that you are not rich. And so you are attempting to make others feel bad for what they can afford, regardless of who it actually helps." I was just like, dang! And that is where I learned the term wealth envy. Wealth redistribution is a commie, disgusting tactic. Wealth envy is what commies have, because they want to be the wealthiest. They want to have they don't want to work for it, but they want all the money and all the luxuries and all the comforts, but they want someone else to work for it and foot the bill. They simply want to control what happens with other people's hard-earned money, or the product of their labor, as it were. And it never works. And it always ends in genocide. And that is what these people are pushing. It is evil and disgusting.
So it's very, I think her plan for helping the people who are middle income and work
she hasn't been able to vocalize any kind of plan at all.
In class is really the way it needs to happen.
Jerry, I see you online fighting all the time.
Oh no, don't talk about her. Tuvok's writer did a great work. They made this guy sound smart. Yeah, and not a communist.
You have success. Are you able to convince people that that there's another choice?
I don't know how many people I convince, honestly. I don't know, but we have to keep trying because it's too important. It's too crucial. I'm a mom. You know, I'm
a mom. She's going to say, I'm raising a daughter. I guarantee it. Guarantee she's going to say, I'm raising a daughter. I want her to have, you know, rights and control of her own body. But so you're perfectly fine with murdering babies? You know, your daughter was a baby at one point. She grew inside of you. Just saying.
a teenage daughter in
Nailed it.
This world who now has fewer rights than I've had, who's been raised with, you know, active shooter drills since she was in preschool.
Okay, they want to bring that up. If we're gonna talk about that, they had nuclear bomb drills in schools at one point. And you know why they didn't have active shooter drills back in the day? Because students were armed and were able and allowed to defend themselves. But they took that ability away, and now they have made schools easy targets. They've turned them into fish in a barrel.
And the trauma that brings. And it's not okay. And it's unnecessary. And we've got to do better. And we can do better.
Do better, guys.
And that's one of the things that I'm really loud about is we all need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. You know?
We all need to get no more white comfort. That's what that sounds like. Need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. But not me. I'm going to stay comfortable. All the rest of you have to be uncomfortable because I'm right and you're wrong.
People are going to get mad at you. People are not going to like it if you speak out and you speak your mind and you.
I'm glad we agree. I'm glad we agree on that. You and I can have a conversation at one point and then we'll see who comes out on top. I promise it's not going to be you.
Say what needs to be said. But we all have to just get okay with that. I've had to do it.
We have to be okay with bullying and pressuring people to think like us, because if we don't, God forbid, they have freedom of thought and diversity of thought. Heaven forbid.
I'm, you know, stepping out of my comfort zone because I am not an extemporaneous speaker. And, you know.
Yeah, see, she just said I'm not an exemplary. So she has a script. She just went off script and now she's trying to segue back to it because she doesn't know where to go or what to do with this.
Traveling for the campaign and talking to people and
I've been traveling for the campaign and talking to people. All of these people are paid stooges.
And, you know, this is too important. It's too critical a time in our country. We are literally facing the potential end of our democracy.
We live in a republic. It's not a democracy. And we're on the brink of World War III because of the current administration. You psychopaths. How are you going to demand that things need to change? So re-elect the same people that are already in office. What is going on?
In addition to all these other truly existential threats.
Truly existential threats. You mean the ones brought on by the current administration who have been neglecting their duties at best and outright being just anti-American in other aspects? I completely agree. Vote out the current administration. Vote Trump.
So we don't have the option of not being loud and being obnoxious.
You literally, the left controls 98% of the media, of music, of film industry, of publishers, of distributors. Most people in the education system lean left, and you're still losing. You have all of this control and you're still losing. That is a testament to how absolutely horrific and pathetic your entire ideology is.
And saying what needs to be said.
I'll say what needs to be said. You are all a bunch of sellouts and hacks who have no idea what Gene Roddenberry's vision actually was, and you have no idea what normal people actually struggle with daily.
And we need a leader of character. We don't want to go back to.
They keep saying, we don't want to go back. A leader of character. This woman literally slept her way to the top, didn't win in a single primary, and usurped a sitting president of the United States.
The first, we've already seen what kind of a leader Trump was on.
Yeah, he was a good one. We've already seen what kind of leader Kamala is. A bad one.
The world stage. Today we hosted in New York the UN. Biden gave his final address as president.
What? His final address as president to the UN or period? Did anybody else get that memo? Because I didn't.
We want a leader who will respect.
He is completely reading off of a script. He's not even pretending to look at the screen. He is looking down at a script.
Our historic allies, not one who is going to undermine. I mean, what is the United Nations? If you put the Starfleet Charter next to the UN Charter, the Starfleet.
Bruh. He is not comparing the UN to Starfleet. The UN is it's a Sarlacc pit. That's what it is. It doesn't actually do anything. It has helped with the genocide and coups of several nations. They don't actually help people. They are globalist foot soldiers. You've lost your mind. Oh my gosh.
Charter was modeled on the UN Charter. They have all of the same.
It actually wasn't, but okay.
Goals and all of that.
They do not have the same goals.
All of that vision of working in harmony, of finding out how we are more like each other than what our differences are, and avoiding conflict at all costs.
This is the problem. Avoiding conflict at all costs. Conflict is not necessarily violent, but you cannot, if you avoid conflict, avoidance does not work. If you do not resolve the conflict, it continues to fester and grow and become more of an issue, and that is what we are facing right now. This entire administration is nothing but avoidance. Oh my gosh.
But standing up for what's right. I think that this whole evening was started off by Representative Garcia when he said that geeks and nerds have a particular passion.
No, please don't do it.
For social justice.
Oh, he said it. No, we don't. No, we do not. That is your propaganda. These people are pathetic.
And I think that Kamala is the social justice candidate.
Definitely don't vote for her if she's the social justice candidate.
And I want to say 3 more words. Donate, donate, donate. All right.
Give us money. Feed the machine. Forget about rage against the machine. Rage for the machine. Donate, donate, donate. Give us money. We're rich. We're wealthy. We're not struggling. But you plebes and plebeians who, can barely find 2 nickels to rub together, make sure you give us every last red cent that you have. This is wild.
Right?
Yes, please.
Donate. If you can't decide whether you like the Earth heroes better than the space heroes, and I frankly couldn't decide, I donated to both.
These people are literally admitting to absolutely tipping the scales. I do actually need to, let's see. I am scared. So this is, I'm going to have to look at this at the end of the stream and see where they're at.
Good call.
I want to ask you to speak to something that Bob just said about geeks and nerds being the kind of people who yearn for a better, more inclusive future. You and I are friends. It's a thing I hear you talk about all the time.
I became aware of Star Trek when I was 5 or 6 years old, and it's been in my life as long as I can remember. I have always believed.
Shut up, Wesley.
That the future Star Trek lays out for us was inevitable, that we would get there. There is no other.
and yet you want to prevent Elon Musk from traveling to Mars. These people are insane and contradictory and hypocrites and liars.
Their choice. We have to plan incredibly wonderful, diverse, interesting, incredibly different.
Incredibly diverse, incredibly different. Those are synonyms, Wesley. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe Jerry said that he's king of the nerds. Stop it!
Beings, and go out into the universe and do good wherever we can.
Do good wherever we can. What good? Where's your morality? How you do not have any morality. You don't believe in good and evil. You believe in perspective, and it's all about how you view things. You guys are full of shit.
I have believed in that since I was a little kid. I was
It explains why you're such a shit adult.
lucky that I got cast on Star Trek and got to have a front row seat to the imagined future that I wanted to live in so badly, that I still want to live in. I am so passionate about this particular election because it is the first election in our lifetime where I can see this unbelievably clear choice.
Yeah, vote Trump. We've had 4 years under Trump and 4 years under Harris. Everybody's life was better under Trump.
We have such a clear, crystal clear choice between
shut up, Wesley,
rallying with someone who has said over and over again, her only client is the people.
She's full of shit.
Which is such a beautiful Star Trek.
No, it's not a beautiful Star Trek idea. Oh my God, Gene Roddenberry is rolling over in his grave. Sweet Jesus. Tolkien and Roddenberry have been absolutely just mocked, and their works have been desecrated tonight, all for political points. Oh.
Idea. And then the other guy is this angry, demented, syphilitic old grandpa who screams.
Really? Syphilitic? You're going to claim he has syphilis? President Trump, please sue the shit out of this man.
Screams at everyone and is just.
Who screams at everybody? Kamala Harris does nothing but cackle and laugh hysterically and can't even answer a serious question. And Trump doesn't. I have literally. They always say, like, Trump yells at him. I've literally never seen him yell at anybody.
Filled with rage and hate.
No, he's not.
And in our world, like in the science fiction world.
No, in your Hollywood elitist world, you know he's right and you can't handle it. And so now you are double, tripling, quadrupling down on this because the reality that you have tried so hard to bend to your will is snapping back in your face and you cannot handle it.
Worlds, like that Baron Harkonnen guy is the bad guy. It's like a cautionary tale.
Bruh.
We're looking at it in front of us right now. We have this incredible future, or we have this terrifying, awful, enormous step backwards. To me, that's.
Gosh, they have all literally said we're not going back. We're not going to take a step backwards. It's a giant step back. This is where we are, guys. This is what they think of us. Oh my gosh, Yuki gifted one membership. Thank you so much. You guys have been incredibly generous. It means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Such an easy choice to make.
Yeah, vote Trump, not the cackling hyena.
And it is not surprising to me at all that it's geeks and nerds who are very.
Everybody take a deep breath. Blow it out. Will Wheaton can't hurt you guys. He can't hurt you.
Detail-oriented, who are very committed to helping as many people as possible, because I think we're used to kind of being sneered at and teased and.
You have literally sneered, teased, mocked, belittled, and bemoaned you think you are too good for the audience, Will Wheaton. Shut up, Wesley. You guys are the ones who have vilified and demonized and divided this nation. Your rhetoric, your just absolute dogmatic obsession with the message, your inability to see beyond yourselves. Your absolute lack of humanity and humility. You guys are disgusting.
Mocked for our passions. And I think we can all.
Conservatives have been mocked on this stream for the entire, like on your stream, obviously not my stream, but on there, have been mocked throughout this entirety farce telethon bullshit. And you're going to sit there and claim to be the victim. Shut up, Wesley.
Bring the energy that sustained us through every difficult study hall and every tough hallway encounter and use that energy. We can take
That he never had any of those experiences.
that energy and we can put it behind Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Everyone watching this, as Bob said,
gross,
can donate, and then donate again. And we can get that.
Keep donating, guys. Give us all your money. Go broke. Go broke. We're all for it.
Much closer to this future that we are all so incredibly excited to live in.
Well, Anthony, you not only are a Star Trek star, but you're also a Broadway star. Broadway tickets are very expensive. In multiples of Broadway ticket prices, how much should people donate?
Bruh, he is not being this. No way in hell is he this detached. No way in hell is he actually going. The level of absolute disregard you have to have for someone to treat them like a child and use a word problem or in a Broadway tickets that none of these plebeians can afford. How much should they donate in multiples of Broadway tickets? This is disgusting.
I mean, well, we all know though that the cool thing about this campaign is that any amount can make a difference if you if it becomes exponential. If there's a million.
He knows that was a bad line. Now he's trying to save it.
People that donate $10, that's still a lot of money. So
it's not a lot of money to you. You are saying what you think is going to get people to. It is a lot of money. $10 is a lot of money. But you guys are. But the rest of everybody on this panel is greedy. They want all the money. All the money.
So whatever you can afford, I'm not asking anybody to break the bank. All of this can.
Really? You're not? This is the first time anybody has said that for this entire stupid telethon. First time. Oh my gosh. Yuki with another gifted membership. Thank you so much. This is insane. He had on-set teachers who likely hit him in the seat. Probably. What the fuck? What the F? Give us your money so we can maintain power over you. That is utter contempt for people. Yes, absolutely, 100%. These people do not give two flying forkadoodles about you.
Can help move the needle. What it can do, it can open up offices so people can be on the ground in these crucial states.
Help us fund our activist army because we don't want to foot the bill ourselves.
So they can talk to people, they can knock on doors, they can reach people's hearts and minds. It's not just about buying.
Oh, there's the hearts and minds line. There you go. Remember that BS when we were fighting the endless war in the Middle East? We need to win hearts and minds, so we're going to change the rules of engagement, and we are going to cause so many Americans harm, direct harm, and death because of our jacked up, restrictive rules of engagement. Good God.
And commercials, which is certainly expensive and needs to happen. But that ground game, I was lucky enough to volunteer for the Obama campaign in 2008, and I was on the ground in Texas, in Ohio. I got to have these experiences of talking to people on the ground and
I bet he didn't listen at all because he thought he knew better.
And being with these staffs, that's where the money to me really can make the biggest difference. And they're opening more offices in Florida.
Yeah, I was just going to say the news today was that the Harris campaign is opening up more offices in Florida.
And it's not going to work.
They see Florida as in play. And to Anthony's point,
it's not in play. They are attempting they need to create the narrative so that they can cheat.
It really is a function of small dollar donations. Small dollar donations are what pays for the rent of an office.
Do not talk to me about rent, oh my god, you pieces of shit. I have said this multiple times on this stream, and I'm going to say it again. These people have absolutely no idea what it means to struggle, and they're going to sit there and talk about how they need to pay for the rent of the building for the offices so that they can have a ground game, a ground campaign, because that evil Trump, the evil orange man is going to outspend them. The evil orange man is going to outspend them. Nobody is going to outspend them. This is disgusting, and all they are attempting to do is create the illusion that Florida is not going to be as close, so that when they steal it, it's like, well, see, we told you this back, months ago. This is insane.
My cousin is a volunteer
Nobody cares about your cousin.
at a Harris office in Nevada.
So they're helping with the election fraud over there. That's being thoroughly investigated so fairly by nonpartisan courts. Yeah.
Outside of Las Vegas.
Oh my gosh.
And she said that the energy is growing exponentially.
No, it's not. You're full of shit. Nobody in Vegas cares about this. And the people that are in Vegas that care about this, they are not voting for Kamala Harris because she is crushing their business. She is absolutely destroying it. Casinos are hemorrhaging money because of her.
That there were 15 or 20 people, and she goes in and she says there's 150 people.
No, proof, pictures, or it didn't happen.
Every day.
No, there's not. Liar.
And the small dollar donations, the ones that everybody is making tonight, and I think we're Team Space, I believe, in the big.
Yes, we are.
Our Team Space. But those donations that everybody is making right now, the clicking the link, donating, those are the donations that are propelling those offices forward. We're running out of the end of our segment, and
quick shout out, if we can, to trekthevote.org. If you're looking for a way to get invited and you're a Star Trek fan, go to trekthevote.org.
Oh my God.
We're
site too.
We've got just about half a minute left. We could extend it by flying and doing a parabolic route around the sun, which would move us back in time. Sure. But I'm going to ask everybody in the last few seconds to, as enthusiastically as you can, encourage everybody in your
All right, monkeys, clap.
own words simultaneously to participate and donate. Team Star Trek, go.
Let's go.
This is disgusting.
Money, my
Thank you, everybody. It was so wonderful to participate in this. And weren't we all going to do uniforms?
I did.
Yeah. See.
I'm with you, Bill. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Well done.
Are we off?
Thank you so much.
Are we off?
Are we?
Hi, I'm Gabrielle, and this is Brendan, and we're from Wheatus.
I'm Jessica Carter
What the hell is Wheatus?
Altman.
Is that like isn't that the skin between, like the skin of your, like the extra skin on your elbow and in between your fingertips and your toes? Oh no, that's Weenus.
We're part of Team Earth today, supporting Kamala Harris and
No.
Tim Walz.
We're hoping to help bring the fandoms together and be victorious in November and bring some positive change to this country.
She's in office right now.
We'd like to dedicate this performance to all the geeks, nerds,
and my dirtbags.
I hate everything about this.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Why? Why do they keep doing this?
Her name is Noel.
Do I have to listen to this? More singing.
Know who I am.
I dislike dislike so much. I'm a dirtbag, baby. Yes, you are a dirtbag. I'm glad that we agree. This is ungodly cringe. And I'm probably going to get nailed for copyright because of this. Oh my god, it's still going, guys. It's still going. It's still going. Holy crap. They haven't been able, they haven't left the high school angst behind, guys. This is
Hi, everybody.
oh my god, it's Patty Jenkins.
Patty Jenkins here. I'm so excited.
The one who ruined Wonder Woman and turned her into a grapist.
To join this incredible event with my beloved Linda Carter, who was a hero of mine growing up. And
you notice that they've all called Linda Carter a hero. They're overusing the word hero. It means nothing. They have watered down the value of that word during this stream. It means nothing to them.
Became a dear, very close friend of mine in the course of making our wonderful movies together. I think that my favorite thing about getting to do Wonder Woman at all is that the reason that Linda had inspired me growing up is because of what she stood for. And
what she stood for or what Wonder Woman stood for? Be more specific, because the character is very much not the same as the woman who portrayed her.
What I learned through her. I believe in Wonder Woman. I believe in what she's, representing about being a better person and being more loving and trying to save the day and save the
That is not what?
So I think that there's a very important lesson here when it comes to how we look at this.
Yeah, none of you are real fans. None of you are real nerds or real geeks. You are grifters and liars, and you have hijacked these spaces and are now vilifying the very people that built them into what they are.
Election. A lot of you are already with us on how we're going to vote this time, but if you're
No, we're actually not. We are completely 100% against you.
on the fence, and if you only came here to see, people that you
came here to mock you because you are all moronic liars who don't actually give a crap about the people and are just here to beg money from the very fandoms that you called toxic and dangerous and oppressive and evil and misogynistic. Yeah.
wanted to celebrate as I do.
Nope, no celebration here. I'll celebrate when Trump gets back into office.
You might be, wondering whose values, you identify with.
No, I'm not looking to identify with anyone. This is see, more emotion, low information voters that are easy to manipulate. Who do you think you can identify with? And then they'll name some superficial stuff, and they'll try and get a rise out of you, and then hope that you don't actually look into anything. I'm not trying to identify with anyone, with any of their values. I am attempting to do what is best for my family and my country. That is what I am attempting to do. That is it. I do not need to see myself in the candidate. That is so egotistical and narcissistic and self-centered, it borders on psychopathy.
But I want to make one very simple distinction that I think you
Yep, here comes the emotion. Guys, here it comes, the emotional trigger.
Really need to focus on. When I first got to Hollywood, I noticed that there were a lot of people who came for two very separate reasons. A lot of people wanted to be a thing, and a lot of people wanted to do a thing, right? And
this is gonna, oh my gosh. Oh no. So some people want to be a thing and some people want to do a thing.
I started to notice about some of the people who wanted to be a thing was it wasn't really about the movie that they made or the work that they did. It was about their own glory.
Bruh, you're describing yourself. You're describing the Democrats. You're describing all of the self-insert shippers that you guys have pandered to. You are insane.
The people who came to do a thing could turn around and make an incredible movie or really make a contribution to the world. Well, let's look at this election. We have two very different people, and they are telling you exactly who they are. No matter what your political beliefs are, one of them is telling you that they are about being a thing.
Yeah, the Democrats. I identify as a pansexual non-binary toaster. They actually don't know who they are. These people are all low information paid adult pretenders.
He is about his own glory.
No, he's not. He is not about his own glory. Not at all.
And every move he has made throughout his career has
No, false. Not even close to true. Oh my God.
shown you that openly. He's told you as much. He's not about whatever he's telling you he's going to do. Whatever he's
It's not about what he's told me he's going to do. It's what he has done. His track record is she will jail people for free labor for way longer than they should be in jail. She'll send people to jail who don't deserve to be in jail, but she'll let out psychopaths so that they can continue to go break the law and make this nation unsafe. You are insane, Patty Jenkins.
telling you he's going to represent. He's never in his whole career done that.
He's literally does it every day, you bint.
He has only been about manipulating the illusion of that for his own glory. Whether
these people are delusional.
It means that he has to lie for it or whatever. And so no matter
I hope Trump sues every single one of you into the ground.
what you believe in, now is not the time to start thinking that this is someone who's going to turn over a new leaf.
What the hell are you talking about? He's not the incumbent. Kamala Harris is.
And suddenly be about anything for you. It's not going to happen. Let's look at Harris. This is someone who's dedicated their entire life.
No, she hasn't. Her career literally started as a prostitute.
To public service.
She serviced something.
Doing things for people, getting...
Yeah, she did stuff for people.
Stuff done.
Yeah, she got some stuff done.
Making the world a better place.
I wouldn't say she made the world a better place, but you know, she definitely made some people feel better, like they were in a better place for at least a few seconds.
Making the world a different place.
Making the world a different place. Different is not always good.
So no matter what you believe in, our democracy...
No matter what your intrinsic values and beliefs are, what I am telling you is more important. So abandon your core beliefs, your core value system. Abandon everything that you have worked for and held true and dear to yourself. Abandon all of that and do what I tell you to do. This woman is fucking insane, and she is a hypocrite.
Democracy is at stake because only...
We are not a democracy. We are a republic. These people, I told you, it's word association games, and it still pisses me off. These people know we are a republic, but they are going to try and say otherwise because they do not want you to associate with Republican, because Republic leads you to think Republican. But if they say democracy, you will inevitably think Democrat.
Only one person is planning on doing anything for anyone.
Yeah, his name is Donald Trump.
And that's
Donald Trump.
By picking someone who's actually going to do the job that she is...
That he has been assigned to do, that he's been elected to do. I agree. Donald Trump.
For hero, and I look forward to sharing this journey with all of you. Thank you for being here.
I wonder what they promised her to say all of that.
Oh, much like Gail Simone. Patty Jenkins.
God, Gail Simone. Oh, this whole thing is just a freaking nightmare. Holy crap. Okay, really quick before we carry on with this absolute dredge. Okay. Geek for Harris. Check out our geek. I'm not doing a to-do list. Go F yourselves. Okay. What is... Hang on. Okay. I'm not donating anything. It's not going to tell me how much has been earned. The default is $250. Guys, whatever you can afford, but we're going to default you at $250. Wow. These people are fucking insane. And I'm sure it's the same for... Let's see if I click on Space Explorers. Is it also $250? Harris victory funds that she's gonna spend on hookers and blow later. I mean, what? Yep, $250. $250 is their default. These people are not about middle, like yeah, minimum. Minimum is $25. These people, like, you'd have to type in anything less than $25. These people are not about working class Americans. These people are not about unity or conservatorship or, saving anything. They want to burn it to the ground and rule over the ashes. God, she has fallen so far. And look at all this stock photo bullshit. And, like, what is all of this? Like, none of this has anything to do with anything. Swing and a miss, bruh. Joy and hope, guys.
This is one of my sisters in Wanda. Thank you, Patty. We need to elect leaders up and down.
This woman is fried. I think she did a lot of cocaine.
The ballot to make sure that the equal right.
Nah, Pug Fury. Absolutely not. She's got to spend it. Got to spend it. Hookers and blow.
Rights Amendment is added to the Constitution.
She looks like she sounds like she is about to stroke out.
So that women are protected against discrimination.
Women are in America, because that's what we're talking about, American elections. Women are first-class citizens who enjoy so many benefits that men do not get, but men work for, that men have secured for women. These disingenuous assholes are so full of crap. And all they are just pushing fear-mongering propaganda because they have nothing else. They can't stand on policy. They can't stand on the last 4 years because it's been an absolute disaster. They can stand on nothing. So the only thing they can do is push fear and division and then beg on their hands and knees.
When Kamala Harris is elected, she would be.
Patty, come back. Linda is really confused. Direct her to where to look to the camera. Where you at, Patty? Come help your girl, your hero.
The first president whose rights are not specifically protected under the Constitution.
What? Her rights are specifically protected under the Constitution. What is this woman saying?
Of the United States of America. So, I want to welcome members of the ERA Coalition, and we will start with Zakiya Thomas. Can you introduce the...
I dissent, I vote. Oh, look, they got a useful youth. And of course, because you're young, you're dumb. So they are going to exploit the crap out of her. Actually, she kind of looks older. I can't really tell. Era, yes. Look at all this. And they have their backgrounds blurred out.
ER and the coalition to us.
Sure. Thank you so much, Linda. So I'm Zakiya Thomas, president of the ERA Coalition.
Yeah. She came into look, the second she came forward and started talking, she aged 25 years.
We represent over 80 million people fighting for equality.
85 million people fighting for equality here in America, because there are roughly 333 million people in the US. Of that 333 million, 100 million are children. So that leaves 233 million roughly. Of that 233 million, about 85 million are, about 100 million, about 85 million are 65 and older. So that leaves you roughly, 233 minus 85 million, you're going to be roughly looking at 150 million people. And so you're saying of the 150 million people who aren't children, aren't elderly, and are right there in the middle, of that, over half are fighting for equality. Yeah, I don't think that math don't check out.
Protecting our rights and freedoms by getting the Equal Rights Amendment added to the Constitution. So first, I want
Everybody already has equal rights. These people are delusional.
to pass it over to Mona Sinha, who is an equal rights champion, our former ERA Coalition board member. Mona, why do we need to protect the rights of women and girls, and why Wonder?
You don't care about women and girls. Get men out of women and girls sports. How many girls are going to have to get concussions or get paralyzed? How many women and girls are going to have to lose trophies and scholarships and opportunities to go to college? How many women and girls are going to have to go into the bathroom or the locker room with men who leer at them and stare at them? This is disgusting.
Why Wonder Women should unite for the cause.
Thank you. And Mona, you're here. Can you share with us?
Did you
Thank you, everyone. Hello so much, Linda. Hello, everyone. Megan. See you, Mission. And even today, 1 in 3 women experience gender-based violence in their lifetime. And that's
globally. And the majority of that, guess where that comes from? The Middle East and the subcontinent in Asia and in Africa.
isn't what America is all about.
No, it's not. That statistic is not American. That's global. Stop being disingenuous.
And I think Wonder Woman must unite for the ERA to be guaranteed by law. That's the
You people are evil.
only way we can have equal rights. That's what we deserve in this country.
Everybody already has equal rights. Everybody already has the same rights under the Constitution. You don't want equal rights. You want to be above men. You want to be able to control things. You are all communists.
And President Harris is going to do that for us. So don't.
No, she's not. And even if she does, she can't. But even if she tries, it's going to get struck down. It is unconstitutional what you are trying to do.
Donate. Let's
donate. Man, I am so glad we did not make this a drinking game, because it would have been hope, joy, backwards, donate, and I would be dead on the floor.
Get her. Let's get a woman in the White House. Let's
get a woman in the White House. See, it isn't about merit. It isn't about accomplishments. It isn't about it's not about policy. These people only care about shallow optics.
Do it.
Thank you.
And then Drew, you want me to do it, Drew? Can you talk about why men should advocate for the ERA and have everybody?
Absolutely. Well, Wonder Woman's core mission is to fight for equality and justice for all.
It's to fight for equality and justice for all. That's actually in the Pledge of Allegiance, the very thing that you Democrats ripped out of schools because, oh my gosh, it was instilling national pride.
And she comes from a society where
we live in a society.
Gender roles are not limiting, and she believes that.
Oh my God. These people and their obsession with gender roles is like, Freud knew what he was talking about. That's all I'm going to say.
Everybody should be treated with fairness and dignity.
I think that you should be respectful towards people, but the way that you have all acted this evening, if you think that I am going to in any way, shape, or form treat you as if you haven't insulted, belittled, and degraded me this entire stream, you got another thing coming. This entire telethon is a mockery and a sham and a grift. And yet you guys want to call us toxic.
And the ERA guarantees equal rights under the law regardless
The Constitution already does that!
of sex. It helps break.
Oh, so we're going to change it to sex. Because you don't want to step on the landmine that is gender. Got it.
Down systemic inequalities that hurt everyone, including
systemic inequalities that hurt everyone. The majority of American institutions are run by leftists. What does that tell you?
Including boys and men. And by supporting the ERA, we are all standing for justice.
He is a creep. Same vibe as from that other guy from before. Creep.
Justice, not just for cis women, but for people of all.
I'm not a cis woman. I am a woman. Stop putting a qualifier in front of who and what I am. Get bent.
Women, trans men, non-binary people.
Trans men are women and trans women are men. It doesn't matter if you chop off your dick or if you rip skin off your arm to sew a fake one on. You are either a man or a woman, whatever you were born as. Y'all are disgusting.
Queer people. And true heroism comes from compassion, kindness, and justice, not
passion, but here's the thing. Compassion, kindness, and justice are easily corrupted when those things are not rooted in truth, integrity, and honor. You don't actually care about any of these things. You want to cloak yourselves in virtue to hide your ill intentions. You are liars, you are grifters, you are snake oil salesmen, whatever you want to call it. You're evil.
rigid gender norms. So when men
Oh my gosh, gender norms.
support the ERA, we are ensuring that everyone,
He's reading off a script too. Everybody is reading off of a fucking script.
regardless of gender identity or sexual orientation, has the legal backing they need to live without fear of discrimination.
Listen, it used to be that we don't care what you do in the bedroom, like what two legal consenting adults do in the bedroom. Like that's between you and the sheets and God. You are the ones who brought your depravity and your kinks and your fetishes out for the rest of us to see, and we're telling you it isn't okay. This isn't acceptable. You need to stop because it's evil and wrong. And you are now claiming that that is oppressive. No, like, nobody cares where you stick your dick as long as you aren't a pedo. Like, this isn't hard to understand. As long as you're not taking somebody against their will or violating children, nobody cares if you hump toasters. It's not that interesting. Nobody cares. It doesn't make you unique or special or something that deserves to be celebrated or shouted or whatever the hell word you want to use. You people are vapid, shallow, disgusting liars and grifters, and you are turning more people against you than you could possibly know.
Please donate.
Please donate. Please donate. Donate, guys. Make sure that you donate all of that hard money, guys. All that money that you work so hard for. Yeah, Kamala needs it more, guys. Like, we're struggling. Valley Gal.
Oh. Thank you so much. You know, hearing from you who are on the front lines is so important.
The front lines. It's not a fucking war, you bitch. I can't believe I just said that about Linda Carter.
To us. You know, this battle, I've got pictures of marches that we've been on for many years.
Marches we've been on for many years. You got everything you wanted. And you're still not satisfied. It was never about equality. It was control and power. And you are willing to sacrifice and crush any and everyone to get there, as long as you end up on top.
It just seems like we're back on the front lines again, and we need you. And she is a member of the and I thought just by marching I was.
I think Linda is I think she's actively having a stroke. Are we noticing that half her face doesn't move? That could be the Botox. But she looks like she is about to stroke out on stage.
But I'm not. So I have already talked to Tequila. I said, sign me up. I want to be, not only that, I want to be on the board. Of course, I have to be elected. But
Oh, she has to get elected. Interesting how that works. Kamala wasn't elected. Kamala wasn't selected by the. Kamala was not voted on by the people. She wasn't elected, and yet here she is.
I want to march. I want to sing it from the mountaintops, and I want to get young women involved in this because
young women don't want to be involved in this because it is truly demonic and evil and against our best interests. You are all disgusting for pushing this nonsense.
there are so many. There's so many things within this ERA that so many people are.
Can't name any specifics. Can't name any specifics. Is going strictly for emotion. Has no idea what it actually is. Didn't even realize that she wasn't a member because she marched with them, so she assumed she was a member. Obviously, she's not. You have to sign up. This is insane.
Just not aware of. What can we do, Jemiah? What can we do as feminists and activists?
Don't lump me in with the feminists. This is disgusting.
And Wonder Women to help you, to help Kamala Harris, to help each.
There is no helping Kamala Harris. That she is lost the plot.
Other in this fight for equality. What can we do? Men and women and Wonder Women and well, you know.
Well, you know. You know.
Thank you.
Men and women and Wonder Woman and because she knows there's only two. God, this is painful.
Thanks so much. I am a very proud member of the ERA board, Jamia Wilson. I'm also an author and
of course she is.
Think a lot about what
is she a best-selling author on what is it, like not the New York Times, USA Today or whatever's list? I swear everybody is a best-selling author nowadays.
It means to have access to information. And one of the issues we have is that so many people in our country assume that they are protected by the Constitution.
Because they are! These people are liars. Listen to this absolute hackery, anti-American communist bullshit. Everyone in America is protected equally by the Constitution. You fucking hacks.
And yet they don't have the adequate access and information and the freedom of expression to have access.
They have freedom of expression. They have access to the Constitution. You can literally, it was shown to us earlier. Bill Nye the Science Guy proudly held up his paperback copy, as he liked to call it. He held it up and showed it off. You can get it anywhere. This is also insulting because now they're pulling the same old, minorities don't have access to the same things like the internet and cell phones and stuff like wealthy white people do because no white person struggles. This is disgusting.
To the story that they need to know, which is that none of us are free until we all are.
We are all literally free, except for the children who are being trafficked into this country and sent to Democrats in Hollywood. And if there's any rhinos on, if there's any Republicans on there, them too. Nail them all. I don't care. Feet first. Say hello to Mr. Chippy.
We need to codify gender equality into the Constitution.
Bitch! These people are literally fucking insane. It's not about gender equality. They want women to be able to crush men legally. They want to use the legal system to commit lawfare against anyone that they disagree with. This is wild.
And this would secure rights across workplaces, healthcare,
reproductive right. These guys are insane. More fear mongering, more propaganda bullshit.
Justice, education, sports, STEAM, and beyond.
Don't talk to me about fucking sports. You're the ones that are allowing men and boys into girls and women's sports. You are the ones that are putting girls and women in danger. You are the ones that reject science. You are the ones who are murdering babies and pushing for the murder of babies. You are the ones with blood on your hands from the women who go to these abortionists and take these pills that literally make them bleed out, that make them die. This is insane.
Beyond, and we can really make a difference by raising awareness, telling the story at our dinner tables.
Telling a story. See, it's all about the story. It's all about they have to frame it in such a way so that you don't realize that they're demons.
Marching in our faith institutions,
they want to take over the churches. It's already happening in some corners. This is bad.
Our representatives and empowering others who prioritize equality by letting them know that
she's also reading it. Every single one of these people is reading a script. They don't actually believe what they're saying.
The work has not been done. We need to build.
The work has been done. It's done. Now you just have to actually work, but it's much easier to be a grifter and to put fear in people's hearts and to claim that, oh, woe is me, and it's not fair and it's not equal, and we just can't quit now. They got everything that they wanted and they're still not happy. These people is the definite, it was never about equality. They want total control.
Build a present and a future where no one is left behind. And right now,
did they really just pull the No Child Left Behind line? They did not. No one is left behind. So change child with one. So no one is left behind instead of no child is left behind. How well? I went through No Child Left Behind. There were a lot of children left behind. Lots.
You're left behind because people of all genders are not protected by the
You're an idiot and a liar.
Constitution.
Everybody in America is protected by the Constitution equally. It is bias, activists, judges, courts, juries, and lawyers, and people like you, activists like you, that skew it so that it is unfair. You allow your political biases to overrule the law, the Constitution. That is a personal and internal issue. That is not a systemic issue. Get the fuck out of here with that trash.
So it's important for us to mobilize, organize, all of us who are champions.
That communists organize, to revolutionize, organize,
Of freedom and justice like Wonder Woman, to whip out our lassos of truth. Use our voices, vote, rally together, and donate the funds to ensure.
You too can be like Wonder Woman if you donate to Kamala Harris.
That we will be protected and future generations will be for years to come.
What future generations? You murder them in the womb. There are no future generations.
Oh,
let me hold up my little Lego Wonder Woman. Look at how geeky I am. Look at how super I am.
I was informed about coverture, which I did not really understand the word.
She didn't get the reaction she wanted, so she put it down all disappointed.
And understand what it was. Coverture has been embedded in our societies forever. Coverture is we come into the world, we are under our father's rule.
Our father's daughter.
Our father's daughter and rule.
Yeah.
And rule.
These women are misandrists. These women are actually evil. They are now trying to tell daughters that they're being ruled over by their fathers, not protected, and that wives are not being cherished and protected by their husbands, but that they are being ruled by their husbands. These people literally think we're living in Handmaid's Tale. They think that that's actually, these people cannot separate fact from fiction. This is insane.
Rule, and then we are under our husband's rule.
These people are rule. See, it's all about power and control. It has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with actually any progress or empowerment or the betterment of mankind. It doesn't have anything to do with any of that. They are obsessed with power and control. Our husbands rule. Patty, go back to bingo and pudding nights at the old folks' home. You are done. Whatever they gave you has started to wear off, and you look like you are about to stroke out on stage.
legally and then we are passed down to then we are a dowager and we still have no rights. Then we're passed down to.
We have rights. What the hell are you talking about? This woman's insane.
Our sons, and
no, we're not.
Then they control. Well,
you're actually literally fucking insane.
Bit by bit, we got some rights, and bit by bit, and now we thought we had them.
We do have them,
and now we don't. So,
really, you're not sitting here. You don't have the same rights. You don't have the same benefit. You can't. What rights do you not have? What rights do you not have, Linda? What got taken away from you? What rights do you not have? You're speaking freely right now. Okay? Last I checked, nobody told you you couldn't worship a certain way. This is literally part of the press, so it's not that. You showed off your, quote, explosive Wonder Woman bracelets earlier, so the Second Amendment comes into play there. You have the right to vote. You're literally pushing for people to vote right now. So what rights, Linda? Which rights got taken away from you?
We need to get the information that we need, and you know,
you are literally lying to people's faces right now. Nobody's rights have been taken. Nobody's rights are going to be taken. This is absolute insanity. It's filth. It's garbage. It's communist propaganda.
Oh, this is a family thing. This is really important, and I appreciate you so much. And when I get back to Washington, D.C., Megan here and I are going to get together, and we are going to meet with you all, and anything.
She just drug Megan into a meeting that Megan probably doesn't even want to be a part of.
The rest of you all, we need you to donate right now.
Donate, guys. We need more money. More money. More money.
I need you to donate this very minute before we close this out. Donate.
Yeah, let's have the kindness and the equality and, like I said, the plurality, the whole prism of all of us. Let's get the ERA passed. And so thank you so much.
This is actually disgusting. Yeah, Yuki, never meet your heroes or your childhood crushes. She denigrated all fathers and husbands who are just trying their damn best to provide for their families and raise them. Absolutely. They vilify and they hate men. They vilify men. They have everything that they wanted, but they're still not happy, because once they got what they claimed they wanted, they found out, no, we want more. We're actually not happy with that. And you know what? Men are evil. Men are wicked. Men are why we can't have what we want. So it's your fault. So move aside, because it's our time. It's for us now. It's evil and depraved. And she literally just insulted every man who has died defending his family, who has died protecting his children. She just insulted a high-profile individual. Kobe Bryant literally held onto his daughter and died comforting her when the helicopter went down. She is talking about countless men who sacrificed everything so that we can enjoy the freedoms and privileges that we have now. She is a fake. She is an adult pretender. She is not a real hero. And she is going to sit there and degrade actual heroes. Men who built this country on their backs. And act like she is a victim. This is wildly insane.
To the coalition for joining us. Yeah, the prism of us. And please join us in supporting our candidates, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and
please don't.
donating to the campaign. You know,
Let's
it's
see
about
what we
everything.
can, before we close up, donate, hit the button, donate, please.
This is disgusting and pathetic.
Wonder Woman and this fabulous techie human being that ran the United States tech world.
Just an advisor.
Please.
Just an advisor. See, she's like trying to tone it down now.
Please come and join us. Plus that, all of the people that in this country that helped us tonight, and all of these wonderful, tiny little group of people that put this together. I mean, they just worked their little tails off for a month and then put it together in 8 days. So thank you so much. And thank you to my PR team. Thank you to Sabrina. Thank you to Jess. Thank you to all these people here, and to you, Megan. And thank you,
Everybody join us. And you know, the thing that I'm really thankful for is everybody, you guys watching.
Lindy and Wasim.
Yeah, Lindy and Wasim, we're going to go over the fundraising event. I just want to thank everybody who's taking the time to have conversations with their fellow Americans, to talk to people.
You don't want to have conversations. You want to pressure people into voting for who you want them, who you think they to make them think like you do. You are trying to pressure people into thinking and espousing what you think and want to say, because you need it reinforced so that you can continue to live your delusions. Because if your delusions are not reinforced, then it all falls apart and you have nothing. It's disgusting. Exactly, deleted scenes. Give me 99.99 of your last 100. They do not care. Do not ever make the mistake that these people actually care about you. Damaj and I, what's going on? Sup? This has been a slog. It's been horrific for so many reasons, Damaj and I. We're going to be wrapping up soon. We just got to get to the end here, but it's bad, bro.
About voting and getting involved in this election, and let's get the kind of leadership that we deserve. We're going to start.
Her earpiece is in. I'm wondering how much she's getting told. Okay, we need to wrap it up. All right, don't let talk too much. Okay, we can't. You know, she's groveling now. Make sure you cut her off. Oh, don't let her oversell what you did. Like, we don't need the fact checkers coming for us.
Country, we have extraordinary people, all of us. So let's do that, and we're going to go check in. Right,
we're going to go check in. But
let's hear what you got.
Hit the buttons, and come with
Hey guys! I bet you guys are all excited to know who won tonight.
Oh God, here are the numbers.
Although I will say it's not over until it's over, so keep pushing, keep cranking it out. We have 43 more days, and do what you can tonight to make a difference. This is your chance to.
I think they were arguing. Okay.
I bet you guys are all excited to know who won tonight. Although I will say it's not over until it's over, so keep pushing.
I want you to stay. I think I'm going to go. No, I want you to stay. I want you to stay.
Keep cranking it out. We have 43.
I want to go. No, I want you to stay.
More days, and do what you can tonight to make a difference. This is your chance to be real life heroes. We heard from a lot of fictional heroes that we all love, but this is your chance.
You don't love them. You use them to spread propaganda. You pathetic liars.
To be a hero, to save our democracy.
We live in a republic. You lying pricks. He is still giving me creep. I don't like him. He looks like a salamander, but like an evil salamander, and I don't like it.
You know, our experiment is very fragile, but with all of you chipping in, we can do this. And so with that said, I want to say that Earth Heroes raised a total of $233,000.
Okay, so $233,000, you got to cut that in half, right? Because they made those matching donations. So really, if you cut 233 in half, what is that? 2,165. So 200. No. So 233 divided by 2. So 1. Oh God, I can't do math. It's friggin' 100. Is that 100 and 233 divided by 2? So is that, because 115 is 230, so it'd have to be $116,500. That's way too much money. Holy crap.
Wasim?
Space Explorers, I have some good news, but first I want to say nostalgia.
Oh no. This guy's gonna keep talking.
It was definitely over 9,000 in those last segments.
No, he did not.
That Trek panel, truly magical stuff. Have the power to make that happen.
Nobody cares.
And all of you, what you donated. Space Explorers, you've raised $272K tonight. Very well done, Space Explorers. But Lindy, we're all on the same team.
Okay, so 272 divided by 2, so 3, so they 136,000. This is wild.
Here, right? What's next for all of us?
Absolutely. I just want to say this is the most loving competition I've ever been in.
This is the most loving competition I have ever been in.
And I want to give a special thanks to Linda Carter, who has the kindest soul. It was such a pleasure doing this. It was an honor of a lifetime. And Sabrina Carton, thank you so much for inviting me. It's been such a privilege working with you. And thank you to all the fandoms rallying together. You are why we were able to.
This is called exploitation and grifting. I do not ever want to see another mainstream media piece, article. I don't want to see it independent. I don't want to see a mainstream media. They better never come out and be like, toxic YouTube chud bros are grifters and liars and are exploiting their fans. I never want to hear that ever again. Fuck the mainstream media.
To do this, and this night has been absolutely magic, and this is your
and fuck all of these sellouts.
Come to Jesus moment.
You did not just invoke the name of Jesus. My come to Jesus moment was the fact that at a debate, nobody even let Trump bring up the fact that he survived a bullet to the head, and nobody said, we're so glad that you're all right. No one even mentioned it because they know how devastating it looks.
We have 43 more days. History. The best of America, it's still ahead. Your incredible kindness, sometimes still doing what they can.
Lindy and Wasim, I appreciate you. You are seen and you are appreciated.
Bruh, you are seen, you are appreciated.
But not only that, we need you now more than ever to get out.
She keeps grabbing that lady's hand, and that lady is not having any of it. That lady has tried to leave, and Linda isn't letting her. And she's like, go Geeks, go Nerds. She's trying to show like unity and togetherness, and the other lady is just very put off and very standoffish. Her body language, she's wildly uncomfortable. This whole thing is an absolute freaking train wreck.
For Harris.org to sign up for opportunities. And go ahead.
We've got a geeky to-do list. You can join in on a million things. Travel around. Go to states that are really in the middle of deciding this, and talk to people and listen to them. Listen with your heart, and talk to them about why you care.
Yes, and we are going to put a lot of the geeks and people from around the country right on the screen, and we could not have done it without you. We really.
Okay, now we're going to hit your nostalgia bone, and we're going to, try and play off your sympathy, and we're going to try and, be even more pathetic than we almost are, or even more pathetic than we've already been. God, I'm tired.
Are in tears, just, this was a labor of love from all of us. No one.
I would not call it a labor of love. This was more like the CIA should study this stream to find new methods of torture.
No one got paid. No one
got paid? Nobody got paid. I call bullshit on that. There's no way in hell. Mark Hamill doesn't look at somebody unless he is getting paid. There's no way on God's green earth you're going to convince me that none of these motherfuckers were not paid. Bullshit. Oh, Demogenai, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Our democracy, because I know you know it's not democracy. I see you, Demogenai, has been destroyed the moment Cam was inserted as the front runner while Sleepy Joe is still the fucking prez. Exactly. Wasn't voted by anyone, didn't win a single primary, the most unpopular VP in all of history. and she was selected and inserted for the coup. Absolutely. Why do they have an ASL person when this is a video? Closed captioning isn't a thing. Bruh, I don't know. I'm not running this. This entire thing is a shit show times a million. There's no way that these motherfuckers didn't get paid. Absolutely no way.
We all did this just because we want to elect.
Oh my God, it cut off.
Person watching
Americans to talk to people about voting.
You are seen. You are seen, and you
are seen.
Go to states that are
to put a lot of the. This was a labor of love, just because we want to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and every single person watching. Every single person out there that is doing something or wants to do something, we're with you. And Kamala, Vice President and Governor, we're with you 1,000%.
She's not a governor. She's talking about Tim Walz, but the way that sounded, she sounds like she's calling Kamala Harris Vice President and Governor. She is a catastrophe, and she keeps reaching for this woman's hand.
Thank you so much.
The American people need you.
Thank you, and good night.
Good night.
Oh, we have survived. Oh my God. I now understand what all of the cringe binging previously was for. It was to prepare me for this. That was insane. Oh, look. All of their freaking sponsors. They got paid. Their asses got paid. 100. You will not convince me that they didn't get paid. At all. Fucking wow. There's the credits. Their asses definitely got paid. Oh, well, Miss Mouse, $20. Thank you so much for the $20. That is incredible. A little money for your efforts. You earned it. Well, I greatly appreciate it. I don't know about that. That was nearly 6 hours of hell. Gotta head to bed. Good night, all. I am going to very quickly be behind you as well. It is knocking on 1:30 in the morning here. This was an absolute clusterfuck. What a shit show. It reeked of desperation. They literally, it was modern Hollywood. That's what it was, modern Hollywood. They repurposed, regurgitated, and reused, and absolutely just disrespected and gutted and hollowed out IPs and lores, took more intelligent people's ideas, writings, and works and corrupted them for their own use, their own purpose, their own gain. We're going to get that off of the freaking screen because nobody needs to see that anymore. And they absolutely 100% deserve the mockery that is about to come. I cannot wait for FNT on Friday. This is going to be fucking gold. Holy shit. I am going to also make a video on this god-awful stream with some of the highlights. Lowlights, rather. And I just cannot believe that this is where we are. This is what they have stooped to. And they're all like, oh yeah, I asked the campaign, what can I do? And they didn't really know what to do with me. So I was like, can I just go do my own thing? And the campaign was like, yeah, sure. That way, we don't actually have to plan anything or give you anything or deal with any kind of policy. These people, this is an absolute train wreck. So Linda Carter has admitted to having an abortion. That's the only thing that they can fixate on is lies, propaganda, and more lies. Nobody has lost any rights. There is no gender discrimination in the Constitution. Everyone is equally protected. We live in a republic, not a democracy. I don't know how many times I said that. And we absolutely do not need another 4 years of being unable to afford to live. It's getting to the point where you cannot afford to breathe and you can't afford to die. Have you seen what a funeral costs? Can't afford to live, can't afford to die. Best figure it out. And then everybody's saying we need change, we need hope. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna tell the guys for F&T that they should turn it into a drinking game. They'll be dead. They will literally die. They vilified men. They screeched for the ability to murder innocent babies multiple times. They talked about no policy was mentioned except once, and he listed off 3 things that she took from the Trump campaign. Like, this whole thing was an absolute fart sniffing disaster. Yuki, yes, they basically said all men are trash, 100%, and they absolutely believe that all men are trash. Good to know where I stack up now. Yes, they hate us. They hate anyone that isn't them. And those people, they didn't care about Linda Carter. Their contract said they needed to be there, and they were definitely getting paid. That shit at the end where Linda Carter said nobody was paid to be here, that was a fucking lie. And I'm so glad that I have that on, like, captured, because that's for sure going in the fucking video. This was a nightmare. Holy shit, the Democrats have lost the fucking plot. Just insane. And I'm pretty sure she was fucking stoned out of her mind. Like, that was brutal to witness. That was so brutal to witness. I don't know who her caretakers are, but they need to be fired. The fact that they're gonna put her through that, and she was, I mean, whatever she was on was wearing off at the end. Just really quickly, once again, thank you to everybody who donated during the stream. It's never expected, but always appreciated. I know, especially, like, we talked about it multiple times on this stream. I know how hard things are right now for most of us. I know how difficult things are. I do. So it really does mean a lot. I genuinely appreciate everything. Just you guys being here, and then the super chats and the memberships on top of it. There are no words. Really quickly, just another shout out. Andrew Matthews, thank you again. Southeastern Kaiju Blitzen, thank you so much. Yuki, you were amazing tonight. Thank you so much. Deleted Scenes, thank you for becoming a member. Yuki, thank you for becoming a member. Damaj and I, thank you for the 5. Mouse, thank you for 20. And then it doesn't show up in that, but I can click on this again. And McApee, I know you have headed out a while ago, but thank you for the $2. It really does mean so much. I appreciate every single one of you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. Thanks for sticking with me. Yeah, I want to know what the cost to donation ratio was too. Have a great night, everybody. I am gonna head out, hit the rack, and get up and do it all over again the next day. I genuinely appreciate every single one of you. You know, I wish a lot of things, but you know, what's that saying? You can wish in one hand and crap in the other and see which one fills up faster. Something that Patty Jenkins did say that was true. You can be about yourself, or you can be about being something or about doing something. And I very much, it's wild to me that these people were saying all of these things and literally espousing conservative viewpoints and then claiming that they weren't conservative. These people are so low information that they don't realize they are actually conservative. And they never will, because they are lied to. And in the environment that they are in, they can't be conservative because they won't work. I will point out again, Jared Padalecki, I don't know what his affiliation is, and I don't care personally, but I am blown away that he was not in that panel. That blows my mind. And the fact that his show, which was the most successful one on the CW, got canceled is also mind-blowing. So there's a lot to try and figure out. I am really curious because remember they said that they were going to match. So you can take the totals that they gave and at the very least you can cut them in half. But we know that they definitely put their thumbs on the scales. So all I will say, I will leave you guys with this. Regardless of who is in the White House or regardless of who the political parties are, you are in control of most things in your life. Don't ever let them tell you differently. Don't ever let them try and take that away from you. And do not ever let them gaslight you and use fear to manipulate you into thinking that they are the answer. You know, I am a strong proponent of local of local and small like board elections for like the education board, for the school board, stuff like that, state elections, county elections, and of course the federal elections. You have to pay attention. You've got to do the work. You're going to have to find the information so that this doesn't continue to happen, so that we don't continue down this insane road. And do not allow your convictions or your strongly held beliefs, do not let them be crushed for the sake of whatever nonsense is being pushed by modern day or by the elites. It's going to be fine. We will make it through this. But we do have so much to consider and to think about and to work on and towards. And I think the biggest thing, conservatives built Hollywood. Razor Fist has an excellent video on it. I strongly recommend you go check it out. But conservatives built Hollywood and liberals are burning it to the ground. But it was built, America was built by conservatives, Hollywood was built by conservatives. The left is trying to burn them down, but they were built with really strong foundations. Nobody likes to have to rebuild. Nobody wants to watch those things crumble. So don't black pill. It's going to be fine. We're going to be okay. Make sure you do policy voting and not emotional voting. And do not let this insane world prevent you from making sure that you are doing everything that you can. I know how hard most of you guys are working for your families, for your friends, but understand if you don't take the fight to them, it will eventually come to you. So I am simply saying, be informed, be prepared, and hopefully it never comes to a head, but at some point, something's got to give. Because I don't know about you, but I sure as heck cannot afford for things to go on the way that they are. So just some stuff to consider. Again, I appreciate every single one of you, everybody that was here tonight. You guys are awesome. All of the generosity, all of that outpouring. It's just unbelievable and so humbling. Love from the bottom of my heart. Really, truly. And as always, much love. God bless. Godspeed. And I will talk to you all later. Have a great night. Bye.